It's the third day of competitive action. Welcome back to Spain and the glorious region of Valencia for this, the 2025 IAME Warrior Final. Hello everybody, it's wonderful to have you back with us once again here at one of the finest kart tracks in Southern Europe. Yesterday we saw this part of the world at its best as the vibrant mix of culture and entertainment culminated in a drivers' parade and a chance for the drivers to celebrate their achievements so far this week. We are, of course, here at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, opened in 2014. As I say, it's one of the finest tracks that you can find here in Spain, full of entertainment around this course. Let's have a further look at this circuit. What's it all about? What are we going to be expecting today? It's a circuit with a just under 1.5 kilometre length over a full lap, 9 metres width, a big straight as well along that 135 metre run through the back straight. Little bit of elevation change around this track as well. It's a technical course as well at times. 19 turns in total, 11 of them to the right, 8 to the left, and those big stops, those hairpins as well, particularly into turn 11. Myself, Andrew Mather and Nicole Sutherland are in the box. Here are your overtaking zones once again. Pretty much can overtake at every single point of this circuit. Turn 1 and turn 3 in the first sector. Turn 7 a hotspot as well. Switchbacks through 11, 12 and 13. And then of course that big run all the way to the final chicane. We will see lots of sends through that part of the circuit today. Top speed 135 kilometers down in towards turn 1. They pretty much hit that on the back straight as well. An average speed, it's a roller coaster of a circuit, 108 kilometers an hour. But as we say, big day here, Nicole. It's what I like to call moving day at one of these big events, these one-off events. We've had a good number of heats so far, a number 28 of the heats today to get us through to Saturday. And the very simple job is nobody wants to go home, do they? It was a great show out on circuits last night with the drivers' parade. But sadly, we are going to be saying goodbye to some drivers today who aren't able to perform.
Exactly that. Then, Andrew, you know, like we saw from the drivers' parade yesterday, every single one of the 380 plus drivers here want it. They want to take those IAME trophies home this weekend. But today is crunch time. This is where you're going to see things pick up slightly. You're going to see that atmosphere slightly flick inside the paddock, on the grid in Parc Ferme as well, where these drivers, those drivers that are maybe, have had a bad or tough day yesterday, are really going to have to put in some work, really are going to have to leave everything out there on the track. This morning, then, your first heat to kick things off on this third day of racing is your X30 Junior qualifying heats B versus G. And Anthony Jordan is down there on the grid. Anthony, good morning.
A very good morning, ladies and gents, watching from around the world as Ross Upton shows the 1 minute board to the Junior X30 grid. And we've got, of course, Max on the front row of that grid. Like Andrew mentioned, yes, it is a bit of a moving day. This is where it starts to get into the nitty-gritty. It's that last chance for drivers to really put some points on the board, get their name inside that top 72 cutoff to get into those super heats and finals. But it is a very important day today. The morning will be, I reckon, a little bit calm, but the weather is beautiful at the moment. But I am seeing, from my position, some clouds around the area just to put everyone on their tippy toes. But this first race about to start. Set it back up to you as it's Junior X30 coming up first.
It is indeed. And happy Halloween, everybody. I wonder what trick or treats we have got in store for us here today at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. As Anthony has said there, it is X30 Junior that kicks us off. This will be a qualifying heat for Groups B and G. It's a continuation of the round from yesterday evening. Let's go for it then. Oh, Max Endicott has a little bit of a bump there just to get things going, but he's on his way. Let's take you through the grid for this first race of the morning under the watchful eye of Martin Bean, our race director. Max Endicott will start from pole position. Dan Alleman was definitely firing himself up there to go on the front row of this grid. Charlene Cordair, she starts on the inside of row number 2, is joined by Priam Bruno. Just Mulder has the lead in the standings, those intermediate standings overnight. Starts this race from row number 3 and is joined by Yokorana. Freddie Wood and Max Leclerc go from row number 4. It's then George Clark, just on his own, because Andrea Galimberti will not take part in this race and will not take further part in the competition. Row 6, Via Chopra and Rasmus Koskinen. Franco Escotto and Zach Burke go from row 7. The last row of the first half is a big one. Finlay Lyons and Ludwig Grönqvist.
Part 2 of your grid, row number 9, we have Lawrence de Kock alongside Nilas Malik. Going from row number 10, your top 20 is rounded out by Christian Fay and Luca Narroway. And shortly behind, row number 11 houses Jamie Mulvey with Beatrice Costa. 12 will see Denny Babacek alongside Nilo Moulon. And from 13, it's Romeo Mello with Oiva Lakanen. 14, Sophie Campbell alongside Liz Ebersdobler. 15, your penultimate row and top 30 is finished off by Derek Rivera and Sebastian Delgado. And then rounding out your field, 31 drivers in total for this first qualifying heat of the day is Emma Boschetto.
Here's your points from overnight, ladies and gentlemen. Just Mulder, 194 points on the board so far. Remember, these points will carry over into tomorrow's superheats as, now drama straight away. The number 21 coming into the pits. That's Jograna. That's not scheduled. In fact, the front fairing there looks a little bit disjointed. So Jograna may not take part in this race. There's a quick view on the right-hand side of your screen into race control. Joanna Falcao in the middle. David Manchester in the background, and then Sam Fisher as well in the foreground. They're ready to rock and roll this morning to watch over all of the happenings out there on track. I mentioned we've got Martin Bean out there, our race director, and Dan Ashton, our deputy race director. Very quickly, the points. That's what we were going through before Jograna came into the pits. Mulder, 194. Evan Purcell second, 177. Max Endicott third, 170. Aaron Richardson, 164. Daniel Miron, very good day yesterday, 150. And that's a perfect score so far. Miron has only done 3 races. Some of the drivers have done 4. Jarlath Sayer, 147. Lopez, 146. Point, 138. But it is still all to play for, folks. Yesterday, set drivers up for a good run potentially. But it can turn around those drivers outside the top 72 overnight. They can push their way in. Similarly, you can be inside the cutoff. A bad day today would see you lose out. Nobody wants to go home. Friday here at IWF is running down towards turn 1 then. Away we go then for the first race. Good start for Endicott. Into the first corner. Has a little bit of a challenge from Cordair on the exit of that first corner, and here comes just Mulder down the inside as well. Mulder up into second place there in the bright green helmet. There's a little bit of back and forth through turns 3 and 4. Nicole, who's lost out there?
Well, there's a few spills there through that chicane section, but I think right to the very start, one of the victory lanes didn't get off the line, actually held up the drivers behind him on that grid. We'll update you who has fallen down the order, but for now we'll update you that we have a new race leader. Drivers at the front then swapping for positions. Your top 3 now led by just Mulder, who time and time again this weekend just wastes no time, wastes no opportunity to snatch away that number 1 spot. Down that back straight now for the first completion of the first lap. 135 metres to deal with before they get to the chicane section, and it is Mulder that is out there at the front with a 4-place gain, but maybe not for now. Loses out on not 1, not 2, but 3 positions towards turn number 1, snatches back 1 more and gets himself back into 3rd, but Mulder just didn't have the run there down that start-finish straight.
No, there was not much that Mulder could have done about that. I tell you what, Dan Alaman has done a very good job here, Nicole, of keeping himself at the front of this race. It's tricky to start from second on a rolling grid here at Valencia. You're always going to lose out a little bit, but it's about that second phase of the first part of the race. How do you recover? How do you bounce back? Dan Alaman has done exactly that. Has got himself back to second place, just behind Max Endicott at the moment. Let's pass down to Anthony Jordan. Anthony, what do you have for us?
Yeah, the retirement. Jograna, unfortunately, a spin on that formation lap from other drivers. Front end damage. No steering, unfortunately, had to bring it in and unfortunately out of the race.
Thank you very much, Anthony. So that's not going to be a good score for Rana. Top 2 breaking away then. Endicott and Alaman. Mulder doing well. Who was that spinning off? Was that possibly Max Lacroix? Yeah, well, thought it was one of the Spirit Racing, Spirit Karting team. So Max Lacroix, the number 35, falls down the order. I think Beatrice Costa was also involved in that. Beatrice falling also down to 28th place, Nicole.
Well, those drivers that got caught out in the early stages right at that start, Rasmus Koskinen, I think we had the likes of Romeo Mello get involved as well. Just a bit of a textbook spill that goes on through that turn number 3 and 4 sequences. Now the newest driver to have a spill is Luca Narraway, driver there on the Falcon. Narraway, one of his first Junior X30 appearances this year, and it's just unfortunate that it's not quite been going his way. Change for the race lead, snatched away as clean as you like from Max Endicott. It's Dan Alleman that now holds on to this one, and that opens up the door for just Mulder to get through into P2. Mulder there on your screen right now on the back bumper of Alleman. Is he going to try and go through for a move as we head into this infield tight and twisty section where they really can get hooked onto that back bumper and maybe pull off moves into the hairpin section? Mulder then right there. Is he going to bite the bullet? Is he going to go for it now? Not just yet. Alleman holding on to this one nicely.
Well, these are two drivers, Nicole, who I would not be surprised to see at the front end of the final on Saturday afternoon. This isn't the deciding race, of course, for who's going to be starting where in those later races, but this is the psychology at this stage of the weekend. They want to get one up on one another, and Mulder's got down the inside. That's a clean move on Alleman to retake the lead of this motor race. Max Endicott still there in third. Alleman counter-attacks down the inside. Good work from Max Endicott there. We saw Max Endicott drive a very shrewd, smart race yesterday afternoon in the round of heats there. That was some good work from Max Endicott. Just gave Alleman the tiniest little nudge, tiniest little bump draft down the main straight to make that move and gain for himself as well. A little bit further back, changes for all kinds of positions in the top 15. This is how I think we lost Luca Narraway. Now he gets on the dirt there and then pitched round into the gravel, into the grass. It's a real shame for Luca Narraway, who, as you say, Nicole, has only just stepped up to the junior ranks. Bit of a learning weekend for the young Briton. Checks over the shoulders there from Alleman and from Endicott. Just Mulder still there in third. Mulder trying to hold around the outside. Alleman feels the need to defend into the chicane. This is a good race. This is a really good race from these three. And look who's on the charge as well. It's Denmark's Nilas Malik joining the fun there. That could be good for Max Endicott, Nicole, a teammate on the scene.
Exactly, it could be then the two BMRs, currently P3 and P4. Malik, I would question, is he going to work with Endicott? Is he going to allow Endicott to get right onto that back bumper of Just Mulder, push him through and go through, two at a time to try and conquer this race, try and come out as a 1 and 2 for BMR. But for now, it is still Dan Alleman and Just Mulder that go side by side. Alleman now going defensive, and they run each other off the road. Round the outside goes Endicott. That opens up the gap for Nilas Malik as well. And we predicted, would they work together, read the road in front of them. Now it is Max and Nilas out in the front, absolutely helped by Alleman and Just Mulder catching each other out, as now it looks like Endicott is going to get it wrong through the chicane section, clips the curb, misses out and loses out on some positions, down to P4.
Yeah, that wasn't teamwork there between the two BMRs. Max Endicott finding himself on the curb as Malik went for the big send into the chicane. As I say, we're going to see a lot more of that today. The stakes are rising. The rewards are there for the drivers if they can get themselves up the order. There's a move down the inside on Cordair. So through goes Endicott, back up another position. It's gaining really nice positions here is Max Endicott. As down towards the 11th turn of this circuit go the drivers. Other drivers coming into play. Freddie Wood, Finley Lyons, they're both there as well. See Freddie Wood there with the bright red top on his helmet. Through goes Mulder again. Endicott's got to be wise here. Doesn't want to get too flustered. He's in amongst drivers that he knows very well, of course, from both the IAME Euro Series and the National Championships, as Mulder goes down the inside. Cordair has to take over and go through the chicane. Meanwhile, big scrap going on for the race lead. Here's Dan Alleman tackling Nilas Malik. Nilas Malik still leading this race, but we're on to the last lap now, Nicole. This could go anyway.
Absolutely could, but Nilas Malik, we can't take it away from him. Or as down the inside goes Alleman, change for the race lead, and that makes Alleman now your number 1 holder. We can't take that performance away from, though, Malik. 16 places gained in total. That is incredibly impressive, considering as well these are 8-lap races. That is not a lot of time. So despite currently sitting in P2, 16 positions gained in total. Is he going to try and get it back from Alleman, who goes defensive on the exit of sector number 2? No space for Nilas to try and weave his way through just yet, as now Alleman backs Nilas back into just Mulder, who is right there, is on that racing line. Can he get the run through the chicane section? They're completing their final lap. The checkerboard will go out, and it goes out to Dan Alleman, who completes this race as your race winner, just under a 10th from Nilas Malik, and just Mulder finishes in P3 ahead of Max Endicott and Finn Lines, who was also on a charge throughout that entire race. 10 positions gained, 4 lines.
Big result there for Dan Alleman. He's really starting to get a bit of momentum going now. That's his first heat win of this week at IWF25. Will move him up the standings. More solid points though for just Mulder. Mulder will continue to lead in the point standings. A few investigations just coming in at the end there. Bruno getting one of them, Priam Bruno. I think the 108 of Derek Rivera as well may have a little bit of time under the watchful eye of the race officials. But yeah, really good drive as well from Nilas Malik there, Nicole. That was not a new tyre run. There were some new tyres in that race, but Nilas Malik was not one of the users of one of the newer sets of tyres. Remember, everybody has 2 sets of dry tyres to run through the entire race week. There's your provisional result though. Alleman from Malik, Mulder, Endicott, Lines, Wood, Gronquist, Coder, De Kock, and a good drive from Denny Babacek as well, all in the top 10. Priam Bruno, 11th, George Clark via Chopra, and Unto Olavi Lakanen, all in the top 15, completed by Nino Moulin. Christian Fay Lund, Rasmus Koskinen, Jamie Mulvey and Elias Ebersdobler take us down to a top 20, completed by Zach Burke. Rivera, Campbell, Costa, Escotto and Bescotto all in the top 25. Mello, Naroy, Lacroix and Delgado all had problems, but at least saw the checkered flag. No checkered flag for Ugrana out before the start of the race. Andrea Galimberti has sadly been disqualified from the competition, so will no longer take any part here this year. Here is some of your highlights, Nicole. How did they run down to turn 1?
Well, your race start then was a little bit broken up in formation. We had one of the victory lanes really splits up the 2 parts of the grid, couldn't get off the line, and actually held up a number of drivers on that pole side as we headed down into the first corner, which became a little bit of a pressure cooker for some of these drivers, and we did lose a number throughout turns 3 and 4. It's busy. They go side by side, wheel to wheel through this section of the track. And there you can see drivers just spilling around the circuit. Did all manage to get back on the road, but it was drivers like Lacroix, Sebastian Delgado that had those difficult moments. It was at this point then that things really started to get busy between Endicott and just Mulder down at turn number 1. Once more, we had drivers just lose out on things, take some spills and tumble down the order. Nilas Malik absolutely arrived on the scene as we headed through almost that halfway point in the race. It was this, stage in the race where those 16 places gained were really visible, and you could see how quick he actually was. But in total, it was Dan Alleman that took that win, and Anthony Jordan will be down there, I'm sure, catching up with him.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, indeed. What a start to the day. Quite an exciting Junior X30 race as well, which sees Dan Alleman on top. Dan, great race for you there. Quite busy, though, in some places. Tell us, what was your thoughts on that race? Because it was quite the workout.
At the beginning of the race, I was so stressed because there was like with new tires, the girl, and at the beginning we were touching wheels, so I didn't want it to crash out, so I stayed a little bit behind. And when I saw a gap, I did go in. So at the end, it was a really nice battle with Malik, so I'm very happy.
Were you expecting to see Nilas Malik there? It's a 16 place gain to get to that lead fight. Were you expecting that?
Not so much, because in the first heat he already did like 15 place gain, so I think for him that's very good race also.
Well, excellent. Well, it's a good start for you as well. Great start to the day, and of course, a very important day today. Last chances to go out. When's your next race, Dan?
I don't know. I'm going to look.
Excellent. Nice to see you're all prepared. Good. Well, Dan, congratulations. We'll see you a bit later on.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for the juniors, but like we say, plenty more action to go. That's 1 out of 28 races today. Nicole, Andrew, back over to you. Tell us, what can we expect next?
Well, we can expect a few more of these replays. This was the move from Dan Alaman down the inside of Malik to take the race lead on the final lap. Ran it home to the end. 11th, 2nd and 1st now for Dan Alaman in terms of results. We'll bench the juniors for a moment, Nicole, because we're going to change over now to X30 Senior. This similarly is a Group B versus G race. 7 groups in total, of course, across all the different entries in X30 Senior. Triple digits in terms of entries this week. And as I say, top 72 will go through today to firstly the Super Heats, then of course the top 36 to final. So we will probably lose about a third of the drivers today after all of these heats are completed. No one wants to go home too early. There is the scene down on the pre-grid. You can see Zach Drummond on the right-hand side of your screen, just clambering into his Fusion Motorsport Prepared Kart Republic. Running very well this season. Of course, had a great scrap with Gus Lawrence yesterday in one of the preceding rounds. Matthias van der Kerkhoff as well will take this one from pole position. He's been in very, very good form so far this week, Nicole.
Absolutely has. Yesterday then, through qualifying heats, Van der Kerkhoff took a P2. He took a heat win as well. He's come into this race this weekend on absolutely top form. We have to mention, though, that none of the racing would be able to happen without the hard-working marshals that are out there on the circuit. You know, we have 28 heats today. We had 28 heats yesterday as well, and they're all being completed because of the help by the marshals out there, keeping the drivers safe and doing those clean-up operations, which we have seen many of this weekend because it gets dramatic. These drivers end up, you know, taking some spills, but the marshals doing a great job out there. There is the driver we just mentioned, Matthias van der Kerkhoff, there for victory, laying good results for him yesterday. But now, question marks thrown. Can he replicate that? Can he take home some more number ones? Yeah, no result worse than third so far this week for Matthias van der Kerkhoff. Has been in very, very good form indeed, which you sometimes see at the end of a season at a big race like this. Has had a few ups and downs, I think it's fair to say, across the course of the main bulk of the European and international karting season, but he's definitely in good form this week. But so is Zach Drummond. Zach Drummond, at the moment, looking at a bit of a clean sweep through these heats. He's had some tough opposition so far in this one. They're not the only drivers, of course, in this race. They've got a pair of Buckleys directly behind them. Jack and Ty Buckley will be going from the second row of the grid. And, of course, Danny Carinini is in this one as well. So keep an eye on that red helmet in the Zanki Motorsport machine. Those distinctive colours of white, azuri blue, and fluorescent yellow. Danny Carinini has had very, very good race pace so far this week. This could be a big race for the former IAME Euro Series champion in his quest to be on top at the end of today. Yeah, you know, Carinini, he's quick, and I think everybody around him is aware of that. We heard Zach Drummond say in a driver interview yesterday, Carinini is a name in this field that he's been looking out for. I think every driver on those 3 rows ahead of him will be absolutely aware that the Italian is going to be picking off some positions within this race. Unique races then for the likes of Zach Green, who starts alongside Sebastian Mins. Last year, Zach was on a podium as a junior. This time, he's a senior driver in this field. Sharp end of the order will be starting alongside his countryman of Sebastian Mins, who we also don't typically see in the senior X30 category. Here we go then, drivers off the grid. Andrew, our first row looks like who? It looks like this. Matthias van der Kerkhoff and Zach Drummond will start at the front of the field for this one. Jack Buckley and Ty Buckley go from row number 2. Sebastian Mins will be on the charge from the inside of row number 3 and is joined by Zach Green. Danny Carinini goes from the inside of row number 4. He's joined by Tobias Norman for that one. Kai Burke and Xavier Lloveras go from row number 5.
Louis Coman and Eloy Gonzalez. Gonzalez, another driver, quick round here and to keep an eye on. They start on row number 6. Joaquin Pinto of Peru starts on row 7. Is joined by Isaac Sayer from Singapore. Row 8, Matis Mirsho is alongside Sam Woolley. The first half of the grid is completed by row number 9, Switzerland's Marlon Bayer and Germany's Amankara Osman.
Well, from row number 10 backwards, you've got a lot of new tyres being deployed now for these drivers. Clemeno Tron will start alongside Jean-Paul Carras on that 10th row. And then from 11 behind them, it's Yuno Kalari with Adam Albassoni. 12, Luca Mann from Great Britain will go from alongside France's Marc Lepiccolo, and 13 will hold Philippe Carras with Charlie Gardner. 14, Daniel Schreier Isa alongside Harrison Mackie. Harrison Mackie, one of the only drivers sub the top 10 who will not deploy new boots for this race. 15, Dennis Bjerk alongside Luke Agnew, and then from 16, your penultimate row, it's Arav Dewan with Martin Wallström. 17th row of your field, rounding out your grid, is Daniel Kavanagh alongside Sophia Sage. 34 drivers in total, and like we mentioned it, lots of new tyres now going down for this stage of the weekend. Yeah, lots of new Comet rubber down on the track. Quick review of the points overnight. Danny Carinini is your leader at the moment, but do remember some of the drivers have done 4 races, some of them have done 3. This will all converge towards the end of the day. So Carinini, having done 4 races, has 188 points from a possible 200. Van der Kerkhoff is second on 185, but they're of course both in this race. Freddie Lloyd, third at the moment, 182. Andy Rattel, 155. But Zach Drummond has got to be the danger man for Carinini in terms of this lead. Because Drummond is one of those drivers who's only had 3 races so far this week, and he is perfect through them. 150 points on the board. Drummond, despite having done a race less than a number of drivers out there, is already up into the top 5. George Edgar is on 144, then Jack Buckley on 140, Mark Granada 137. So quite a few of the top 8 overnight in this race, kicking things off. For those drivers at the front, they need to keep this momentum going. Looking at the long game, what are we about to see here in X30 Senior? We are racing. Green lights on our screen. Away we go then for 11 laps down towards turn 1. Aggressive start from Mintz, trying to fall through from third place, but it's Van der Kerkhoff leading off of the first corner. Good start for Jack Buckley as well. Drummond's dropped down to around 4th place. Carinini's up to 5th. There is a few drivers taking some rally routes through the exit of turn 3 and 4. And who is that out of the race? The 279 of Daniel Sayer Asa is out of this one. That's not a good start for the driver from Algeria. Well, some drivers deciding to clip over the curbs, avoid some of the corners and going over the grass, being forced out wide, as now Van der Kerkhoff is being hustled quite hard there. That's one of the Buckleys really pushing forward, as is Sebastian Mins there, who was just tailing around in front of the driver of Danny Carinini in P4. Zach Drummond has been wrestled out in the early stages of this race then. He tried to go for that wider line, tried to get that slingshot going through turn number 1. It didn't quite work for him. Carinini down the inside of Sebastian Mins through turn number 1, but gets it wrong through turn number 1. That opens up the door for Drummond to get through once more. Drummond read that one well, and Carinini, I would say, would be thinking made a little bit of a mistake there through that first corner. Mins now there on your screen, continuously being hustled there. Louis Coman that is up by 5 positions on the back of that victory lane. Will now, I'm sure, be trying to attempt an overtake to get himself inside of the top 5. Leading the way then, Mattis van der Kerkhoff ahead of Buckley, ahead of Drummond, Carinini and Coman, who is now broken inside that top 5. Indeed, it's been efficient work from Danny Carinini, but that was an interesting watch, watching him run a little bit wide through turn 1. Oh, big moment there for the 262 of Carras. That was a mighty, mighty save. Oh, and there's more incidents through the final chicane. Does look like, Jean-Paul Carras has had a very exciting few corners through at the end of lap number 2. Does look like there's not a lot of grip out there. It's changed for the lead. Buckley's gone through past Van der Kerkhoff. Similar to what we saw with Carinini, just looked like the front end didn't quite go into the corner there. We were, of course,
still very early in the morning. It's not the kind of damp, greasy surface that the drivers, that the team managers had to deal with yesterday, where it was a real conundrum. Do you go for a wet tyre? Do you go for a dry tyre? Quite clearly you go for a dry tyre today, but I wonder if there's just a little bit of dew still out there on the circuit that's catching drivers out. New race leader coming through the final corner now. Jack Buckley having a really, really good drive here. Onto another lap, onto lap number 4. Van der Kerkhoff still there in second place. Drummond third, Carinini fourth, and Louis Coman up the order now as well, up into the top 5.
Well, you know, on the screens then, Andrew, it might look like it's nice and sunny and warm, but it's actually quite cold out there. We're really early in the morning. It's not even 9 o'clock here yet, so that rubber that has been laid down yesterday, it actually won't be that warm yet for these drivers. It won't be that sticky. That's maybe why you're seeing a bit more lateral movement on the steering wheel of some of these drivers. It's maybe why you're seeing some people slide around a little bit more. They're just not managing that lower level of grip. Zach Drummond now gets back into P2, but it's quickly snatched away from him by Danny Carinini, who read that road in front of him, saw that Drummond just slightly strangled the car, didn't get the run out of the second sector, and he now sits in second behind Buckley, who's got a little bit of Spanish real estate now in the front. 7/10 that splits up Buckley and Carinini, who's continuously being hustled and pushed round by Zach Drummond now. Up into P4 is Louis Coman. Mattis van der Kerkhoff has not had the second part of the race he would have wanted, has fallen down the order slightly, and look at this one now, Anthony. We've got victory lane 4, 5, 6 and 7 between Van der Kerkhoff, Beyer and Sebastian Mins.
It's been a good run from Marlon Beyer as Drummond tries to find a way through past Carinini there for second place. They nearly run deep again through turn number 11. Looks like everybody is struggling with front end grip here in this one, and here's Eloy Gonzalez on the scene as well. Oh, the Matador coming through. Eloy Gonzalez had so many good results here at Valencia in the past. He's going to be a factor more tomorrow, I feel, but here he's showing what he could do. Up to 7th place, he's going to attack Van der Kerkhoff now, down towards turn number 1. Good straight line speed there for Van der Kerkhoff. Looks like Isaac
can't find that rhythm, as now he jumps on that racing line, tries to get the run out and towards the first sector as they complete the chicane section. Look at this fight now occurring, Andrew, between Coman, Beyer, Carinini, Van der Kerkhoff, Gonzalez. Sayer is in the fight now as well. Sayer up by 6 positions as side by side they go, trading paint once more through turns 3 and 4. This is as close as you like. 2-3 wide through the first sector. Yeah,
Van der Kerkhoff and Tyke Buckley getting into it there on the exit of turn 4. That was well read by Sebastian Mins to get up the order. Round the outside runs Tyke Buckley. This is the fight further up the order. Marlon Beyer is having a cracker of a race here. Now at 14 places, Louis Coman trying to go around the outside. Is there enough grip there? Just about to hold on to P4. Carinini still there, 5th, and Gonzalez as well in 6th place through the last few corners for this lap number 7. That's Gonzalez all over the curb there. That was a rough ride through 17, 18 and 19. This is great news though if you're Drummond and Buckley. They're disappearing off the front of the order. Carinini trying to go around the outside of Coman now, side by side with Sebastian Mins. That could get tight off of turn number 2. This is what we were meaning yesterday, folks, when we said it would become more risky. You know, the tension would rise when we get to Friday in this last day of heats.
Absolutely. These drivers are going to be calculating those points. They're going to be aware where they are in the standings, and that's why you're seeing that temperature, that pressure dial turn up, because these drivers know that they need to fight now as we head through these rotations of the heats. Off the road, drivers behind go, just running wide out of these corners as they're trying to fend off the drivers behind. Seb Binns being one of those. He's holding off Sayer, Utron, Kalari. Van der Kerkhoff is off the road goes. I think that was maybe Buckley and Burke slightly just catching the exit of the rumble strip. Down the inside on the entrance towards that final corner, these drivers continuously making those overtakes. Sayer is now under pressure now down towards turn number 1 as one of the Simons gets caught out. So that's 295 who will tumble down. Amin Kara Osman will go no further. Out on the front though, Buckley absolutely unbothered really by this chaos that is unfolding behind him. He's probably still thinking about Zach Drummond slightly, because Drummond has eaten into that 1.1 second gap that he had a couple of laps ago. It's now just over 7/10 that split them up. But, you know, they are going to be happy with this one. They're going to be thinking, you lot behind us, continue to do this, continue to fight with each other and hold each other up.
Yeah, indeed. Just to note, that's not a good result again for Amon Kara Osman. I think that's the second retirement of the week so far for the German. Not long in this race to go then. We're down 9 laps, 2 more remaining. Here's another potential attack coming in from Gonzalez. He's holding there in 4th place right now ahead of Command. So if you're just joining us, 2 laps to go here in this X30 Senior qualifying heat for Groups B and G. And I tell you what, Zach Drummond is very strong at this stage of the race. Side by side between Bayer and Command. Carinini nearly getting through there. The number of switchbacks that we're seeing in this race. Gonzalez has got through in all of this and is now up to 3rd place. Down towards turn 11 again there. Command holding off Carinini. But the battle for the lead, here it is. Buckley and Drummond. Drummond trying to get down the inside on the run through turn 15 and 16. We've seen it be touch and go through there. Buckley stepping to the inside. Good defence. Very good defence there from Jack Buckley. Jack Buckley's not had a win so far this week. His best result, I think, is like a 3rd or a 4th. Here goes Drummond once again trying to find a way through. Drummond's got to think big picture though. He doesn't necessarily need to win this race. He's beating off the likes of Carinini and Van der Kerkhoff right now, but it is 6 points, of course. Extra points, the 6 extra points you get for a win versus 2nd place in one of these qualifying heats through this triple left-hander out of the race. Is that the 276 of Gonzalez off the road? Yes, I think it was. So Gonzalez has had a problem on this last lap of the race. I hope he's okay. Drummond trying to get down the inside. That's going to get tight on the curb. Still side by side as they run through turn 14. Zach Drummond's been out there before a previous race and he's got it through. Really good work by the Scotsman that could give him the win in this race through the final couple of corners. Is it going to be Drummond's win? Across the line, yes. Drummond takes it. 4 from 4 for Karts 314. Absolutely spot on work from Zach Drummond. It's a great result for Jack Buckley. That is his best result of the week so far. Is a good indicator that there's pace there for the Mick Barrett Racing team. But Fusion Motorsport are going to be overjoyed with that it's another win for Zach Drummond, and he moves once again up the standings.
Frustration there, I would say, for Buckley, who finishes in P2. Lost out on that one last moment, you know, visibly just smacked that steering wheel to say, I wanted that one. He knows that he's missed out, but he's missed out to a driver of Zach Drummond, who I think has got a fresh mindset going into this weekend. It's a win it all or lose it all weekend for Drummond. He doesn't typically compete against many of these drivers within this field, and I think he's just relaxed. He's unbothered by the names around him. He's going out there, he's taking off every single one of these 19 turns out there on the track and completing what is a job for him out there on the track.
I think one of the key things for Drummond this week, though, Nicole, is whilst he maybe hasn't done that much X30 racing, he's done a lot of racing around this circuit, whether it be in FIA or whatever it may be, other championships, and he's using that knowledge to really, really good effect. A 4th win from 4 for Zach Drummond. Buckley 2nd, Bayer 3rd, Carinini, Comin, Utron, Kolari, Tig Buckley, Zach Green and Seb Mins all in the top 10. Van der Kerkhoff drops down to 11th. That was not a great result for Matthias Van der Kerkhoff. First time outside the top 10 this week. Tobias Norman 12th, Mark Piccolo, Isaac Sayre and Harrison Mackie all in the top 15. And to confirm, it was Eloy Gonzalez off on the last lap. That's a big moment, not in a good way for the Spaniards. Sam Woolley, Daniel Serra, Isa also out of this race. Martin Wallström, an early retirement also from that one. But there he is. Zach Drummond marches on. 4 from 4. This is how he did it.
Well, out at the start then, it wasn't as easy as Drummond would have wanted. Tried to take that wider line, get that slingshot move around the outside, but actually had to drop down to P4 in the first couple of stages of that one further back in the field. These drivers just tagging each other on the side pods. Drivers having to cut the curb, cut the track to not bump into anybody else. Jack Buckley really lit things up for me in this race. You know, I think that's a standout performance from Buckley so far this weekend. Down the inside at turn number 8, clean as you like, and got himself into P2. Chase down, lap after lap to get into the race leaders. Behind him, it was Cannarini and Drummond battling it out for that P3. These drivers in the midfield section continuously trying to push forward, trying to open up these gaps and get through the traffic, which continuously got busy. It was out of the final corner that we lost some of the drivers, and you can just see if you get caught on that curb, you get beached, and it's so hard for these drivers to try and get back on the circuit. Running wide through sector number 2, a bit of a hotspot for that to happen for these drivers was one of the victory lanes, as then the victory lanes actually turned into a bit of a trio halfway through the race, where Mins, Van der Kerkhoff and Clement Utron all got inside of the top 10 and momentarily started to cause a little bit of trouble for each other, as Eloy Gonzalez also arrived to the party. Here we go then, these were those moves between the victory lanes, which also invited Isaac Sayer into the fight, as Eloy Gonzalez trying to fight it out on the screen, but of course we did lose him later on. Anthony Jordan is down there in Parc Ferme. Anthony, what have you got for us?
Well, I've got our race winner, Nicole. I've got Zach Drummond here. Zach, a great little run there, and that last lap overtake that got you right to where you wanted to be. Maximum points now from your races, 200 points, 4 wins now on the board. But tell us about the race, because the pace there was really good. Jack had those fresh tyres. You were still able to close the gap. How's the cut feeling?
I mean, the kart feels amazing. Like, through these whole races, everything just feels so smooth. I can get into the rhythm so easily with it, and it's just really good to drive. But that race, I didn't have a great start, but then I was trying to get backed up into the pack, I thought. But then I sent a move and then got myself a little gap and then just got my head down to try and catch Jack.
The races here are so busy. The starts are frantic here. You've got that fast sweeping first corner, but it's when you get to that pinch point, that's where it all happens. How do you get through these chicanes without anything going wrong?
I just have a little look, see if anyone's there, and then if nobody's there, have it open up a little bit, because you get such a run off it. But with a corner that tight, coming in at that speed, you do need to be careful and know your surroundings, I guess.
Indeed. Well, still a long way to go this weekend. Lots of races to do, but you're in a really good spot here in the points. You're effectively the points leader, but sitting third at the moment. But Zach, we'll let you get off and rest, and we'll see you out on track later on. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for the seniors. But like we say, plenty more racing to go. Juniors, once again, back over to you guys in the box.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Good to hear there from Zach Drummond. Yes, we go back to the juniors now. In the one of those parts of the day, we go back and forth between the juniors and the seniors. Groups A and F out on circuit in a moment's time. Once again, it'll be 8 laps for all of these competitors. You can hear the fans in the background. Just a little bit of clear up going on out there on the circuit ahead of this race. There are our drivers sat under the awning, sat under on the pre-grid, ready to go for this next race, Nicole. And I've got to say, well, we've seen a lot of him so far in 2025, particularly in the IAME Euro Series, your X30 Mini champion that year. But you can't not be impressed by the job that George House has done so far this weekend, and will start this race in pole position. Similarly, the driver directly behind him, Daniel Miranda-Llorente, second row of the grid for this one, unbeaten so far, 3 wins from 3. It's a very fresh-faced I mean, it always is. It's X30 Junior. They're all considerably younger than me. But, you know, it's a new batch of juniors coming through. Quite a few drivers taking the step from Mini up to Junior mid-season as drivers from the seniors recovered back through. Good to see Eloy Gonzalez sat in the kart there. Had a little bit of a stumble when he was getting out of the machine. So good to see that it looks like he's okay. But to go back to the juniors, a lot of the youngsters coming through and seemingly taking to juniors straight away, when we often say that's quite a difficult transition, isn't it, minis to juniors?
Yeah, I think a lot of these drivers in the field then have just jumped into the bigger size kart, but I think also there's been promotions up the grid by some names like Daniel Moron, who maybe wouldn't be this high up earlier on in the year, because you've also got promotions from the junior class to the senior class. A lot of our drivers have graduated out of the juniors now. Drivers like George Edgar, who have swapped their junior karts out for a senior, are not in the field now. They don't take up those top spots, and that allows gaps to open up for drivers further down in the field to now appear at the front.
Here's your grid then. George House and David Minchuna on the front row. Minchuna's looked pretty good so far this week as well. Row number 2, Daniel Miron and Gautier San Juan. Aurelio Gustinelli starts on row 3 alongside Edgar Rodriguez. Jay Kostecki, another of those drivers who's recently moved up to a junior level, starts on the inside of row number 4 from this one. Had a decent run yesterday. He's joined by Jack McLaughlin, row 5, Jolina Denzel and Teo Rioto. Very strong driver from France there. Row 6, Sam Mott and Charlie Jonasson. Row 7, Andy Stewart and Egor Ivanchenko completes the first half of the grid. Row number 8, Flavio Chiara and Morocco's Neil Nekbouche.
Row number 9 will hold Zoltan Koini alongside Isaac Skiluna, who has got some new tyres on the right-hand side of his kart. Row number 10 is Maxim Becker with Jana Anschman, who's also got new boots deployed. And 11 is Christian Gunnarsson with Silas Effelson. Row number 12 is Bruno Graining with Tony Cacciaferro. 13 it's John Foley Jr. with Chad Leman, both drivers on that 13th row, opting for some new tyres. 14 is Arwen Shen with Christos Fastaroukas, and from 15, new tyres as well for Benjamin Westwood. Leonie Martinez will start alongside Benji. Row number 16, new boots for Oliver Moxon. He will go off P31 for Finland. We'll round out your grid for this X30 Junior qualifying heat A versus F.
Just seeing on our screens, possibly that Zach Chicluna is not out there. Hopefully that's just something like a little transponder not picking up at the moment. But right now, the number 60 is showing as in the pit. Apologies, I didn't quite catch to see if the number 60 was rolling through there. Back at the front of the field, George House is warming his tyres today. Had a little bit of fun on social media yesterday. He was channeling his inner Kimi Raikkonen yesterday. No, with these low temperatures, not a lot of grip out there on the circuit at this time of the day. Everybody definitely needing to go a little bit of weaving back and forth. Right, Groups A versus F. What have they got in store here in X30 Junior? Into those tram lines. We are racing. 8 laps underway then here in X30 Junior. Solid starts for those on the inside through turn 1. Oh no, there's an incident in the second half of the field, so they're not all going to make it round. The number 46 of Jana Angerman, the driver from Saudi Arabia, has lost out there, but George House clean at the front of the field, Nicole, and leading this race.
George House then coming into this weekend, with a fresh face. He's not a driver that has competed at this level in Junior X30. I think that's given, a bit of a confidence boost, a bit of a I've got nothing to lose as round the outside moment for Daniel Moron. That's a change for the race lead. I think that's maybe helping him going into this weekend. He's got no pressure on his shoulders. Yes, he might be your 2025 IAME Euro Series Mini champion, but in the Junior, there's no expectations for him. New weekend, new opportunity, and I think he's using that to his advantage.
And I know there may be some asking, well, why didn't George and others stay in X30 Mini? We often say about this change from a Mini to a Junior, the biggest thing that you can use is time. Time in the seat, getting used to it. Sometimes if you make that switch in February, March, arguably say right off your following season, because it takes till maybe June, July for a driver to get in the zone. You make that switch now in late October, we'll be fully ready for an assault next year. Gustinelli through into second place, by the way, ahead of George House, and David Minchuna still there in the number 41 as well. He's had a decent start. It's like Chad Laman, the Irish driver for the Daily Motorsport team, had a really good start. He's up 10 places to 16th. Bruno Greening as well won the Winter Cup here earlier in the season. Is up 9. His House is down the inside. Farugo's House on Gustinelli. I'm really enjoying this scrap between House and Gustinelli. It's not the first race where that's been going on. Back and forth. Minchuna's got up into 3rd place. San Juan there as well at the number 38. And this is another impressive part of George House's performance, in my opinion, Nicole, that he's taking the fight to the clearly older drivers. Those who are a little bit taller. Oh, Gustinelli, there's a bit of a scrappy moment there off of turn number 4. Same with Daniel Miron as well. They don't seem phased at all, these new juniors, that they're racing at the very top level in X30 racing. They're racing at IWF, and they're racing as if they've been doing this for a good couple of years.
Well, Daniel Miron, of course, is from only an hour down the road from this circuit. This is where he first started. This is where he first jumped in a kart, and I think that track knowledge for Miron has helped him to gain these heat wins, to gain that 1.1 seconds that he now has over George House. Down further back in the pack, we've got moves continuously going on into the chicane section. Giuseppe McLaughlin and Jay Kostecki fighting it out as aggressive they get into turn number 1. That's a late but elbows out move. Changes going on, and that is Kostecki getting all involved.
Yeah, that's more like it from Jay Kostecki, a driver I've seen race very well before in mini categories, from a very famous Australian motorsport family, of course, the Kosteckis, but that was some good aggression from the Aussie to move up another position. This is Bruno Grieling trying to get through past Prieto there, and nice move from the IAME Winter Cup champion that was here in Valencia at the start of the season. Grieling had a problem in time qualifying 2 days ago. That's why he's starting so low on these grids. But he knows he's got the pace to win the big race tomorrow. He's just going to make sure that he's there. Meanwhile, back in the battle for second place, Daniel Miron has disappeared up the road again. 1.5 seconds clear of George House. Here goes Minchuna down the inside. I like that move from Minchuna. Positive on the front foot up to P2.
Well, Minchuna goes for it, but I would say George House will very shortly return the favour if it's the case that San Juan doesn't go for a move, because he's right there inside of this top 4 as well. As you said it, more like it now from Jay Kostecki, puts in that fastest time for one of the first times that this weekend, starts to arrive further up in the order and starts to become maybe a contender for your top 3. You can see him really starting to push into this pack of karts for this P2. I think unbothered out there now will be Daniel Miron. You know, you can see him on your screen just entering into the chicane section. 1.7 seconds clear, as we've still got plenty more time, plenty more laps to go from Miron, from Fusion. You know, strong stuff out there. You know, I can't fault him this weekend.
No, not at all, as House repays the favour to Minchuna down the inside, retakes second place. Garcia San Juan, we've not talked too much about San Juan, but we really should, because he's having a very consistent week. 3rd, 5th and 6th up to yesterday, and could be on for another top 6 here.
Whoa.
As, Minchuna down the inside, gets through past House. Kostecki's trying to cut to the inside. That's a brave one from Jay Kostecki. Oh, that's wonderful. Through goes the Australian, gains another spot. This could be a good fight between Kostecki and House, but House is going to nip down the inside and retake second place away from Minchuna. Through and round turn 14, down towards 15 now. George House points forward. There's the psychological games as well at this level already, as Minchuna tries to get down the inside. Nothing House can really do about that. Has to go through the cut through and will lose a number of positions there. Had to go wider. There's quite a few tyre bales that make a bit of a chicane there for the drivers to go through. As look at this, Jay Kostecki. Jay Kostecki's arrived, everybody. It's taken a little bit of a while for him to get up to speed, but well and truly in it now. Up to second place is a brilliant run. I'm sure there's many people watching from the other side of the world. This could be one of their next big hopes in international karting. Jay Kostecki up to second place.
Starting to notice now then, Andrew, as well, actually the advantage that these tyres are starting to bring some of the drivers who started from the 13th row of the grid. John Foley Jr. and Chad LeMan both deployed new rubber, both are really weaving their way through this traffic now, as is Benji Westwood, who's up by 12 positions to break inside the top 20. Final couple of moments then for these drivers who head down into turn number 1. This pack fighting out 40 P2, still led by Jay Kostecki. as Minchuna still trying to have a go as well. Through turns 3 and 4 they go, and these drivers not clattering over those curbs too much, all trying to be steady on the karts, because one small twitch on that rear end is going to really open up the gap between you and the driver behind. And when you're in a snake of karts like this, it's not one that's going through, it's 2, 3, maybe even 4.
Yeah, indeed. We're on the final lap. Apologies for the technical issues on your timing screens. It's same for us here in the box, but don't worry, Daniel Miron fans, he's still in the lead of this race and looking pretty comfortable. This is a good scrap. San Juan trying to hold on to position. Denzel there in another position. House down the inside, but it's going to be a win for Daniel Miron. That's another 4 from 4. Great start to the day from Fusion Motorsport. Over the line, Jay Kostecki. Best results of the week so far. Hadn't been higher than 8th before this morning. That's a P2. That will do. And it's a 2-3 for Monlau Motorsport. David Minchuna coming home in 3rd place. But a lovely Friday morning drive there from Daniel Miron Llorente. The Netherlands team will like that. The locals who know him here, of course, half Spanish, half Dutch driver, will be happy as well. Biggest mover in that race was a bit further down the order. Those lights of Chad Lamon and John Foley Jr. moving up through, Bruno Grilling as well, gaining a lot of positions there, Nicole.
Well, it might be early in the day then. This race might have started at only 9 o'clock, but Daniel Miron is absolutely wide awake. There we go then, into pit lane he goes. Race winner, ticks that achievement off for him again this weekend. It's another win, it's another job well done.
It is indeed. So those drivers will head into pit lane. Apologies, yeah, the table a little bit jumbled up there. But Daniel Miron was your race winner from Jay Kostecki. David Minchuna, Gautier San Juan for 4th place in the end in that scrap with Denzel and House going into the last corner. Very good results there for all of those drivers. We'll see Groups A and F later today. Of course, they'll have a little bit of a rest before they get going for their next race. We have got more action from the juniors coming up, but we're starting to see this pattern, aren't we, Nicole, of the likes of Mulder, Endicott, Miron, Llorente, all getting good results. It's going to put the pressure on the likes of Purcell, perhaps, who's not had a race yet today, and Aaron Richardson as well. They've got to keep that form up. So we know we talk about the cut-off of everyone 73rd lower sadly going home, but it's still just as important for those at the front to try and get those good grid positions for those superheats tomorrow morning.
Well, Daniel Miron, has promoted himself up the leaderboard in the qualifying heats point standings. It's 184 to his name. Still sits behind Max Endicott and just Mulder there. But we've got more rotations, more Junior X30 qualifying heats to go in a moment's time. But he's, for me, just out there and looks so incredibly comfortable.
He does.
And looks confident as well. When you speak to Daniel, he's quite unbothered. He knows what to do out there on the circuit. And for me, he's a name in the timing screens that I would be keeping an eye out for the rest of the day and tomorrow. I think he's a contender this week.
Oh, absolutely. Daniel Miron now perfect through 4 races. Here are your highlights. This is how it happened. Pretty conventional start down towards turn 1. George House had the race lead. There was a little bit of an incident in the midfield. Jana Angerman, the driver, probably coming off worst in all of that. Jana did improve back to P29 by the end of that race. Very low race in terms of attrition rate. Low attrition rate, only 1 retirement across the course of this one, which was Max Becker in the number 88 for the Haups Racing team. This was the scene through turns 3 and 4. Only 1 driver having to take a run through the dirt there. That's a pretty good one for the standards there in X30 Junior. And I've got to say, I think the X30 Juniors, I hope I'm not going to curse this for the sake of the officials, have raced very well so far this week. This was the battle, I think about round 7 of the lightweight battle between Gustinelli and House that's going through all of these heats. House getting one up there. A good drive through the field. The driver of the number 82 as well, going up through the order. Number of drivers in this race using their tyres to great effect. Daniel Miron had already checked out at this point, had disappeared down the road whilst everybody else fought over second place. Minchuna coming through, and Jay Kostecki really announcing his intentions. A new day, a new potential star in X30 Junior. Best result of the week so far for Jake Kostecki. That was the moment where George House had to take that run through those tyre chicanes, lost a number of track positions, definitely didn't gain any kind of advantage from that excursion off the racetrack. Would recover back to P6 in the end of this race. This was the scrap between the teammates, Kostecki and Minchuna to the line, the Australian taking second place, but nobody able to touch Daniel Miron in that one. 4 from 4, 200 points on the board, up to third place now in the intermediate standings. Only Endicott and Mulder ahead of the half Spanish, half Dutch driver. And of course, Daniel Miron has done a race less than those aforementioned drivers. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, what a race that was. Daniel Miron back where you want to be on that top spot. Tell us, this weekend seems to be going very well for you. How are you feeling?
Very nice, of course. You can't go any better than P1, so I'm very happy.
Indeed, new colours for you as well for this one. Usually we would see you in some blue, but then also some green as well, of course. Aston Martin Junior driver as well. But running with Fusion this weekend. And tell us, how has it been, the switch over from one team to the other for this IAME racing?
Very fun, of course. Back to Fusion where I started, and happy to be back with my people.
Yeah. Indeed, it seems to be going all well for you as well. What's the plan now until the next race? What are you going to do?
Try to win and just watch what they do with the tyres, but we will try to stay managing the tyres to make them good run to pre-final.
Yeah, indeed, it's going to be a long way till that very end. Well, Daniel, congratulations, well done. Another good chunk of points on the board, and we'll see you out there later on.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Daniel Miron, and plenty more racing to go, like we say. A long old day today. Back to you in the box.
Well, thank you very much then, Anthony. Like you said, a long day ahead of us today, and the next race coming up very shortly is the next X30 Senior qualifying heat. This time it will be Groups A versus F for their first heat of today's racing. Of course, 11 laps for these drivers to conquer very shortly. They'll be joining a team of marshals out there on the circuit, hard working as always through every single one of these heats. 28 in total for every driver, mechanic, marshal and member of our paddock to deal with. Long days of racing is absolutely not difficult for anybody, easy out here for anybody. Difficult days ahead. Starting on your front row then, Gus Lawrence, who we just saw on your screen. Great day of racing for Gus in his last heat yesterday. One of the last of the day, was really challenged out there, did manage to snatch a good result. Gus, definitely a name to keep an eye on as we go throughout this weekend. He's a driver that's competed in Europe, the UK, America as well, but you know, hasn't taken a big title in IAME European racing. Could this be the weekend? I think with the pace, with the experience, he's got a good chance out there, Andrew.
Definitely so. Gus's helmet is almost a mix of the things that he's done this year with his national championship, and also saw the RPG banner for the Rollerson Performance Group, of course, who he's raced with over in the States. But this weekend, you can see the determination in Gus Lawrence's eyes there. As you mentioned, Nicole, for whatever reason, it's never quite happened for Gus on the European international stage. This could be the weekend that all changes. Roxanne Lantinga, though, is going to be a really, really strong competitor in this race. Roxanne is in tremendous form, has had this great run of events, won the IAME Ladies' Cup at Le Mans a couple of weeks ago. She's going to be very strong in this race.
She absolutely will be. Last year in Junior X30, it was Roxanne versus Thibaut Ramekers for so many of her heats. She had some great pace last year. She had heat wins last year. This time jumps into the Senior X30 grid and will be starting on that front row alongside Gus Lawrence, as we just mentioned. So it's Lawrence and Lantinga that go from row number 1, and then shortly behind on row number 2, Max Radek will start alongside Caspian Hagman. Third row of your field is Donovan Bonilla with Ruben Moya. Watch out for the Spaniard because he's got some great pace and he's got that Spanish track knowledge. Row number 4, Daniel Brozovic with Thomas Hansen, and then from 5, it's Ollie Stadler with Morgan Moore. Kevin Backer and Daniel Motor go from row number 6, and then 7. Cameron Nelson of Great Britain in premium karting will be alongside Oscar Godshow. 8, Brodie Whitmore with Guy Markelbag, and your 9th row of your field rounding out the first half is Nell Sundberg with Sam Branston.
Alex Pinera and Noah Mengel go from row number 10. It's then Max Anderson and Sean Hogan on row 11. Sabrif Barudin and Ollie Meek go from row number 12. Lena Lai-Rolfsen and Jonathan Landström, they go from row 13. It's then Lucas Borchichka and Pete Malmsted going from row 14. Sinja Ernbo and Luis Agria go from row 15. Matthew Higgins will surely be on the charge in this one from row number 16. He's joined by Ireland's Martin Foley. Isaac Dala and Emmanuel Leodakis go from row 17. And Meher Patel, who qualified for these IAME Warrior finals by winning the E-Plate, the English Championship at Shennington back in the UK back in the summer. He will start 35th and last in this one, had trouble in time qualifying.
Yeah, time qualifying then. Mine did manage to put in a lap. Actually got disqualified for technical issues. The back bumper bolts snapped, and that meant that that kart wasn't legal for mine, and the disqualification went out to him. Will have to start at the back and weave his way through the traffic, as will Matthew Higgins, who you just mentioned then, Andrew, another driver who had time qualifying drama, had his best lap deleted. That's why you're seeing the driver who finished inside of the top 5 at Zuera in 2024 start all the way back from that 16th row of your field. Yeah,
the officials were really on it with track limits, both in time qualifying and the first round of heats 2 days ago. And credit to them, because I don't really think, well, so far, touch wood, track limits hasn't been an issue as we've gone through these races. Everybody knows where the lines are, quite literally now, from both a physical and a psychological point of view. They know how these races are going to be officiated by Martin Bean and his hard-working and experienced team out on track and in the race control truck as well. Ooh, that was a little bit rough to come into the tram lines. Are we ready to go then? Gus Lawrence takes us from pole position, and we are racing once again here in X30 Senior as there's a spin, a huge spin for one of the premiers, Cam Nelson, spat out of the back, and there's more drama on the exit of turn 1, Nicole. Well, drama for Cam Nelson before even meeting the first corner. One of the Charles Leclerc drivers getting caught out, as does Oliver Stadler, who started really high up the order on that 5th row inside that top 10. Eyes on the front of the field, though. Gus Lawrence wastes no time to hold on to that number 1 spot. Lets everybody else behind him try and chase him down as he goes defensive in towards the second sector. Down the inside moments, further back down in the pack, we've got drivers in various different chassis this weekend as well then, Andrew. And I think we've got such a mix inside the top 10 of which karts are fast. You really can't call, which karts look quickest. You've got Kart Republics, Energies, OTKs, all with some great pace around the circuit. Apologies to Cam Nelson fans. It wasn't Cam Nelson. It was a similarly liveried VM Corsa of Energy Corsa machine of Daniel Brozovic that got thrown out of the pack on lap 1. So Cam Nelson is fine. Brozovic sadly further down the order. Bold move there from Bonilla down the inside of Radek to take second place. Radek's just going to have to be patient now. It's out of the rhythm. All the drivers are going to look to pounce here to gain a position, as that's an interesting place for a kart to finish. That's the 3:02 on your screens as out of this race. That's Heinz Merkelbach for Fusion Motorsport. Will go no further. The Dutch driver clearly quite unhappy with what has occurred there. That's the kind of result that you don't want at the start of the final day of heats, and that could be game over. And I think that's game over for Heinz Merkelbach. Has not had a good week so far. It's going to be a very tall order, even with a couple of races to go, for Heinz, who's a very good driver, to make it through to the top 72 and into finals day. Look at this one then, Andrew, unfolding for P2. Ruben Moya up by 4 positions to be just ahead of Lantinga, Bonilla and Backer as well. Moya then, who has, late season done a bit of an unexpected team change. Yeah. You maybe wouldn't have anticipated for Moya to leave
Pantano in this stage of his career. He's been with the team for a number of years, but has now jumped over to KB Racing and is sat there in P2, breaking away from Roxanne and trying to reduce that gap, trying to eat into that gap that Gus Lawrence has got, which is now just under 8/10. Let's watch
dear.
what happened to Merkelbach. Completely off the road, couldn't get that cart turned. Has he been involved in some sort of incident earlier on where that front end is bent, but visibly, distraught with that result. He knows now he's out of this weekend. That's it.
Yeah, 30th, 32nd and 33rd so far this week. It's, as I say, those are not results reflective of Grimes' talents. When it's not your week, it's not your week. And sadly, Merkelbach is just going to have too much work to do in the remaining rounds, as I say, just to make it through to the top 72. He'd need a small miracle just to get there, and an even bigger miracle to then make it ultimately through to the top 36 and through to the final. Good driving here from Bakker. That was a good move through past Bonilla. So Bakker now up to P4. It's stacking up behind a little bit there. Morgan Moore with the side pod reattached. It had a little bit of an errant wander yesterday, trying to fight through. That's a great bit of driving from Sundberg. Noel Sundberg, another driver who's been going under the radar a little bit so far in this competition. As there's an attack from Moya. Moya retakes the lead here in Valencia. So here we go then. Well, it's two drivers that we've been talking about this week as Roxanne Lantinga's down the inside of Gus Lawrence. Where's Gus Lawrence's pace gone? Gus Lawrence now down to third place. Now, is this Gus managing things again? We talked about it yesterday in one of his heats versus Zach Drummond, that one of the most understated, perhaps underrated talents of Gus Lawrence's ability to make sure he finishes a race strongly. But Ruben Moya's kicking here, Nicole. Ruben Moya, another driver so experienced. If there's a race out there to be won, Ruben Moya is going to compete in it. He's trying to break away from the field now. Roxanne Lantinga is responding. That was a really good second sector from Roxanne Lantinga. This could be a really strong finish to this race. We're at the halfway point. Moya leads from Lantinga, and Lawrence Bakker not too far behind there in P4.
Well, Lawrence there, he's still got the pace to run inside the top three. I don't think that those two positions lost were because of any issue with the karts. I think maybe Gus just underestimated the pace that Ruben had underneath him. I think he was maybe just a little bit asleep and also didn't know that the croc of Roxanne Lantinga was right there as well. Now he is hooked to the back bumper of Lantinga going through the first sector. Anticipate moves to be completed by Gus Lawrence very shortly, because now more pressure is being thrown into the mix. Bakker is starting to arrive. Bonilla is right there as well, as is Hagman now. There's not really a lot in it between your top six as we head through and in towards the second part of this race. Ruben Moya then, 2/10 split up him and Roxanne Lantinga. Moya, though, on that previous lap, did fall short 2/10 to Roxanne, who goes down the inside and snatches away the race lead. Moya wouldn't have expected that one. A mistake by Moya, I would say, opens up that door, and Roxanne just takes that advantage away, but she's going to lose it through turn number one. Loses out to Moya, loses out to Lawrence, and loses out to Bakker as well.
It's a tough moment for Roxanne Lantinga. Good counter-attack from Ruben Moya, and the cool and calm heads of Lawrence and Bakker took advantage of the situation. Lantinga just had to wait out there on driver's left for a chance to get back into the fold. This race is not won yet, though, by Ruben Moya. He's keeping himself at the front of the field. Another driver like Gus Lawrence, who's done a lot of racing around the world. Gus Lawrence is starting to build up the speed once again. We've seen him already pull off some great moves through this part of the track. Here's the battle for fifth place between Hagman and Bonilla. Casper Hagman having a really strong run. Is inside the top 36 by calculations overnight, so could move further up the order today. End of another lap, end of lap number 7. Moya having to really defend now from Gus Lawrence. Here goes Roxanne Lantinga trying to go around the outside. That's a brave move through turn 1, not quite able to work. Kevin Bakker holds on to P3. Gus Lawrence looks to the inside there, just subtly to hold on to second place. Ruben Moya trying to break away from the rest of the field, but all this defensive driving, Nicole, is going to bring others into play. Bonilla down the inside there of Lantinga. Lantinga holds it round the outside. Brodie Whitmore's on the scene as well for MDC Racing. They've had a good week so far. It's down the inside. Lantinga trying to hold on here to P4 ahead of Hogman. Down the inside as well goes Whitmore. Whitmore up to P7 now.
Lantinga then at that first corner, I would maybe say just overestimated how much grip existed on that wider part of the track. It's still early, it's still cold out there for these drivers. They maybe can't be as committed as they would have been yesterday in some of the late heats where that rubber was fresh and warm. Down into turn number 1 they go once more. Lantinga still in the lead of this pack of karts that include Hardman, Whitmore, Sundberg and Harika as well, who's up by 19 positions to round out the top 8. Your top 3, still no change between Moyer, Lawrence and Bakker there, as we'll just watch a replay of some moments that went on into the chicane on the inside and straight over the curb for one of the Fusions. Absolutely launches the corner and picks off position because of that. But, you know, under investigations going out to so many drivers this weekend, Andrew. They have been so hot on drivers cutting over that corner, cutting over that curb. Battle for the race lead. It's still Moyer, it's still Lawrence, it's still Bakker. A couple of car lengths to Moyer's name ahead of Gus Lawrence, who is just sitting in that slipstream, trying to sit in that toe to get onto his back bumper, try and hunt down a move.
Horchichka now up 20 places in this race to P7. A really, really good move up the field for the driver of the 274. Let's have a look at a replay. This is down into turn 12. Oh, that's getting a bit tight between Hogman and the 202 of Whitmore. That's what can happen as Morgan Moore has a touch with one of the victory lanes. We're on lap number 10 of this one. Still not won this race yet, has Ruben Moyer, because Gus Lawrence is right there. This is where, if Gus Lawrence has got the tactics right, if the setup's right in that PF International karting entry, watch Gus fly on this next lap. We're on to the last tour of the circuit in what could be a crucial heat here on IWF Day 3 of competition. Out of the races, is that Morgan Moore? Yes, it is. Morgan Moore has another bad result. That's not a good result or good times for a driver very strong in the IAME Euro Series. That is how it happened. So Morgan Moore just in the wrong place at the wrong time. It was the 293 running into the back there of one of the competitors. That's Fakhruddin losing out. Really well, no look at the Irish there for Morgan Moore. Back with our race leaders. Ruben Moyer needs a good exit here out of turn number 14, and is getting a good exit. That's great driving, great work from Ruben Moyer. Checks over the shoulder through 15, 16 towards the final chicane. Gus Lawrence is too far back to have a realistic go there. Ruben Moyer is building ahead of steam. There is a 50-point score for Moyer. He takes it from Lawrence and Bakker.
Well, Lawrence and Bakker then tried to deploy something extra in the last couple of laps of that one, but it just wasn't enough to catch up to the Spaniard, who had that 5-place gain. Ruben Moyer then snatches away a heat within this one, snatches away, I would say, a bit of confidence from Gus Lawrence as well, because that overtake for the race lead, I would actually say, was probably a bit unexpected from the Paul Fletcher International backed driver, who rounded out P2 ahead of Kevin Bakker. The mid-pack section then incredibly busy through the entire race, Andrew. There was nothing in it between Lantinga, Sundberg, Whitmore or Horchichka there, who were all inside of your top 7 and actually had an incredibly busy final 2 laps. Drivers then just outside of the top 5 were Brodie Whitmore, Lucas Horchichka, Donovan Benilla, Caspian Hardwin and Sean Hogan. Thomas Hansen, Jonathan Landstrom, Cameron Nelson, Oliver Godstow and Matthew Higgins round out your top 15. We then had Louis Agua, Daniel Mota, Senior Onbull on an 11-place gain ahead of Max Radek and P2 Mamelstead as your top 20. The following drivers inside of the top 25 were, of course, Zarif Faroudin, Daniel Brozovic, Max Anderson, Noah Mingale and Mayan Patel on only a 10-place gain, despite at one stage being up by about 15, 16 places.
Just to note as well there, unfortunately, Alex Pinheira, we didn't see what happened to Alex during that race, but fell down the order. That is not a good result for a driver. Yes, inside the top 72 overnight, but needing to go forward, and was one of the favourites before the start of the week. This was a little bit of shenanigans on the formation lap. Gus Lawrence got us underway for this one, and the run down towards the first turn. That was the moment where we lost Brozovic, spat straight out of the pack. I think Brozovic was able to get back into the race. Yes, he was, and recovered to P22. More incidents through turn 1 and turn 2. This was another look at it. Brozovic in a spin. Actually recovered that really, really well. How about that for a catch on the grass? Full 360. A bit of stunt driving, and Brozovic got back into the race. Earlier on in the exchange of things, some big moves going in from a number of drivers. This was the battle for second place. Bonilla, very quick start again from Donovan Bonilla, but then faded a little bit in the second half of the race. Heinz-Merkelbach, weekend realistically over. That is a 4th not good result, and a kick of the naughty cart for the driver of the 302. Knows realistically 2025 IWF is not going to be the kind of result of this event that Heinz would have wanted. Coming through the field, Ruben Moya took the race lead away from Gus Lawrence and didn't really from that point look back, as we've come to expect from Ruben Moya, Nicole.
No, I don't think I even saw him head his head over his shoulder to look at Gus Lawrence. It did originally open up a gap for Roxanne Lantinger, who got past Lawrence into turn number 1, and she did momentarily actually snatch the race lead away from Moya through that final corner, but left the door open, I would say, down towards the first sector. Just couldn't get the run down the start-finish straight, and ended up being swallowed up by some of the drivers in the pack. Drivers that managed to finish ahead. Went defensive into the hairpin section, backing up the drivers behind into this really big fight for the remaining spots inside of the top 10 continuously. These drivers clipping over that curb, cutting the corner at turn number 19, and also forcing each other off the road in what was quite an elbows out race.
I just chuckled there at the little interaction between Gus Lawrence and Kevin Backer, clearing their need to move up the order. This was how we lost to Fakhruddin and also Morgan Moore. But in the end, Ruben Moya takes another 50 points, and it's going to be a threat as this competition goes along. More racing from IWF 2025 coming up after this.
Well, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to IWF 2025. It is the third day of racing, and it's Junior X30 heading out onto the circuit for their next race. Out there, it's time to turn over to groups C versus E. And let's quickly take you through that full starting lineup as they make their way out for their 8-lap race. Alex Martinez back on the front row of the grid for this one, joined by Manny Nuvolini. Nuvolini, of course, having that drama yesterday in one of his heats, having to pull off from the front row of the grid. Hopefully, all is well this time around. Jacob Bachelor and Evan Purcell joining him on that second row of the grid. Rock Pineda and Stade Maker on row number 3. They'll have Max Yule and Alexandre Point on row number 4. Daniel Oliver and Sarah Kojima go from row number 5. Then you have the likes of Porsche and Achakul there as well, joined by Alian Singh, Didier Krieft and Noah Grenier going from row 7, with Orion Meta and Mattis Mush rounding out the first half of the field on row number 8.
Part 2 of your grid, and a lot of drivers in this section of your field will have deployed new tyres. Row number 9 is Archie Owen for BMR alongside Bautista Delic. And then from row number 10, your top 20, it's Albert Lombard, Leonard Roca. 11, Artur Aglion with Rosalind Schreier-Iser. And then from row number 12, Bingfang Scheidel with Nateo Kamwakan. Both drivers there on that row of your grid, deciding maybe tyres are not the one within this heat. Row number 13, we have Hanan Rodriguez with Chris Casimir. And then from 14, Bautista Panetta with Conrad Garrow. 15, your penultimate row of your field, we have Christian Locomata with David de Augusto. And rounding out your field of 32 karts in total, from Mexico we have Pata Medina alongside Savli Kagay of the UAE.
Indeed. Well, current intermediate classifications as it stands. Going into this race, Jos Mulder leading that one with 235 points ahead of Max Endicott. But remember, it's Daniel Miron, effectively points leader, 4 race wins out of 4. 200 points to his name. He is the strongest driver out there at this moment. But, of course, Manu Luvinini and Alex Martinez on the front row of this one. What will they be able to do into the tram lines? A bit quick at the front, and that, Nicole, our first false start of the day. And in the process of that, some drivers going a little bit off the track more than I think they'd want to. That is Chris Kasemsup of Thailand. Unfortunately, going off the track there. Can confirm he's got going again, but in that process, Nicole, they've left a lot of debris on the start-finish straight.
Yeah, they have. Those drivers maybe on that pole side having to think about that a little bit as they hug that white line, as now the number 50 gets caught out in this race restart.
That's Alex Martinez. Alex Martinez, Axion Racing pole sitter of Spain, out of the race. And that is disaster. So that is striking both these drivers at the front row. Nuvolini yesterday, Alex Martinez today, the pole sitter, out before the race even starts. That is devastating.
Absolutely is. These two drivers then on that front row matching each other with those DNFs. Good news though for the drivers that take the top 3 in your point standings for now. Jos Mulder, Max Endicott and Daniel Miron. I'm probably assured somewhere stood around the circuit with a bit of a grin on their face, because Martinez would have been one of those names to be contending, to be maybe throwing a spanner in the works, and he was visibly, frustrated and upset with that result. Doesn't even get to complete a lap in this race. So then Jacob Bachelor technically gets promoted a little bit higher up. He maybe will have a run down towards turn number 1 into the tram lines. They go. Manny Nuvolini right to that inside line, down towards turn number 1. Holds it, pulls around Evan Purcell, who sits in P2 as spins, and the pack gets collected. And again, the number 9 of Chris Kasemsup gets caught out all over the grass and will tumble down the field.
That is a dreadful start to this one. And for the rest of the field here, pushing through now, problems arising on my screen here, Nicole. I am not seeing an Evan Purcell clocking up on my screen. However, I do see him out there. There is one driver, unfortunately, going no further. That's the PB card of Rosalind Schreier-Iser for Algeria. Unfortunately, has had a bit of contact with the barrier there, and we do hope that they are okay. from the start of this race. Eyes on the front of it, there is Evan Purcell, second place right behind Manny Nuvolini. However, on my screen, not clocking up at all here.
Well, Evan is still there. You can see that Ricky Flynn branded race suit there in P2 trying to get past Manny Nuvolini, who still continues to actually sit on that white line and go defensive. I would say now, you know, the mindset from Evan. Manny had a DNF yesterday. Evan has had some really good results. I think, in my opinion, he can be a bit patient with this overtake to try and go for the race lead, because Manny, points-wise, will not currently sit anywhere near Evan. Evan can bide his time and try and go for a moment in the circuit where it doesn't need to be risky, doesn't need to, you know, go off anything too spectacular. And there it is, down at turn number 11, down the inside, clean as you like, gets into that race lead. And I think maybe Manny just tripped over himself slightly there with the defensive driving, you know, strangling the car, the engine, the power a little bit too much, and loses out because of it.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, and a boot in the backside there for Evan Purcell from Nuvolini into the chicane. Nuvolini has to cut over the chicane there, and he tumbles down to third place. That releases now Evan Purcell right at the front of the field. There has been drama, though, at the chicane. Two drivers off the road. There is Savile Kagay and I think Pato Medina involved in that incident, and they've had a big hit into the wall there. And that is Tech Pro barriers all over the place, and the slow procedure is out here, Nicole. Race has been neutralised while the marshals there at turn 19 attend to that incident. But yeah, quite a lot of damage there to the barriers, and that's the reason, I think, for this slow procedure.
Yeah, quite some impact there down at the straight section of the circuit. You can see that the barriers were dislodged from where they would normally be bolted in, and other drivers may be involved in some dramas as well, because Alexandra Point for Victory Lane has tumbled down by 20 positions, as has Rock Pinheiro. Don't think they're involved in that incident which has caused this slow procedure, but some other moments going out there on the track for drivers. Let's see a replay then of that moment between Nuvolini and Evan Purcell. I don't think it was intentional there by Nuvolini, just tags the back bumper of the Ricky Flynn, who then does make the corner. Luckily, Manny then actually catches himself out in the process, has to cut across the curb, you know, just sort of goes straight on over the curb, back onto the track, does give the position back to Stig de Redemakers as well. But yeah, I don't think that was intentional by Manny. I think between him and Evan, you know, there was just a lot going out, and he just tagged that rear end.
Yeah, indeed. This was the moment into the barriers, I believe, from this angle, and we'll see probably just the aftermath of it. Oh, that's a significant hit into the barriers there, and that is a lot of speed trying to carry through the corner, but the barriers there have done their work, because of course there's a concrete pit wall there, and you know, those barriers are there to protect the drivers from that significant speed. They got buried into those walls, but again, looking like a lot of damage to the karts, but not to the drivers. They are up, they're out, and they have walked away. But yeah, it's just the repair to the barriers there, but that's a significant impact there.
You could also see how quickly the marshalling team responded to that one. You know, the drivers instantly tended to. They're both up and out of those karts and hoping that everybody involved in that one is okay. Still, these yellow flags are out. We are still under slow procedure for now. Evan Purcell, you won't see him on the timing screens, but out on the circuit, is still leading this race. He is your number one, and then before we went yellow, Stig de Redemakers P2, Manny Nuvolini P3, Bautista Delic 4th, and Archie Owen with a 13th place gain is now inside of the top 5. We are not going just yet. Still that clean-up operation in process. Maybe gives us a bit of time then, Anthony, to have a chat about our juniors so far. From what you saw when you were down near in Parc Fermin in the pit lane, you know, what have you thought of this morning's racing?
Well, this morning's racing has been a bit feisty, but we were expecting that into today, because, you know, it's that last run of heat. All these drivers, yes, we may look at the timetable and think, Anthony, there's hundreds of heats left over. What are you talking about? But for the drivers, there's only about 2 heats left. It's their final couple of chances to really get points on the board Great work there from the team. Even Lucas Guerrero, track owner himself, is out there putting some graft in as well, which is fantastic to see. This slow procedure has been quite a significant one for a while. This will be, well, okay for their tyres right now. They'll be keeping temperature up, keeping the wear to a minimum right now, but you can imagine these drivers just want to get going, and yeah, the pace really slowing down, unfortunately, on this opening, on these laps. The number 44, Conrad Garro, out of the race under slow procedure. The Rad Racing driver from Singapore, unfortunately, going no further.
Yeah, question marks. Maybe that's technical gremlins, and maybe technical gremlins for the 49 as well, of Christian Lockmatter. Is this the case now that, you know, Anthony, these drivers are in this slow procedure, they're not managing to put loads of power through the engine? Is this causing, you know, because of the slow procedure, a bit of oiling up for some of these drivers? Are they just struggling with that now, or is it something going on for these drivers that have just retires? I think a bit of an update between Medina and Kurgai.
Yeah.
Both up on their feet, both a bit shaken up, going for some medical assessment. So hoping both of those drivers are okay, and fingers crossed we'll see them out later on.
Yeah, indeed. Quite a shaky one there for the drivers. There you can see air temperature at the moment in this early part of the day, 17 degrees. There's more drama here. The number 10 now off the road. That's David De Augusto. Out for Spain. That CLJ going no further, and yeah, it might just be a case of as they've slowed down the race, that usually these slow procedures don't last this long, but of course significant damage to the barriers there has just kept the field going. There's a static yellow flag. That indicates at the end of this lap we're going green again. But my goodness, yeah, not what you want to see. That is multiple drivers out now, and I think just from mechanical gremlins happening during the slow procedure.
This is brilliant news, though, for drivers at the front, like Evan Purcell, who has managed to complete the majority of this race with a tyre preservation hat on. You know, he's there, out there in the front, has managed to complete these laps under this slow procedure without having to take too much tread out of that tyre, because he's not had to race, he's not actually had to fend off Stig for the past couple of laps, because we are under those yellow flags. But like Anthony called it, those static yellows are now out. We will shortly be going green, and we will shortly see Evan Purcell have to fend off Stig, Nuvolini, Delic and Archie Owen as well.
Yep, indeed. Right, field now priming themselves, ready to go racing once more through the chicane. Evan Purcell will control the pace now as they get restarted for what essentially is going to be a two-lap sprint now at the end of this race. So we are green and racing back down in towards turn number 1, and it's again a good reaction time for the top two. De Rademaker sticking with Purcell as they enter into the chicane for the first time at turns 3 and 4. The train going through. That's one of the big Barretts going off the circle. That's Max Yule, who rejoins now, but just that little further down, Purcell in control. But this is the final lap, and it's going to be a one-lap shootout to the end.
Yeah, one-lap race then for these drivers. Evan Purcell leading nicely, goes defensive into the second sector. Mani Nuvolini trying to go the long way round, trying to go round the outside. Can he pull it off into P2? Side by side, him and De Rademaker's go. Nuvolini, though, has to back off, has to give it back as De Rademaker's round the inside of Evan Purcell. Now they go wheel to wheel on the entrance towards the chicane section. That opens things up for Mani Nuvolini as well. Purcell holds the lead, but De Rademaker's round the outside on the entrance of the chicane, holds onto it, and last moment snatches away a race win. Unexpected, I would dare say, for the Fusion.
For Archie Owen, again, you can't take it away for Bink van Steindl as well. 17 places gained in that race to step up into P6. So again, an incredible charge through the field for some. For others, though, they've gone round again. Now, that is Stig de Rademaker, your race winner. And
I think Mani has gone round again.
Yeah, indeed.
Well.
I think there was a bit of confusion there. They were on the last lap when we went racing again. And, yeah, I think they've just missed the message on that one to go back to Parc Ferme. Well, we'll keep an eye on that result then, because Stig de Rademaker and Evan Purcell taking 1-2. Mani Nuvolini third. Of
course, Evan Purcell having transponder problems out there as well. Hopefully that is all fine. But the Rademacher, Purcell, Nuvolini, Owen from Backler, Van Schleindel from Delic. Then it is Oliver from Yule, Singh from Mush, and then it is Arturo Gulligan as well. Kojima holding on to the 13th spot ahead of Grenier. Panetta, 12 places gained, rounds out the top 15.
Drivers then that finish inside the top 20, we have Rodriguez, Roca, Pinera, Lombard and Analytical, and this is how it's unfolded. At the start then, the drivers in around about 20th had some spills and completely off the road when we went for that restart. And then we had, of course, that huge drama for Alex Martinez, who was supposed to be starting on pole, matched what happened to Manny Nuvolini yesterday, didn't actually get to go racing a DNF for a driver that I would expect to have been a big name within this race. Early doors within this one then, at turn number 1, it was Manny Nuvolini that led the way from Evan Purcell, as we saw names further back in the background get caught out and spin round. It was the number 9 of Chris Kazemtsev that got caught out, did manage to regain onto the road, but that was 2 spills within the course of a lap for Chris.
Indeed, yeah, not the starter a race you will have wanted on that one. Purcell going for the move there. Manny Nuvolini going through. That was exactly when we had that terrible incident into that final chicane, which caused the slow procedure to come out. We're going to pass over to Andrew Mather, though. He's down in Parc Ferme with some of our drivers. Andrew, over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Here with Archie Owen. Really good run there, Archie, up 13 places to P4, but quite a difficult one as well with the early race incident. A lot of running under slow procedure. How hard is it to keep your mindset when you're in that situation?
I think you just got to keep your head cool and try and pick them off when it goes green again.
And as I say, it's a good result. It's a positive result. Another top 5 in what's been a really strong season for you. How would you rate your IWF so far this year out of 10?
It's not going very well. I'd probably say 3 or 4. But I've struggled with pace a lot, considering I was really quick here at the start of the Winter Cup, and I don't seem to have the pace this year, so it's a bit of a shame.
But you've got a good result on the board, so that could be a turnaround point. Another couple of good heats between now and Saturday. It's not all over, is it?
No, well, I did have a bumper penalty in that last one, which was unfortunate because the false start, everyone sort of pushed into each other and caused a bumper penalty, but it's okay.
Very quickly, how good was the drivers' parade last night? It was a really good energy, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really good fun.
Archie, we'll let you get off and back to your team. Thank you very much for joining us. Guys, back to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew, down there as we finalise these highlights. This last lap shootout here, Nicole. Quite an interesting little race between them. Purcell kind of leaving the door open for Rademacher, then him taking it back, the opposite for them. But it's this moment here. Great on the brakes for Sidney Rademacher. Nailed that final chicane. Took the win, did go for an extra lap after that for the fact. Evan Purcell as well, second ahead of Manny Nuvolini. Nuvolini also going for an extra lap after that race as well. So, but still, good, solid results for them. And they'll make their way back to Parc Ferme. Juniors done and dusted for the time being. Of course, back over to the seniors now for Groups C versus E. And then, of course, back with the minis for their first races of the day, Nicole.
Yeah, looking forward to that rotation of mini heats. But for now, like you said, Anthony, it is our seniors that will be back on your screens. Qualifying heat C versus E for these drivers. So first appearances today for many of your names. Many in this field having to put in some work as well, because we had dramas for various drivers yesterday within this grid. Also, within this field, expect to see a number of new tyres be deployed. We're getting to that stage of the weekend where some drivers who maybe start to go for some risks because of poor results earlier on will think, you know what, let's use the tyre now. Let's see if that's helped us weave our way through some of this traffic. As around the circuit, crowds start to rise. You can see on the grandstands how many people, how many spectators are coming to watch what is the biggest IAME event of the year. This is a spectacular show. Toby Gale then on your screen, the 220 there in that Birrell. Maybe not the day of racing he would have wanted. Yesterday we saw a big moment into turn number 1 for Gale when that rear hub came off. I think probably a scary moment. Luckily, all was fine. There was a bigger enough run-off at turn number 1 for him to get away from it pretty unbothered, but it did cost him a race win.
It certainly did. A very scary moment for him out on the circuit, and I can imagine for Gus Lawrence as well, because he had a wheel fly up towards his face at one point. Thankfully, did avoid it. Daniel Britz starting alongside him. Again, teammate to Toby Gale this weekend. Both of them rocking with the Lau Motorsport team. The Spanish team really showcasing what they can do this weekend. Drivers fire up those engines. They make their way out onto the track. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for Senior X30 qualifying heat at C versus E. Toby Gale and Daniel Britz on the front row of the grid. Angelo Melli and Andy Rattel, double duties for Rattel on row number 2. Hugo Marti and Alexis Janale go from row number 3. Row 4 sees Aaron Garcia. George Edgar there as well has deployed some new tyres on the left-hand side. We already saw Jack Buckley have a great race after he deployed tyres on the left-hand side. Could this be a similar story for George Edgar as well? Row number 5 will see Eloy Gilliday and Arthur Huang. Huang also brand new tyres, but on the right-hand side of the driver for Belgium. Row 6 sees Santiago Alves and Xavi Suarez on row 6. There was the Otto Pukkanen and Bertram Saxe on row number 7. Row 8 sees Aaron Vida and Kian Gauchi, and again, more tyres being deployed on that row.
Row number 9, part 2 of your field is started by Spain's Adrian Mestinas alongside Kevin Lantinga. From row number 10, your top 20 is two-time IWF Junior X30 champion of Gabriel Stilp with Elias Lehmann. And from row number 11, we have Lewis Bird and Sam Lewis, who has decided to go new tyre. Row number 12, we have Robin Happenin, who has gone new boots as well. He's starting alongside Bernardo Pinto, who has made the same decision. 13, we have Louis Martinez with Harrison Whitacombe. Shortly behind on 14, Zivez Riz with Mike Gabrich. 15, Rafael Reina with William Lundbo. And from row number 16, your penultimate row of your field, Andre Debia and Maxim Doffler. Your final and 17th row of your grid, 34 drivers in total for this one. We have Christian Fuente with Tick Sum. Both drivers, apologies. Christian Fuente has decided to go new tyres. Tick Sum has thought against, still is deciding to hold on to that rubber for a later point in today.
Indeed. Right then. Field heading down the back straight. Last chance to get temperatures into those tyres. And for Toby Gale and Daniel Britz, the two teammates here, line astern, next to each other here for the start. Let's see what they can do. Will they be able to work together and try and break away from the rest of the field? Andy Rattel, though, will make it challenging, I'm sure. So will Angelo Melli, I should say. But again, keep your eye on George Edgar here from Great Britain. Those new tyres, he's the highest ranked driver, one brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side. Keep an eye on it as they enter into the tram lines. We are lights out, fight on in Senior X30 down towards turn number 1. Good start for the inside row, better start for the outside. Daniel Britz trying to go the long way around the outside to try and stick with his teammate. He has slotted into third. So he stayed there. It's a good start for Angelo Melli as he goes through. Bit of drama in the background there. I think Arthur Huang and Santiago Alves have had a bit of a comings together. There is the 204 machine. That is not Kian Gauchi. Well, that's the Zanka that's had moments. It is the 284. That's Santiago Alves, who's had the moment, as well as Raul Martinez, also for the ECK Motorsport team. Having dramas. This one, though, is Gale and Melli. 1-2 as they try to break away into that chicane. Melli looking to the inside, not wasting any time whatsoever. Takes the race lead on the opening lap of the race.
Melli nice and late on the brakes there in towards the chicane. Uses some bravery and confidence to just go in on Toby Gale and snatch that race lead away relatively unbothered. Early retirements then going
Pinto
into the pit lane. That is Pinto. That will go no further. Pulls it in and you could see some visible damage there on that front nose cone. Brits now looking like he's being challenged once more, this time by Andy Rattel, who's on a double campaign this weekend in both Senior X30 and the S125 class. As now changes continuously going on, this time, whoa, for P2. Down the inside by Aaron Garcia, gets the jump, as now it looks like Toby Gale is starting to get shuffled behind slightly.
Toby Gale's in the lead. He's taken the lead back from Melli on that lap, and now that is Garcia getting past Melli. Melli is the one that's going backwards now. Rattel, the next one on the attack. At this moment, we'll keep a close eye on that one. You can see how they've all slotted into place now. But Aaron Garcia looking very strong on this one. Oh, Genele did not have a good one on that lap. He's dropped now down 12 places. He's still inside the top 20, but down in P18, not the start we wanted. Gabe still on the charge. So is Lewis Bird, both of them on a 10-place gain. Now you're seeing other drivers as well pushing the way forward. Raul Martinez back on the charge as well. Another 10-place gain as they push forward. Drivers making their way down in towards turn 11 now. And again, once more, you're starting to see that little bit of a breakaway here as Garcia senses the opportunity for the move down the inside at turn number 12. Beautifully delivered. That's the Spaniard in the lead now.
Nicely set up there by Garcia, who's just letting that kart underneath him really dance round this track. You can see on the front end, he's not being really aggressive with the steering. You don't see him doing loads of lateral movement, and that's something that comes into play with that tyre preservation for these drivers as well. Garcia had great success this year in the IAME Euro. He would be a favourite, he would be a star going into this year's IWF. Gale there, still very much on the back bumper, and tyre advantage for Gale. We mentioned earlier on, this is that DNF yesterday with the hub coming off. He's got 3 or 4 laps of tread extra compared to Garcia, and that's why you're not seeing Garcia probably push away as quickly as he would like. He's still under some threat there by Gale, who's trying to hunt his way down for that race lead once more. Andy Rattel there, P3, had a heat win earlier on this weekend and now sits quite comfortably. Hasn't managed to close the gap up to this duo at all really over this lap, and the pace between your top 3 is actually that Rattel now is faster than the 2 ahead. Are the 2 ahead, going to start to hold each other up within this race?
Well, I don't think they're going to hold each other up on this one, but I think, like you're saying, the pace isn't fully there for them. Rattel with that clean air in 3rd place, I think is just sussing out what is going to happen here. I think, is he going to wait for Gale to go for the move? Is he going to think, is Garcia going to break away? If he sees Garcia breaking away, I think he'll do something about it. Rattel clearly is showing he has got the pace up there, as so is Arthur Wang actually as well. Fastest lap of the race. Still really pushing through in this one. 11th place gain. This is a really strong performance from Stilp on this 2nd day of qualifying heats.
Stilp then as well, talking of tyre advantage, could maybe even be one of the drivers who had that. Chain came off in time qualifying, didn't get to complete those laps, so maybe a couple of laps extra worth of rubber for the 2-time junior IWF champion. As now we've got change for the race lead. Toby Gale out there in the front now, pushes Garcia into the hands of Andy Rattel, who's still got Hugo Marti there close for company in P4, turning into a bit of a quad out there in the front, and a bit of a 5 here for your last spots inside of the top 10. Girardet there, still Melli and George Edgar as well. Edgar around the outside of this part of the track is being hustled now and swaps out for position between him and Daniel Britt. But Edgar on a first Senior X30 weekend looking incredibly strong.
Indeed, and those fresh tyres that we were talking about earlier on for George Edgar seemingly not coming alive in this first part of the race, but we have seen him now push forward. So let's see if that changes over the course of this one. Brits has had the real drama in this one. It's down to 10th place on this one, Nicole. The driver who started on the front row of the grid, not in a position where I think he would like it. Gale's back in the lead now. Garcia in 2nd. Rattel back on the scene now. It is a 1-2-3, but through that chicane, got to say, Garcia and Gale look just that little bit quicker on the power.
War down the inside goes Garcia on Toby Gale, so takes back that race lead for MDC once more. Gale unbothered and still glued to that back bumper, as now Garcia decides to go defensive into towards turn number 11. That's going to open things up for Andy Rattel, who goes round the outside of Toby Gale. Doesn't manage to pull it off, but does invite Marty into this pack as well. You know, talking of Andy Rattel, I've got something in my mind as we go through this day of racing. He's competing in 2 classes today. At what stage, if he does he start to fade away with that driver fitness? Because doing this amount of racing and testing throughout a weekend must be incredibly difficult for Rattel there sat in P3. These 5 drivers then head through this stage of the race glued to each other. Garcia from Gale, from Rattel, Juriday and Marty. Now nothing in between these drivers as they head through and exit the first sector, still led by Garcia, who's got 2/10 to his name, but I would say Gale is still maybe within lunging distance.
Indeed, 2/10 to his name, and of course a title as well in 2025. Garcia has been absolutely rapid this season and is continuing that trend here right now. Whitcomb under investigation for potentially cutting the track. That's another bit of bad news for the team that's already seemingly struggling this weekend, but hopefully they can pick up that pace the second half of the week. Eyes on this as they go through. Gale on the attack while he's saying let's go. Garcia, they were having a full conversation there, full-blown conversation. On the start-finish straight. Yeah, no, exactly. Trying to push their way forward. I don't think Garcia wants to do what Gale wants to do on this one, so that's quite an interesting thing.
No, Garcia out there in the front. This is his game. It's the Garcia race, being the race leader. He doesn't want to do what Gale, wants him to, because he's probably going to be thinking, what's to stop you from trying to throw a dummy, trying to get me to trust you, and then trying to pop in a move? I'm not going to compete with you. I'm out in the front. I'm holding on to this one, and he's doing just that as they head down towards the back pit straight, 135 metres before they go really committed run just over this rumble strip into the final chicane section. Garcia still holding on to it, and these 2 drivers, Garcia and Gale, despite being distracted with communicating with each other, have now released themselves from the hands of Juriday, who rounds out your top 3. Under threat though by Rattel. Gabe Stilpnau breaks inside the sharp end of the order. Still 13 places to his name, just to sit outside of the top 5.
That poor curb there on the exit of turn 3 and 4.
Repainting.
Oh, it needs repainting every heat. On this one, this is still going to be a close fight. Garcia is actually working with, I think, Gale on this one. They've not really battled at all. Yes, okay, it seemingly looks like they're having a disagreement in their discussion, but maybe they've come to a compromise and have continued that trend to push forward. However, when it comes to this stage of the race, I suspect something may change, because Garcia goes full defense mode there on Toby Gale. They do see the last lap board this time around, and now you're going to have to keep an eye on the likes of Juriday, who's there just behind. A 6th place gain. Juriday has snuck his way through right now. There into 3rd place. He might actually have a chance, especially if Garcia commits to these defensive postures.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you there, Anthony. As Juriday is put under threat now by Andy Rattel, who also tails round with Mestinos, who's gone a bit under the radar within this race. We've not actually mentioned Rattel now back down the inside to get inside of the top 3 for a number of times this weekend. He has done moves like that. He has got himself into the sharp end of the field. Garcia then looks over his shoulder. He knows that the Birol is right there pushing him around, and he can probably feel the pressure, the vibration on the back end of the kart, because they are glued to each other down that back straight, side by side over the start finish. But it is Garcia that takes it. It's Garcia's race, not by much, only by 0.032 between him and Toby, but a job well done once more for the driver who is your 2025 Euro Series champion and who is a contender as we head through these heats.
Indeed, a nice smart race there for Aaron Garcia. A win from P7, the 4th row of the grid. A great drive there for the Spaniard. and of course this year's IAME Euro champion. Certainly one to watch in the latter half of the weekend as he now steps up into 7th in the points right at the end there. Drama did happen, unfortunately. There, Yannick Gabrick out of the race. And that is a big shame there right at the very end. You don't want to see it. Did manage to cross the line by the looks of it. So that's broken down over the line there. That's a very unusual one. There is your provisional qualifying heat classifications. Garcia taking the win ahead of Gale. Rattel from Marti. Girardet from Messienes. Brits from Stilp. Melli from Vida. Bird from Edgar. Pukkanen from Le Mans. Lantinga pushing up through the order. This is all drivers who had those fresher tyres on board. Then you saw the likes of many more as well having the good results as well further down in those order. So a very interesting run out there for the field. But of course, for the likes of Toby Gale, everyone pushing forward for Aaron Garcia. It's a good result, good start to the day. And that brings a close to the juniors and seniors for the morning phase of the racing. We'll see the highlights from that one. And there is Zach Drummond on his phone. I can only imagine he's looking at timing and nothing else. There is Aaron Garcia, who is chatting currently to Andrew Mather out there. I'm sure we'll be having a quick word with him at the start of this one. Good atmosphere, like we were saying yesterday from that Party Spain. Big nation with so many drivers involved this weekend. And yeah, of course, their host nation here for the IAME Warriors final. Here is the highlights from that race. Nicole, the start on this one actually not too bad for the field. Yes, okay, 3-4 wide there going through turn number 1. But they kept it relatively calm until, of course, we had the little bit of drama at turns 3 and 4.
Well, these drivers are always stood on the sidelines watching their competitors, so maybe they learned a thing or two from the previous Senior X30 heats that we had this morning, where we saw a big difference and we saw more drama through turn number 1. Down at the front then, through the chicane section, Toby Gale, who remained inside the top 3 for pretty much the whole race, but actually saw different drivers in front of him, was hustled, was pushed out, and did lose the lead a couple of times. And it was at this point that actually the newest driver that he had to think about was Aaron Garcia. On the exit of turn number 11, set things up really nicely into 12. And Garcia just looked so strong on the braking, so controlled with the kart. Gabe Stilp gave it a good go throughout the entire race, really pushed through the traffic throughout pretty much every single lap, was really showing us why he is an IWF champion. Andrew Mather is down there then in Parc Ferme. Andrew, who do you have?
I've got Aaron Garcia with me, guys. Aaron, very quickly before we go to this next race, you happy with that win?
Yeah, we need to be happy. We managed to take the win. Now we go on to the next 2 and let's see what happens.
I say we're going to have to move on. Thank you very much for your time. Back to you guys in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yeah, short and sweet, but great to see that Aaron happy with that result there. Mini's out on track as the rest of your highlights there on your screen from that senior race. Really good, strong running. A bit of drama at the final chicane there, as always, in karting here in Valencia. Having some drama out there. Right, so like we say, Mini's out on track for their first round of heats of the day. It is qualifying Heat B versus E out on track for their 7-lap race. And it starts with Achilles Peruzzi on pole position for this one. He's joined by Mason Kwong as well of Hong Kong. Miguel Martins of Portugal and Alfie Davidson from the United Kingdom go from row number 2. Julian Cortelet of the Netherlands and Albert J. Stubbs of the UK. Then it's Mathis Projet of France and Milan Baku of Belgium on row number 4. Johnson Stewart and Sasha Miras round out row number 5. They'll have Luca Pavel and Aurelio Longatano on row number 6 with Danny Dempsey and Nicholas Inglemo on row number 7.
Row number 8 is started by Eva Lawrence of the UAE alongside Gustavo Oliveira of Portugal. And then from row number 9, we've got new tyres for Lumi Puntinen. He goes from alongside Oliver Meredith. Row number 10 will look like Charlie Page of Great Britain. He's alongside his other Brit of Ruben Sagu. New tyres for Sagu there, bolted to that Jamie Gree branded machine. Row number 11 is Oscar Branowski with Shelley Sander. And from 12, Noel Hallin with Artur Laredo. 13, Martin Chechin Gomez with Paul-Andre Alanya. 14, Marcus Alberg with Mason Hibbert. Hibbert then didn't have the qualifying he would have wanted and will be pushing through, I'm sure. Then the last number on your spot will be the 5:49 of Santiago Barra. Says already Albie J Stubbs there for Excel is parked out on the track. Same mechanical gremlins there for Albie, who's competing in the X30 Mini class for one of the first times this weekend, but will not get to go racing. And that's another difficult, result for Albie to swallow, because he got caught out in the racing yesterday as well. Yeah,
indeed. Not the first impression of the racing that you would want, but like you say, these big international events, they are tough. They can wear the karts down, they can wear the drivers down over the course of the week. So many races they have got to do, and even at this young age, it's quite the endurance for them. There you can see they're all trying to slow each other down here. It's very difficult to control the pack when you're at the front, because of course everyone's kind of pushing you along just that little bit. But we enter into the tram lines and the lights do go out. We are racing down in towards turn number 1. It is a good reaction time from that inside row. Peruzzi on the inside. It's gone a bit wrong in the background, and a kart over at turn number 1. Disaster striking for Mathis Brageau. And hopefully he is okay. I can see he's on his feet, which is fantastic to see. But that is disaster for Mathis Brageau. I can imagine shaken, but thankfully walking away under his own steam. Yeah,
that's we've seen that happen a couple of times this weekend. Some of our minis, as now the 5:48 goes no further. Parked on the exit of the curve, Gustavo Oliveira there will DNF. So already within this race, we've lost some drivers that could have been some quite big hitters. Albie Stubbs was starting right at the 3rd row, and of course Mathis Brageau.
Gaetano back down the inside here. Cortele still there. There you can see medical crews with Mathis Brageau, and thumbs up from him. No, he says, no, I'm fine. He's good. So that is great to see. There for Mathis Brageau. Scary incident there. Never like to see a kart roll over, and again a testament to the safety gear that he's wearing, the helmet, the neck brace, as there a big moment there through turn at number 14 onto the back straight. Not what you want to see at all. Mason Kwong there nearly into the gravel on the runoff there onto the back straight.
Yeah, Kwong then looking really strong this weekend, I would say, actually, but would have been a big moment for him, like you said, Anthony, over at that back straight. Achilles Peruzzi then doing what he did yesterday in his last heat, just pushing away in the first couple of laps of these races. Of course, it's hard for these minis to try and stay out there in their own air when you've got those drivers behind, using the toe to chase up to you. I would say that that gap is quite quickly going to be eaten into. There we go then on your screen. You just had that purple flash of Alfie Davidson going quickest. Davidson within this one dropped 6 positions, still inside of the top 10, but not where he would want to be on the road currently. Caught up with Davidson, pre-weekend madness, and he was saying, when it comes to the final, he is fully confident. He knows that he will be there, and right now on the screen, he's trying to get back up there. Whoa, that is big moments for, I believe, and in the wall there for one of the other drivers. That's down that back straight, and we'll see exactly who that is that tumbles down the order. Oscar Bronowski is falling down, and Nicholas Anelmo as well.
So it was Bronowski who got spun, and then, of course, then Englemo was the accident driver who was then collected through the corner there. That is a big, scary moment, and crucially at that point there, I think it was the move down the inside. Initially, it was kind of like a perfect pit maneuver there, effectively into the turn. I think completely not on purpose there, of course, but showcasing the speed there. Fastest part of the circuit there for the minis, and that was very lucky not to be an even bigger incident there than what we saw.
It's a massive shame for Bronowski, because that means with that result he will be absolutely out points-wise. That's probably going to be weekend over for him. And like we were calling it just a moment ago, it's hard for these Mini drivers to stay out there in their complete clean air because of that power, and this is what we're seeing now. Achilles Peruzzi has been caught by Aurelio Longatano and Martins there, where it becomes a trio fighting it out for this number 1 spot. Peruzzi still leads the way on the exit of turn number 1 and through the curbs of 3 and 4. Holds it nicely, looks calm, and doesn't look rattled because he's still your quickest driver on the track.
Indeed. Sasha Miras, the 504 machine, under investigation after that one there. And yeah, that is going to be quite the scary moment still for these drivers. But the top 3 here, unaware of the drama that's happened behind them, as Dempsey down the inside of Davidson. Here is the look at that start again for Matis Brageau. This is a scary moment. The driver started on the 4th row of the grid in the 501 Spirit Racing machine. You can see he's got rotated there, and it's just as it's gone up, as more cuts gone over. It's luckily speed very slow for that runoff. It scrubbed a lot of speed off, but again, another angle of it here. Just as it's gone up, it's ridden over the NASA panel there of the 593 of Johnson Stewart, and yeah, not good at all. There was the moment down the inside. So that's the 516 machine that was trying to go for the move there in that early stage. That is Mason Hibbert that has tried to go down the inside, and unfortunately, yeah, collected the back of Bronikovsky, and then of course Nicholas Nglemo, complete passenger in that incident, had nowhere to go. Fighting at the front here, Nicole Peruzzi under pressure here from Martins. Longatano trying to get the up and under on both of these drivers here, and you can see the communications. Martins saying to Peruzzi, go, but Peruzzi's not following those orders. He's going to hug that inside line as much as he can here as the field head into that final chicane. They'll see the last lap board this time. Keep an eye on Longatano. He's got the run on 1. Can he get the run on 2? No. And now the rest of the field go through. And in the blink of an eye, you've got 10 karts fighting for the race lead here.
This is turning into a swarm of karts now down towards turn number 1. And is that one of the fusions now that breaks into the top 2? Yes, it is. Alfie Davidson now P2 behind Achilles Peruzzi. Teammates then, fusion number 1 and 2, and another fusion very much within this fight. And the fastest driver on the circuit, Mason Hibbert, up inside of this battle, up by 26 positions. He's now the driver in P2. Fastest lap is hunting down Achilles Peruzzi. Is not going to care that they're teammates now. 26 positions to his name. Can he make it 28? Peruzzi sits on that white line, tries to fend him off, goes a little bit wide on the exit of turn number 11. Is that going to open up this gap for Mason Hibbert? For Alfie Davidson, who goes round that wider outside line. Now then, it's a fusion 1, 2, 3. Peruzzi, Davidson, Hibbert. Here we go then, down the back straight, down towards the chicane section once more. Peruzzi holds on to it. Is he going to take this race lead? Davidson clips over the curb, misses the corner. Peruzzi will see that checkered flag. Yes, he does. Achilles Peruzzi takes yet another heat win, but the standout performance for me, Anthony Jordan, Mason Hibbert, 26 positions gained, finishes in P2.
But under investigation for that contact with Bronadowski, of course, and I believe will be missing that chicane as well on that final lap. A very dramatic Mini X30 race. He is your biggest mover, and that is still an incredible drive there for Mason Hibbert, but definitely not an interesting one. And again, all very provisional, of course, with those results. Peruzzi, Hibbert, Davidson, 1, 2, 3. Longatano, 4th from Dempsey, taking the top 5. But crucially, though, there, Nicole, Peruzzi still your points leader. That's a good day in the office so far, with more racing to go later on today.
Yeah, he might have been caught, he might have been challenged, but it was lights to flag for Peruzzi. He couldn't have done too much more than what he just laid out there on the track. So it was a fusion 1, 2 and 3, and then it was broken up by the spirit of Aurelio Longatano, who finished in P4 with 8 places to his name, matched then by Danny Dempsey, who also achieved 8 places gained in that heat. Milan Baku, Miguel Martins, Julian Conchelet, Charlie Page and Ava Lawrence round out your top 10. And then it was Mason Kwong, Santiago Berros, Martin Chechin Gomez, Sasha Miras and Oliver Meredith, all inside of your top 15.
Indeed. Well, there's your live pictures from Parc Ferme. And Achilles Peruzzi once again. Solid drive there to put some decent points on the board. Start of the race, drama striking in the early stages. Albert James Stubbs out of the race. Mathis Brageau at the start of this one. A slow roll, but still a crash at the start. You can see how he was caught out there. Johnson Stewart riding over the front nose and just straight over. Other drivers got caught out in that one as well, but managed to get going. But Mathis Brageau, an incredible scene to see that he was okay, but very dramatic rollover there right at the start. And yeah, thankfully, Marshall's very quickly on the scene. Other moments happening at the start of this one. Drivers going backwards right at the beginning of that one. Gustavo Oliveiro caught on the curb here. Wasn't able to get the power down, which means he was stuck there for quite a while. Then he got it going again. But yeah, fell right down to the back of the order. Aurelio Longatano, great race for this one. An 8th place gain to finish up in that top 3 when we saw the charge from Mason Hibbett. But of course, Hibbett under investigation for that collision that had happened at turn number 15. Mason Kwong having a big moment as well out there, Nicole. Caught out in that dusty part of the circuit. Nearly running off the track on the exit of turn 14.
Yeah, you know, Kwong being pushed out onto that dust when he was trying to approach the following corners. Dirty tyres for him. He wouldn't have been able to attack the circuit as much as we would typically see from these drivers, and I think that probably added into why he fell down the order. And that was that big moment as well where we saw these drivers fall short and end up off the road. Andrew Mather is down there in Parc Ferme then. Andrew, tell us a little bit more.
I can indeed, Nicole, here with Achilles Peruzzi. Achilles, another really, really good victory. Tell me about that race.
The start, I felt like I had a big gap because they didn't bump me for a while, and then my mechanic confirmed it, so then I just went. But then, obviously, because of the long straights, they caught me up. I just kept calm, and when it was time to defend, I defended, and I just won.
How did you feel on that last lap? The last chicane's always a bit nervy at this place. Were you nervous?
Nah, I know how to defend that place quite good, so yeah.
How do you feel about the next race?
I'm quite confident. I just want to bag another win. So I can start on pole for the superheat.
Well, best of luck, Achilles. We'll let you get back to your team. Thank you for your time. Achilles Peruzzi there, another win in X30 Mini. Back to you guys in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew, indeed. And very good run there for the Mini X30. Quite a feisty little race there to start their racing, Nicole. But, like I say, not over yet. 2 more mini races to go in the morning phase before they go into their final rotation later on today. We'll be finding out who's making it into those superheats and who, unfortunately, we'll be saying goodbye to at the end. And for some drivers, with the results here in this race, it might already be game over at the start of this one, because so many drivers, again, needing to get up into that top 72. There is your next grid. That is now getting the whistle, and they're heading out onto the circuit, which will see the likes of Daniel Ferguson and Charles Clough on an all-British row number 1 for this race. Nicholas Lopez and Colby Patterson will be joining them on that second row of the grid. Great showing for those two so far this weekend. Matis Pearsons and Hugo Fuentes go from row number 3. There we'll see Pablo Segura and Miko Chuvas on row number 4. Riley Murrow and Wyn Godschalk go from row number 5. We will see the likes of Valentin Lefebvre and Nahil El Gahoudi on row number 6. Vincente Capella and Posh Kongchol go from row number 7. round out the first half of your field.
Row number 8 is started by Milo Cornel and Atika Mir. And then from 9, it's an all-British lineup with Dimi Uzanov and Alessandro Salas. 10, we have Marcus Assen with Gonzalo Galeo. And then from row number 11, it's Baptiste Augustin of France alongside Belgium's Louis Petronard. 12, Harry Chapman alongside his countryman of Bodie Batch. And then from row number 13 is Isco Alonso alongside Ada O'Brien. Ada O'Brien, one of the only drivers in this field to put on some new tyres. Your penultimate row of your grid and new tyres for Oscar Ramo. He will start alongside George Desmay on those top 28 positions. And then the last spot on your grid, P29, is Ilan Tomata of Spain. So for Ilan then, new tyres deployed for this mini heat. Have to keep an eye out for that driver along as well as Oscar Ramo and Ada O'Brien. See if that fresher rubber gets them through this pack.
Indeed. Well, again, it's getting into that last attempt here for some of these drivers at the back of the field. Just this race and one more for them later on in the day today to really squeeze as much as they can out of these mini X30 machines. But again, tension starting to build now for the classes here in IWF25. Valencia, once again, able to host this fabulous event that was unfortunately postponed last year. This time around, the beautiful sunshine in Valencia, the middle of Spain. Fabulous to see, not far from, of course, the coast with the Mediterranean Sea. Here, though, we see the field of 29 drivers ready to go to work here. It is Mini X30, Heat D versus F, into the tram lines. Lights out, fights on, down and towards turn number 1. And again, good start for the inside row. Ferguson has the whole shot in towards turn number 1. Lopez gets a little bit squirrely there under braking. Charles Clough not able to capitalize there at the start. It's all gone a bit wrong out of turn number 1 into 2. 1 or 2 cars getting caught out at the start of that one. One of them being, unfortunately, XL Motorsports' Baptiste Augustin, who gets going once more, but all the way to the back of the field.
Daniel Ferguson out there in the front, though, absolutely released by the other 28 drivers in this field, has been given quite a sizable gap then already within this race as the 3 behind him try to muscle each other out through turn number 11. Charles Clough, Lopez, Patterson, Pisons, all trying to find their feet earlier on, and they're going to try and need to find something to catch up to the BMR driver who took a heat win late yesterday. Down the back straight they go, then completing their first lap. They get these runs out of that final corner, the final corner where we see many names cut the curb, cut over the track. Ferguson then almost a second clear from Riley Murrow, who's on a 7th-place gain already. He's inside the top 2. And then it's Nicholas Lopez, Mattis Pisons and Charles Clough as your last spot inside of the top 5. Early drama then already for Atika Mir and Milo Cornell, both drivers losing out quite a few positions, as is Dimi Uzanov. So maybe they're those drivers that were involved in those spits and spills out at the first corner a moment ago. 9/10 had Ferguson just a moment ago. Now just a couple of hundredths being taken out of him. Riley Murrow there in that Dunny Curl Academy branded car, looking really strong in P2.
Yeah, and they have. All the DK Academy drivers have looked quick so far this weekend, and they're keeping that tradition and pace up into today's racing. About 8/10 of a second is the gap. What will it be when they cross the line now? 5/10 of a second. We are going to expect to see this gap to close in again, unless we see overtakes like this happening in the background. That's a nice move down the inside. Mattis Pisons on the likes of the rest of the field. A beautiful bit of racing there through turn number 1. Lopez, fastest lap of the race, 104.500 there in third, showcasing that Lopez and Murrow are quick enough to close in. There's one of the Falcons, unfortunately, going round. That is Marcus Again, Assen, unfortunately, going right to the back of the field, back down the inside. XL Motorsport on the move. Charles Clough getting those overtakes done.
Charles Clough then yesterday took a heat win in his first heat of racing. Known in Europe by Charles, but known in the UK as Charlie, breaks back inside of the top 3, just shortly behind his countryman of Riley Murrow. So it's actually a Brit 1, 2, 3 now with Ferguson, Murrow and Clough. Nico Schwiers now has been given a 5-second penalty, and in a grid like this, 5 seconds is going to absolutely throw you down the order. You're going to tumble down in those results. You know, those penalties, when you've got, 90 minis in your grid, one penalty is massively going to cost you. Charles then picks up the pace, turns up that dial and goes fastest. They're in P3, and watch maybe a gap open up between him and Riley Murrow now, who is still trying to chase up to Ferguson, but Clough is outpacing both of them on the past couple of laps. Starting to maybe see a bit of deja vu here now, Anthony. We saw a similar story between Achilles Peruzzi and the other drivers in that previous mini heat. Drivers, the minis early on, do manage to push away, but it's so hard for them to stay out there in the front. Ferguson, that gap is now quite quickly being eaten into.
Well, yeah, it's the gap when you're on your own, because you don't have that tow, you don't have the slipstream, you don't have the bump draft from a driver behind.
Well.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have the reference of where you want to be. And now, straight away, with them able to close in, Murrow goes down the inside, Clough goes through as well, and that's Ferguson down to P3 in this race. Now, they didn't lose too much time from that one, but they do need to be careful. Lopez is there in P4, could get involved as once again they change places. Clough back to the front as Ferguson tries to squeeze it down the inside. It's all kicking off here in the commentary box, but what's it like down there on the track, Andrew?
It's getting really tense. You can start to feel just from standing trackside that every single race that goes out, the importance of getting these points is growing. But I've just been watching Riley Murrow the last lap and a half or so, guys. Obviously, we've seen him a lot in his national racing, and his strongest point is his overtaking. We call him the human highlight reel in the UK. I wonder if that's going to be the key to getting him the race win here.
Well, he's showcasing it more here as he's just pushed Ferguson into the race lead. Murrow slotting into second place here. Now it's kicking off in the background. Lopez has been caught by Hugo Fuentes and Pearsons. They've pushed their way through now. So just as we saw a battle of 2 karts go from 2 karts to 10 karts in one corner, we're seeing a very similar story once again here, Nicole, but this time it's Ferguson and Murrow. 1-2. Ferguson's done a great job to actually get that cut back up into race lead. I was thinking with him being at the front for the early stage, but then losing altitude, I thought he was going to get dropped back into the pack. That has not been the case. He has shown some great pace here.
Absolutely, yes. And then, of course, in your qualifying heat points standing so far, Ferguson is in P2 behind Achilles Peruzzi. Had Murrow managed to stay out there in the front, Ferguson would have lost points, but he wouldn't have actually dropped down the scoreboard. He would have kept hold of that second overall so far. Still though, it leads the way down the back straight and through the chicane. Really settled there from Ferguson. Just kisses those curbs really gently, holds strong onto that wheel and just lets that car underneath him absolutely dance. Now then, Charles Clough into P2 ahead of Riley Murrow, so they have swap positions. Murrow looked like maybe he was going to try and pop that nose down the inside of Charles now, but goes too wide and actually just gifts that position to Fuentes there for that P3. Riley Murrow, a bit of a mistake there by him, I'd say.
Yeah, indeed. And speaking of mistakes there, Alessandro Sales unfortunately tumbling to the back of the field at the start of this last lap. And, well, look at this for Ferguson. Not only able to get back to the race lead, break away as well all by yourself. Charles Clough, though, under full defensive pressure here from Hugo Fuentes, who's right there and is going to look to the inside here. Surely, no, sweeps to the outside, 3 wide into the chicane, but Charles Clough holds it. Ferguson takes the win. Clough takes second. Fuentes third. Murrow comes away with a P4 ahead of Pearsons, who rounds out the top 5.
Danny Ferguson then can add to his points, can add to his tally of wins here this weekend for himself, and BMR likes to flag a win there for Daniel. Was challenged, but holds on to it and finishes that one with a nice sizable gap. Will come home with some extra confidence. We have seen him take on-track wins, one of which was taken away from him earlier on for breaking that start, but he takes this one, and I would say he takes that one unchallenged as well. Another job well done by Daniel Ferguson and the BMR Restarts team. Like Anthony said, Charles Clough finishes in P2 ahead of Hugo Fuentes, Riley Murrow P4 and Mattis Pisons as P5. Some big names in that race losing out and falling short. Miko Schwers tumbling down the order by 12 positions, not the result Miko would have wanted. Outside of the top 5 then sits the drivers like Nicholas Lopez, Wyn Godschalk, Nahil El Gahoudi, Pablo Segura and Colby Patterson as your top 10. We then had Valentin Lefebvre, Vicente Capella, Milo Cornil, Zico Alonso and Gonzalo Galeo as your top 15. Just behind them was Atika Mir, who did manage to redeem herself in P16. Bodie Batch, Harry Chapman, George Desmay and Miko Schwers as your remaining top 20. But there on your screen, we've mentioned his name time and time again. Daniel Ferguson coming over the weighbridge with a heat win and a P2 in your points standings.
Indeed, that is a good, solid drive there for Ferguson, really showcasing, I think, some great pace for the BMR Restart team. Here's the highlights from that one. You can see Ferguson had that inside run, no drama there. You saw how Lopez got a little bit sideways there, the sandwiching there. Mattis Pisons just closing in behind him, trying to brake, going into the back of Ferguson. Just fell into a bit of a moment. There was drama right at the start of that race. Baptiste Augustin caught out in that incident right at the get-go. Later on, having a bit more drama as well. And like you mentioned earlier on there, Nicole, quite a lot of drivers going backwards. That was the PB cut there of Valentin Leboeuf, unfortunately missing out on the chicane on that opening lap. There was very defensive posture there on the start-finish line. The officials don't look too kindly at over-defensive postures.
Between teammates
as well. So very, very dramatic there. But that is showcasing here, Nicole, that it is, this is a one-off event. It's IWF. It's an international event. All these drivers want to be on that top spot. They're all fighting to be on that top spot. The pressure really does pick up here. This was the likes of Riley Murrow going for the race lead after closing in there to Daniel Ferguson. An incredible little drive there. We'll leave you with these highlights. The next race is about to go out on track, but let's cut over to Andrew Mather, who's down there in Parc Ferme.
I am indeed. Daniel, that looked like really hard work. He had a big sigh of relief having won that race.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to win a race and get the points on the board. Obviously, I had a bit of scare in the middle of the race, but I kept my calm and led it till the end.
Quickly before this next race gets underway, your strength seems to be your ability to drive away from the rest of the field. How big is the work with Lewis into that result?
Yeah, definitely. It's a big difference with Lewis because he has to give me signals. He needs to put the kart together, and if I didn't have that, then I wouldn't be here right now.
Well, I'm sure he'll be wanting to look through the data with you. Daniel will let you get to scrutineering. Daniel Ferguson, your winner there in X30 Mini. Guys, back to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather, indeed. Good stuff there for Ferguson, but we do very quickly move over to Groups A versus C in Mini X30. And this one will see the Frenchman on pole position, Charles Ural, joined by John Han on the front row of the grid. Effin Owen and Aaron Bordanova go from row number 2. They'll see Ilya Sami and Leo Garcia on row number 3. Mike Menard and Aran Qureshi go from row number 4. They'll see Ben Eichen and Max Lefeur on row number 5. Chester Fawkes and Max Cruz go from row number 6. They'll see Ollie Simstad and Abraham Shelvis on row number 7.
Row number 8 is Cohen Fan with Francisco Correa. And then from row number 9, we have Mexico and Spain with Francisco Rojas with Artur Konovalo, I should say, sorry. Row number 10 is Paul Dussart with Corey Lyons, and then from 11 it's Sweden and Spain with Marvin Mbai with Jim Wolf. 12 will look like Mattis Nobbs and Adam Hervu, and from 13 it's Guillaume Aguiar with Jack Harney. Your penultimate row of your field to round out your top 28 will look like Ollie Telsted with Danny Murphy, and then finishing off your field on the 15th row of the grid, Ace Oriana will start alongside Burke Bendikivskoll.
Right then, drivers heading round out of turn 14, getting themselves ready. So are the crowds as well. They're here in their droves. The grandstands filling up nicely around the circuit as the Spanish weather already reaching balmy 19 degrees out there. It's fabulous. I stood out there in my jacket earlier on this morning because it was cold the first thing this morning. But as soon as that sun hits you, it heats up quickly.
It was also 8 o'clock when we went racing.
It was also 8 o'clock when we went racing. So yes, understandably quite chilly. Here we go then, into the tram lines. It is lights out, fights on. Mini X30 is underway down in towards turn number 1. And it's again, very strong start for the inside row. Charles Ural not only has held on to that lead, but has broken away by about 4 kart lengths right at the start of that race. The fight, though, is on in the background as all the drivers trying to push their way forward. 1 or 2 karts there have not made it through, and unfortunately that is Mattis Nobbs and Guillaume Aguiar who have not made it through. Thankfully, they've both got it restarted, and they've made their way through sector number 1 and into 2. Back down the infield, straight in towards turn number 11. That start, I was saying, for Charles Ural has been maintained. He has still got that lead. However, he has got drivers behind him now that I think will be thinking about closing in. One of them being the DK Cup pushing through. We'll keep a close eye on all of these drivers. Ilya Sami, part of that lead fight.
And going for second place now is Sami. That's a nice move through past the 527 for Excel Motorsport there. So it's Ethan Owen now down to third place, and Ilya Sami with this new Commodore incident out of turn 19. It's one of the Falcons involved.
Yeah, indeed, 560 that's not gone round. That is Jack Harney, unfortunately. The driver from Ireland is okay and has got going again. But again, scary moment there in through that final chicane, because that pit wall does come up quite quickly for the drivers. Andrew, at the back of the box with me on this one. Minis, do love them, always, time in, time out. And yeah, right here, Charles Ural looking strong. However, I've got to say, Ilya Sami really has impressed and is closing in.
Well, me and Nicole, and I think it's the first time we've been in the box whilst Ilias has been out on track this week.
I think so as well.
Yeah, he's one of my stars of the weekend. Obviously, he will hope to have bigger and better things tomorrow when we get to the final, but I'll just say it again. This has been by far the best race week I've seen. Oh, there's a problem for the 537 out there. That is going to be Ben Ison falling down the order, gets back on track, but probably loses. Well, he's down outside the top 25 now. This has been the best race weekend. Oh, it's one of the MDCs is in trouble. That's Francisco Rojas, the Mexican driver for MDC, out of this race as well. That's just at the escape road on the exit of turn 19. Ilya Sami, the new fastest lap on the race. I'll get to this point eventually. Best race week I've ever seen from Ilya Sami, and I've watched Ilya's race for probably about 4 years now.
Yeah.
Credit to him, credit to his family, credit to Danny Curl as well, that he's seen a driver who has had his struggles and gone, no, there's something in there. It's just about unlocking it, and credit to him as a driver coach for doing that.
No, indeed. Lap 3 we are on right now, and we've got our favourite sort of situation here, Andrew. We've got a group of 2, a group of 3. This is that replay in the background. Oh my, that was actually quite a big one there in the background for Jack Harney, and he was included with another driver back there. I think that was Rojas, who later retired from that race, so I think there was some damage, lasting damage from that incident. This is into the chicane. That's a very lucky half spin there for Ben Eaton, who just managed to get away with that one and still maintains in this race. Yes, this is what we're talking about. So we've got your front 2 there. You've got the group of 3 at the back, but just behind them, the top 5 very close. However, you saw there, Chester Forks, fastest lap of the race. this trio looking a little bit faster than the two ahead.
And yeah, the reading of the road ahead by both Hahn and Fawkes has been one of their strong points for both of them so far this week. I'm really glad to be seeing Chester Fawkes doing well, because I want to see more of this in karting. This is, we could talk about a dad and lad effort. This is a dad, a lad, and a grandpa effort every single meeting that Chester races at. From oh, it's out of the races. Oh, that's not good news for DK Academy. That's the 561 out of this race. That's going to be Arhan Qureshi going no further. Arhan's had a bit of a tough week so far. I hope that's not going to be the end of things for the driver flying the flag for the United Arab Emirates. One of several drivers flying the flag for the UAE yesterday during the drivers' parade. If you missed that drivers' parade, not now because there's a race going on, but do when you've got time, go and watch it back. It was great fun. It was a great atmosphere out on track with the under the lights, the fireworks, the flags, the drummers. It was absolutely fantastic.
I still don't know what happened during that one. There was so much going on. It was quite something. Eyes fighting at the front once again. And still, Charles Ural is holding on to that lead, 0.2 of a second from Ilyas Sami. No real change between these drivers. John Hahn and Chester Fawkes here have done an ample effort here to try and close in, but the pace is so close between the front four drivers that they are closing in, but it's minutely right now. And in fact, on that lap, it wasn't closing in. It actually opened up.
Yeah, it's just really good work from Ural and Sami. A bit further down the order, what's happening? Abraham Shelvers has just got past the French champion Mike Menard for 7th place. Jim Wolf's having a good race for Action Racing. The driver flying the flag for Spain is now up 8 positions. It was 7, it's now 8, and up to P14. Your biggest mover in this race, though, from the Republic of Ireland for the T-Sport team, Danny Murphy. Great driver, and this is not the first time that Danny's done this. Up 12 places now in this race. Danny Murphy giving himself a good shot at making it through. There is a cut-off for this category. It's not as big a percentage of the field, 90 drivers in total at the start of the week. So 18 of those drivers will sadly say goodbye to us here this evening. But that is a good bit of driving from Danny Murphy. I think he's still on course for comfortably making it through to the super heats tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. Look at this classic 2x2x2x2 in the Mini X30 as they push their way forwards. But still, no one able to close those gaps. They've opened up quite considerably now. But keep an eye on this last lap, because Sami is going to put the pressure on now. Charles Ural, who does go defensive, so keep an eye on John Hahn and Chester Fawkes. They might be able to close in here, but can the Frenchman hold off the entirety of the pack if they do close in? That is the question. Into the infield straight, onto the back straight. Sami's going to look to the outside here, try to get the switch over, the up and under, out of 11, 12 and 13 onto the back straight. It's not close enough just yet. Oh, Andrew, it always falls down to this final chicane, doesn't it?
Oh, it might not be to the final chicane. No, Ilyas Sami trying to get down the inside, has to check back in, may still have an opportunity into the final chicane. I think he's a little bit too far back. Good defence from Charles. Charles Ural's gone off. Charles Ural went over the chicane now. That's going to be an interesting one. Ilyas Sami straight away. They may be some of the youngest drivers in the field,
but they're smart.
Hot potatoes. Ilyas Sami will be saying, well, hang on a minute. I did that earlier this week. That's another provisional one, perhaps, in X30 Mini. Charles Ural made the mistake there. Again, just lost the front end by the looks of it. Went straight on over the curb. Charles Ural will probably argue, I led into the corner, I still led out of the corner. Ilyas Sami will see it the other way. And it was all going on behind them as well. Chester Fawkes just got third on the line there, ahead of John Hahn, so more good points for those two. Hahn will go up to second place in the points, but another interesting finish there, Anthony, in X30 Mini.
Chicane gate strikes again here in Valencia, and yeah, that's going to be a very interesting one to look at the end of all of that. And race control have been busy. I mean, I popped in there earlier on just to chat to the production crew. Of course, race control right alongside. I said, how's it going, guys? I'll be like, yeah, it's been busy. We've had quite a few in the last 3 races. I'll be like, yeah, well, keep it up, guys, keep it up. There is your provisional classifications at the end of qualifying heat A versus C. It is Charles Ural taking the win ahead of Ilya Sami, Chester Fawkes from John Hann, Bordenova from Owen, Shelvis taking another good result there. 7 places gained ahead of Max Cruz's 4. Carrera with 7 places gained from Fan. Then it is Ollie Simstad with a 2-place gain to finish in P11. David finishing in 12th place ahead of Menard. Dussart rounding out the top 14. And Kolovos rounding out the top 15. All with places gained. But like we mentioned, biggest mover, Danny Murphy, 11 places gained. Just that little further down inside the top 20 in P17.
Really, really good run. Benedict Svoll as well. A good drive from the Norwegian. Up 9 spots. But there is your race winner, Charles Ural. How does that change things in terms of all of these points? Still Peruzzi on top. We knew that. 188 points. Han now second, 176. Ferguson third, 173. Fawkes 168. Fuentes 165. Here was the race starts here in X30 Mini. Conventional stuff. Ural leading down the inside with Owen and Sami looking to follow through and take early positions. Out on the road there was one of the MDCs. MDC having a bit of a tougher time now in X30 Mini. They started very well indeed earlier on in the race week, but it's been a while since we've seen an MDC, or at least from my memory, towards the front of the order. I like this move. This is what I'm talking about with Ilyas Sami. The calmness, the positive nature within which Ilyas is racing. This is something that was probably missing from his game a few months ago, and the team have worked really hard on. That was the spin for Jack Harney. We'd also see Francisco Rojas leave the circuit at that point and then later on retired. This was the spin as well, and half save from Ben Eiton. Ben Eiton in the end was able to recover back into the top 20. That was sadly the end for Rojas, retiring on the last corner.
Yeah, indeed. Bit of a shame there. That chicane has been plaguing the drivers here this weekend. And on that final lap, this was it. Completely by himself on that one for Charles Ural. A misjudge of that braking zone. Chicane gate once again will be striking not only for the front runners, but also there for John Hann also. Finishing in 4th place.
So I don't think there'll be anything on that one because Han lost a position in the process. Yeah, that's an interesting one. That's a difficult one to call for the race officials, because I say Ural didn't gain a position out of that, but it's that question of did he
lasting advantage? Yeah,
retain unfairly the position. But it's another win for France. They're looking good again. Manu Nuvolini, of course, won that race last year. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, I'm down here then, boys, with Ilyas Sami, P2 in that one for Ilyas, and no better person to probably tell us about what just happened on that final lap. Ilyas, the chicane section, what was going on between you and Charles?
So we were both on the defending line, and then he went on the normal line, and then he wanted to cut the track, and then I tried going racing line and then try and overtake him on the straight.
So it's going to be an interesting one, probably, Ilyas, post-race with some decisions. For you, Ilyas, this weekend, you've looked very, very strong. It's another P2 for you, and you've really, lit things up. For you, what do you think has really made those improvements? Why are you as fast as you are here in Valencia?
Because I got my team, Danny, got my Ben as well, so that's good.
Well, Ilyas, thank you very much. Like you said then, down to Danny and Ben Curl for those improvements. We'll head back up then into our commentary box. That rounds out this rotation of minis. We'll be going over to the Masters very shortly.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Indeed, yes, one more round of qualifying heats for the Mini X30 later on today. But yes, we turn our attention to X30 Master, who heads out onto the circuit. This is going to be a fun one because it's been getting closer and closer for this one. But it has been Pedro Ivaz who's been the dominant force here. He's had 3 wins out of 3 and is hopefully going to continue that trend. Let's take you through that full starting lineup though, because the field of X30 Masters has fired their engines up and has made their way out onto the circuit. It is once again the Spaniard Pedro Ivaz on pole position. Can he go 4 out of 4 in this race? Is Eric Chapman starting alongside. Tommy Nordvang will have John Norris for company as well on row 2 with Francois Xavier Venon and Matteo De Bluff on row number 3. Row 4 sees Gary Edwards and Jack Dex. That's going to be an exciting one from there. Alexandre Benoit Besek and Edmundo Loya go from row number 5. Ludovic Francois and Thierry Del Rey go from row 6 with Matthew Swanston and Jari Mella on row number 7.
Teo Sari and Antti Ollikainen form up an all finish, row number 8. Shane Crosby and Jerome Russo go from row 9. It's then Antti Katainen, another of the great Finnish drivers here this week, starting on row 10 alongside Sylvain Rom. Manuel Quadriello starts on row 11 alongside Tony Friedlander. Miko Saxman and Louis Diamond start on row 12. They're ahead of Francois Coulet and Harith O. Harith really do with a good result here. The driver from Malaysia on row 13. And then it's Jay Gao on row 14 alongside Federico Salerno. 28 drivers. And good to see the Irish support out in full force here. This is the category, I would say, that the Republic of Ireland have got their best opportunities for a win on Saturday afternoon. They've, of course, got the reigning champion John Norris, but Gary Edwards has also looked very good so far this week, Anthony.
He certainly has. Update for the Argentine entry in this one, Federico Salerno not out on track. He is a DNS, unfortunately, for this one. And we will not see him race, and which is a shame. But hopefully we see him out later on, because, of course, we know for the Masters, they're all making it into the Superheats and the finals. So we're all good. And I had that very conversation with a certain Louis Diamond earlier on, who did say to me this morning that, I have forgotten how to race, but I'm getting back to it now. So there we go. I don't know if he wanted me to mention that over the rest, but I have now. So there we go. But he's getting better, he said.
I will counter this argument with, again, 9 places on the road yesterday.
He did. He had a really good one of that one.
Has got the pace to come through the field, and I'm sure our IAME Euro Series champion, normally the driver he is spannering for, Riley Cranham, will be tuned in, and watching and cheering on his good friend out there on track. I'm going to be interested to see how the likes of Nordvang play the early stages of this race. Yes, Ivars is unbeaten so far in this category. You could argue he doesn't really need to win this race. He just needs to keep scoring in the top 3, perhaps. But those chasers, Nordvang, Norris, Edwards, Dex, they've all been getting closer and closer. And it's not small incremental steps closer. They've been taking good amounts of time out of Ivars through each heat. They very, very nearly beat him last time round yesterday afternoon. This is a slow run, a calm run, a controlled run through to the tram lines. Looks like we're ready for this start.
Yes, indeed. Now, usually we get sent very quickly some notes about tyres. We've been sent one this time around of some artwork of, I think, what's supposed to be myself, Nicole and Andrew at the bottom of his good paper. Absolutely fantastic.
That's quite good.
It's quite good, actually. Right, here we go then into the tram lines. Very slow pace. Hands are going up. No, we're green. We're green and racing there. It's a very long wait for that one to go. But it's Pedro Ivars who's got going at the front of this field here. It is Nordvang who slotted into second place. This is a good start then for those 2 drivers. The rest of the drivers there all seemingly getting caught out at the front there. Chapon is also under investigation for a starting procedure infringement.
And on a good start for Eric Chapon there. Be interested on a look at a replay of that. Oh, here's a move down the inside on Ivars. Through goes Tommy Nordvang. So Tommy Nordvang, similar to what we've seen in the last 2 rounds of heats, has started very quickly and is taking the fight to Ivars. And they're both driving away from the rest of the field. So this is going to be intriguing to see how this plays out. And 404 as well, moving up the order. That does look okay. There's a little bit of a vibration there. But a good start for Tommy Nordvang. Ivars second. Venet there in 3rd place. Chapon 4th. John Norris, reigning champion, of course, is completing that top 5.
Indeed. Now, the question remains, is Pedro Ivars here going to fight this one back? Obviously, Nordvang, very experienced driver here. And now we'll have to think about defending, I think, for the majority of this one, unless he can try and break away. Talk of those tyres, there were no tyres deployed in this one. The Masters have been saving them all the way throughout. They've been looking after them. Remember, these are the same tyres that Tommy Nordvang had with that devastating crash he had right at the start of the weekend, which saw him thankfully maintain his posture in this race, and said no, he's actually all good after that accident yesterday. So good to see this one, and yeah, you're spotting something here.
There's
something
smoke.
a bit loose.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot more exhaust smoke than everybody else on Evars. I think he's got a problem here. He's not particularly quick down the straights. He's lost second place now to Van A. It's under braking particularly. You see it's smoking more and more
now,
and more.
Yeah.
But just compared to everybody else, he's slow off the corners as well. I say slow off the corners. He's just slung it down the inside of Van A back up to second place. Hopefully everything holds together here for Evars. But yeah, that doesn't look too good. That's not 100% fit kart at the moment.
No, indeed. John Norris getting moves down the inside. More action going on here as well. Gary Edwards looking to the inside also, as they are seeing Venot now seemingly going backwards in this order. He won't be too happy with this one. Chabon now up into P5 as well. Onto the back straight. Nordvang, Ivaz and Norris now 1, 2, 3 as they head down into that chicane. That's a significant amount of smoke out the back. Yeah, out of Ivaz. There's a significant amount of smoke. Now, is that just, is there some residue on the exhaust potentially that's causing that to happen? But you're bang on there, Andrew, into that heavy braking zone. Significant amount of smoke that pours out of that engine. Watch it now here. Yeah, and again, same thing.
If it was residue, you would hope it would be burning off and getting better.
Yeah.
That's my concern, not just the smoke. I'd say there's no concern at the moment for Evars. It's just gone down the inside and taken the lead away from Tommy Nordvang. I say at the moment that there seems to be no race-afflicting issue. Now it seems like the smoke or the level of smoke has maybe deteriorated a little bit, but yeah,
I think it's fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think we're over-analysing it. I think maybe it's just, you know, smoky engine, but no, it's all going. Here, though, down the inside, John Norris tries to squeeze his way through and does, and there's a spin through the chicane, and that's the 403 of Besac. Yeah, it is indeed. Alexandre Buenar-Besac out of the race, tumbling down the order. Thankfully there, not getting collected by another.
Yeah, it's not been a happy competition for the driver who was third on the podium at Zoera last year. Could still happen, of course, because when we get to tomorrow's Superheats, then definitely the final, those races will be longer. There'll be greater opportunities to come back through. Nordvang's all of a sudden really struggling. He's losing positions. Chapon's gone through, so Nordvang now down to 5th place. They got Vene there in 6th. Dex not too far behind. Thierry Del Rey having a good race here, up to 4 places, up to 8th. Maybe I should stop saying that drivers are fading, because every time I say someone's got a problem or they're fading backwards, they go on the counter-attack.
There we go. So anything you say, we'll go with the opposite for. Yeah. No, I wouldn't say it was wrong, Andrew. No, don't be so hard on yourself.
Oh,
here we go. John Norris down the inside. That's a nice change for the lead. So this time, Pedro Ivas not having to deal with the likes of Nordvang. This time it's John Norris, last year's winner of this event, having a big hit of the curbs there. Still not afraid to put some effort on those curbs.
Yeah, John Norris's tactics have been pretty spot on so far this week, as Jack Dex has managed to get past Vened there for a position that'll take him up to 6th place. Dex defends down into turn number 11, slight downhill run into that braking zone. Thierry Del Rey is going to have a go as well. Del Rey to the inside. Sweet move there from the legend that is Thierry Del Rey, up into 7th place.
Indeed, and pushing through nicely here. Keeping an eye on this fight. Gary Edwards now might have a chance in towards turn 1 here on Pedro Ibaz. He has closed in quite considerably over the course of this race. He's on a 4-place gain, but he's not going to do anything here. There's Jack Dex, as you were mentioning there earlier on, Andrew, on his charge. Still fighting here, and now up into P6.
Not the biggest headwind that we've seen in races over the last couple of years here at Valencia, but the breeze is getting stronger. Just looking at the flags on the opposite side of the circuit to us, so that's why I think we're seeing probably a little bit more overtaking down into turn 1 now. Louis Diamond said he can't race, but he's just set the fastest lap of the race, 57.678, and he's up 10 places now, up into 14th. That's a great run.
Yeah, indeed. It did get a report from Nicole Sutherland earlier on. I just got a text saying windy. I don't know if she was talking about that or anything else.
Dear.
Oh, Louis Diamond. That is a shame. We were talking about him, and he's gone down. And I think that may have been something with DeWolf on that one, because he also tumbled down a little bit, 1 or 2 places on that one. Here we go, towards turn 1. Gary Edwards looks to the inside. Is it going to be an island 1-2 here? It certainly will be. It's Norris from Edwards. Ivaz for Spain, down to 3rd place.
It's been a good race, this, though, from Norris and Edwards, as into the pits comes Louis Diamond.
Save the tyres.
Yeah, save the tyres, and out of the race goes Diamond. Again, none of these drivers will be eliminated at the end of today. They will all go through onto the grid for the superheats and tomorrow's final.
Yeah, indeed. Race nearing its conclusion here at this moment. We are lap number 8 of 11, and John Norris here, despite the fact that no tyres have gone on these karts yet, Andrew, is managing to break away from the rest of the field here. And like we're saying, for Pedro Ivaz, yes, that pace was very good right at the start of the weekend. Broke away, was clear by like 3.7 seconds. Then the gap came down a little bit more. Then on that 3rd race yesterday, they were right with him well, that's not gone too well into the chicane. That is Quadriello. Yes, it is indeed. Manuel Quadriello for the Zanki Motorsport team, the Mexican, going backwards. Oh dear, and he's just misjudged the braking there. Clipped another kart into the chicane, and unfortunately, put him right down the back of the field.
Yeah, that was with Matthew Swanston, the Tim Wilson Motorsport prepared machine of Matthew Swanston. Matthew's done very well to keep going after that sizable hit. He's running in 20th place right now. We're on lap 9 out of 11. Oh, now it's a bit of a problem for Champon. Champon falling down our order.
Yeah, he is. He's tumbling down now, and I'm not seeing any yellow flags out there, Andrew. So that's quite an interesting one. Maybe just a glitch in the system, potentially. And I think it is, because he just shot back up the order. He's still fine. Down the inside, Nordvang under pressure here now from Venat, who sent it through and is back up now into P4. That is a good change there. Can confirm Chapon is still there. It's absolutely fine.
5-second in-race time penalty for Loya. So Loya will be falling down from around 11th, 12th place there. Out of the race is Quadriello. Not a surprise. Again, just saving the tyres a little bit. We'll get points for 26th place in this one. Louis Diamond now under investigation for potentially causing a collision as Del Rey gets down the inside. Del Rey now up into the top 5.
Indeed, and look at this, the communication happening already between these two drivers. There is Chapon there, looking much more competitive today than what we saw yesterday and the previous days, because again, seemingly from the front row, just saw that he was dropping backwards a little bit in those races. Right now, fighting for a top 3 finish here, is right behind Pedro Ivaz on this final lap, but has got Venat just there behind, has closed in back to this front as well, and might make this just that little bit more difficult to get that move done.
Well, will do indeed. Totally agree with the analysis there for Chapon. Best result so far this week is P5 as Venat trying to go around the outside. We'll get the inside now for the next corner. That's good stuff once again here from the X30 Master drivers. But John Norris, well, this is going to be a bit of a statement win as down towards turn 15 they go. That time, gentlemen, through that very fast part of the course. But Venat's going to take it. It's a win, though, for Norris. John Norris takes his first heat of the week. Gary Edwards makes it an Irish 1-2. Venat wins out in that brilliant scrap for 3rd.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm just going to wait and see where, of course, Chapon goes through to, because, of course, he was having those transponder problems out there. And, he's going through. And they're not very happy there, Pedro Ivaz, and he's looking over, and maybe there was something up with that kart, because he is looking down at it. Was something rubbing on something that was causing the smoke. Not too sure, but clearly, in the grand scheme of things, it wasn't the 3.7-second lead that he had earlier on the weekend. Clearly, something is amiss with that car.
It could be excessive oil coming through. It could be anything. I tell you what, Ivars has done very, very well there to get that kart, keeping it warm, keeping it running, to get it through to the end of the race. We'll pick up points for 4th place. We still have the lead in the intermediate points. We'll go through those in a moment. There is your classification for Heat 4 in the X30 Master competition. John Norris, P1. Gary Edwards comes home in 2nd place, having gained 5 spots. Francois Savy-Venet finishes in 3rd for the Euro karting team. Ivars Del Rey in the top 5. Nordvang, Dex, Sari, Olikainen and Francois all in the top 10. Lawyer 11th, but has a 5-second in-race time penalty, so we'll drop down the order ahead of Kataya, Malila, Crosby. Chapon being scored at the moment in 15th place. Because of the penalty. The penalty's been applied on our screens. So Chapon down to 15th place. Besak, Vilander, Rousseau, Lorman, Swanston all in the top 20. Delboeuf, Saxman, O, Coulet and Gao, the last of the 25 finishers. 2 retirements, 1 non-starter. Quadriello and Diamond did not see the checkered flag. Salerno did not start.
Indeed. Well, this is the start on that one. A lot of hands going up there at the beginning of that one, but we were away and racing for the Masters, so their first race of the day, 4th of the weekend. And for that one, it was, again, initially, it was a good get off the line, but this is where we started to see the smoke coming out of the engine. Now, seemingly, it seemed fine because when he'd gone back to 3rd, he then fought back and he was back in the race lead. It was Nordvang who took an early lead in that one, but later, John Norris starting to squeeze his way through. That was Ivars back in front. That's made us believe that, no, the kart is fine. There's nothing wrong with it, and it's pushing forward. That's the smoke.
Yeah.
Significant amount of smoke, Andrew.
Yeah, it's particularly around lap 3 and 4. It was particularly bad. That was the end of competitive action for Besak. Besak was able to get back to 16th place. Nordvang, bit of a curious race for Tommy Nordvang there. The first 3 or 4 laps were brilliant, and then he faded. That was the key move in the end for the race lead. Norris taking it on lap number 5. Good to see Thierry Del Rey moving up through the order. We talked earlier on in the week how it was a bit of a late entry. I think it was only about 3 weeks, as that's an alternative line towards turn 16, 17 from Louis Diamond. Good run as well from Gary Edwards, keeping himself in play. Louis Diamond would retire to save the tyres. This was a big hit. Quadriello into Swanston and out of contention. Quadriello would also pull over a lap later. Good run as well from the lead French driver in this race, Francois Savy-Venet. Let's head down, though, whilst we've got these replays and have a chat with Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, down here in Parc Fermé with John Norris. John, coming off of a win last year, you're back at IWF. Does that give you more confidence or more pressure?
More pressure, I think. It's definitely more pressure coming in this year as a champion. It's a harder track than last year, and it's more physical on the body. So I had to train a lot more to get to this position. So to get a win in a heat now, it feels good.
So you just said that this circuit is harder physically, but is there anything about the track specifically? Is it the nature of the corners? What actually makes it more difficult? Is it the tarmac, or?
It's more technical, more corners, sharper corners. I'm 33 years of age. The body doesn't hold up as it did when I was 20. Yeah, it's just a physical track. I'm still getting used to it. You need a million laps around here to be good at it. So every session, every heat, I'm getting better and better. So I think come the final, we should be in a good position.
And John, we were questioning throughout that race if there was an issue with Pedro Ivars. We saw some smoke coming out of the back of the exhaust, and at some point you might have actually seen that. Being behind him at one stage in the race, was there a problem? Do you know?
I think there might have been just a bit of water coming out of his radiator and sprinkling onto the exhaust, but I don't think it's anything too serious.
Well, John, thank you very much. Catch up later on. We'll go back up then because the next group has just cleared our grid.
Certainly has. Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Yeah, S125 heading out onto the circuit now for their first race of the day. Qualifying Heat 4 for them, and again, yesterday, very busy day for the class. It was super close in those points, but it is still currently Andy Rattel who leads them with 144. Gavin Adam starts this one on pole position. Max Bouvier joining alongside Luna Claret and Rian Damadasa going from row number 2 with Andy Rattel and Jamie English on row 3. Sebastian Vega and Nat Johnson go from row 4. They'll have Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Mirka Vutters on row number 5. Ewan Carrot and Francois Delati go from row number 6. They'll have Jackson Sullivan-Harlow and Robbie Buckley on row number 7. Mohamed Menemni and Keanu Wellens round out a very international row number 8.
On the 9th row, we will find Francois David Fontaine of France and Mick Blackespoor of the Netherlands. Leopold Meyer and Nud Nielsen complete the top 20 on row number 10. It's then Charlotte Tiller of Germany alongside Anton Bataru of France on row 11. Joel Murphy and Emmanuel Corona go from row 12. It's then Kimi Alanko and Emilian Kostner on row 13. Manlo Senin starts on row 14. Is joined by the Italian Emanuele Comata. Ema Carey starts on row 15 alongside the experienced Jacket the Troja. Manuel Itzkovic, the sole driver flying the flag for Uruguay at this IWF 2025 edition, starts on row 16 alongside Mexico's Omar Jorge Santiago. Viti Vananen starts on row 17 alongside Teodor Osicianu, and then Paco Sarmiento. Sarmiento will complete the 35 strong field, although I don't think we've got 35, I think we've got 34 because I can't see the 705 of Osicianu out there on circuit, unfortunately.
No, yeah, that's a bit of a shame on that one. But, of course, for S125, these are the fastest drivers out there. Yesterday on the stage, we had a good chat about the engines, of course. Ron Meadows was joining us on the stage, giving us a great little insight of the actual the engine itself. But basically, again, the best of both. I think the best of an OK IAME engine, and of course the best of the X30 Senior. Put the two together and you get power from everything. There is the Spirit Racing team who are all joining in the grandstand there, ready to watch the racing, and I'm sure they'll be keeping a very close eye on all the drivers out in this one, especially, I'm sure, Emilian Kostner, who's starting this one a little further down in the field.
Indeed. So, into the tram lines then. Are we good for a race start in S125? Yes, we are. Away we go then for 11 laps here in Valencia. Very busy in the midfield, but it's a good start for Adam, good start for Bouvier as well. Wrapping around the outside. In fact, that's a great start for Bouvier. He's been able to hold on to second place despite starting on that outside line. Through turns 3 and 4, through the gravel, there goes Nud Nielsen in the 7.09. I don't think lost too much time with that, but a good solid start from Gavin Adam. He leads this race.
Yeah, indeed. And this is nice to see from that front end of the field. Into the infield section they go, down into the braking zone. And Max Bouvier takes the lead of the race down the inside. And through as well goes, is that Luna Claret that's had a good start, that one? She's slotted to P4. It is Rian Damadasa there who's got himself into third place. That's a really good start there. Oh, but down the inside once again, Gavin Adam on the charge here. Bouvier not going to give it up. Rian Damadasa on the outside. Now Luna Claret has caught up and has got into third place.
Good drive there for Luna Claret off of the final corner whilst the top three were sorting themselves out. Here's a dive down the inside from Bouvier. Great kart control, but he's going to potentially lose it. No, gets the door shut ahead of Adam to hold on to the race lead on lap 2, but this is some good racing, but it's bringing others into play. Look at Jamie English. Jamie English needing a good result here. Yes, there's no elimination, but you don't want to be starting Saturday from too far back in the pack. This is some good fight from Jamie English there in the 7.03. Bouvier having to work really hard in the middle sector. Looks good in sector 1 and sector number 3, but a bit on the back foot through the twisty technical section on that infield. It's Bouvier from Adam, Claret, Damadasa. Claret looking down the inside. Oh, that's a sweet move from Luna Claret. Not too deep on the brakes. She's up to P2.
Yep, indeed, but that's opened up the door now for Bouvier to really try and break away here. Now, this is what they don't want to see as off at turn number 1. And that's a big moment there for the 728 of Jeremy Montgomery Swan. He is going to tumble down the order. He got clipped Nat Johnston there, whose exhaust has come off, and before the cart's even ground to a hold, he's up and out of the cart in frustration.
Well, he's a cool customer, is Nat Johnston, but he's not going to be too happy about that one. And we'll watch the rest of this race from the marshal's post. This is a big fight with English in the middle of that. Is potentially going to lose out to Verga here. Verga for the Action Racing team on the inside. Oh, it's more like NASCAR at the moment. Look at this, 2x2 down the straight towards turn 15. Full commitment round the outside there from Jamie English. Will lose position to Verga, so end of lap number 3 as we have a look at a replay. This is the moment between Montgomery Swan and Johnston.
Yeah, ridden up the back of him. That's a big shame. Nat Johnston not happy at all with that, and the exhaust, you could hear it, came off, and therefore Montgomery Swan, and you can see immediately the frustration and anger for their Nat Johnston. Eyes with the leaders here, and well, Bouvier's broken away 0.8 of a second. However, Claret and Damadasa are battling away. Damadasa now back into second place. Can they close an 0.8 of a second lead? Well, Damadasa seems to have found something here and has already broken away from Luna Correa and will try and close that gap up. And this is another replay. Is this of that move? Oh, yeah. Big hit to the curb, but still managing to get the overtake done.
I'm wincing again, Anthony. I don't like it when they do that. And, as out is Blackisburg. And that's the spin of the final chicane. Gets going again, but any hopes of a good result in this one are gone. There's a name that we haven't mentioned so far in this race, Anthony.
That's Marshall
running towards, as that's Sarmiento out of the race. Yes, it is Paco Sarmiento, the driver flying the flag for the Philippines, is going to get back into this race, but a long way off the back of the pack. Probably just wants to run a couple of laps just to tidy those tyres up now.
Yeah, indeed.
After that trip into the Spanish dirt. There's a driver we haven't mentioned. Oh, but we will now. Oh dear. Under investigation, Andy Rattel has been quiet in this race. Now they're in P4, still leading in the intermediate points, the qualifying heats points, by a good margin, but not quite sure what it is for. It's not the start, because we're well into this race now. It normally comes up with starting investigation on our screens. That's not the case here, as Adam goes down the inside of Verga. That's the pole sitter back up to P5. But potentially a bit of bother here for the standings leader.
Yeah, indeed. Not what you want to see at this point of the weekend. This is not where you want to see those pesky penalties catch you out of where you want to be starting for these races. But like you say, Rattel still good in those points. He has got a nice buffer between himself and Gadam Adu. But of course, Adam now pushing forward in this race will accumulate just that 1 or 2 more points. That's not gone well at all there. Now that is the 700 there. Now is that Leopold Mayer there who's got caught out with another.
Joel Murphy, the 702.
Yeah, it is. That's a big shame there, because they were both on a relatively decent race, as more happening through the chicane. Oh my goodness me, here, Andrew, it's starting to kick off a little bit.
Yeah, Jamie English, the latest driver to have the front axle pop up in the air for a moment, but continues on. Mirko Wouters is also under investigation, so the officials might be quite busy at the end of this one. And I tell you who else is going to be busy, Bouvier. Bouvier has now got a very quick Rayan Damadasa. A very proud driver from Sri Lanka, is the only driver from Sri Lanka here at IWF25. Has had the speed, hasn't had the best of luck so far. Is this the time at which Damadasa's luck starts to change for the better? Here's a look at a replay. This is the Jamie English moment into the chicane. Oh, well, I tell you what, Gavin Adam will not like to look at that replay. I'm not sure how aware he was of what was going on directly behind him. Verga cutting across the chicane as well. Tough time there. Oh, change to the lead. Change the lead. Damadasa's got him.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff here from Rayan Damadasa, new race leader.
That's nicely done, and that's definitely into turn 1. Again, that fast, sweeping right-hander playing into the hands of Damadasa here. who has today looked super strong. In fact, no, not even just today. This weekend has looked really, really quick. And again, clean as you like, down the inside, no drama there at all. And Ryan Damadasa really stepping up nicely here in the racing.
And good work by Zanchi Motorsport. We've talked about this a lot with Danny Caronini into the senior category so far this week. One of the reasons why I respect the Italian team so much, Anthony, is their attention to detail and attention to data. That's a great move down the inside by Fontaine. As here comes Bouvier back down the inside of Damadasa. This is going to be a good one through to the end of this race. We're on to lap number 9 now, 3 to go. Bouvier back to the lead. What has Damadasa got? Another big hit across the curb. They're not leaving anything on the table out in this one. Not saying that other teams don't do this, but as I say, Zanchi Motorsport's attention to detail and data. They've done a lot of racing in X30. They've done a lot of racing in other categories, of course, as well. And I just wonder how much have they been able to pull that references from different categories together for this new one to put Ryan Damadasa in clearly quite a strong position.
No, indeed, and really showcasing good pace. And again, has got that slipstream here. He's not dropped off the back of Bouvier. Bouvier, of course, with the 2N Racing team, have shown great commitment there. You can see him running around on that Formula K machinery, but Damadasa has that top end here.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about with these sort of engines. If we were running with just the standard OK sort of N engine, which is the same sort of Reedster moment as the two collide, collecting through 3 and 4, and that was Bouvier all over the rear bumper. Thankfully, they're okay. And they are still in this race, but that is a very risky moment. And if Luna Correa saw that, she needs to really dig deep here and try and close in on these two.
Yeah, Luna, is out of the race, is the 718. That's Robbie Buckley. Robbie Buckley goes no further in the crop promotion entry in this race. Will not get a good score on this occasion. Damadasa starting to kick now, just edging away from Bouvier. Bouvier's surely not going to be close enough all the way back there.
But he's good in the chicane,
he's very good in the chicane, is Bouvier, and he might have a chance here down towards the first corner onto the last lap. Then Damadasa goes to the middle of the road to defend. That's great defence, great driving from Ryan Damadasa. Defended but didn't over-defend, was still strong off of turn 2, through 3 and 4, but Luna Claret's closing in, Anthony. She'll just cut into shot there in the background. Claret's still got a chance of winning this race.
Possibly so, but half a lap to go then for S125. Damadasa on the defensive line. Bouvier here might go for a move down the inside of turn 11. He's done it once before in this race. He might do it again, and he will do it again. Throws the dummy, switch to the outside. Damadasa had no time to react to that one. Now Luna Correa's closed in. She's going to look down the inside of Damadasa through turn 14, but it's not close enough. Bouvier goes defensive through the flat-out right-handers into the chicane. Hold your breath now as they go into that braking zone. Bouvier, Damadasa and Claret, 1, 2, 3. It's going to be side by side across the line, but Bouvier takes it. It's a beautiful drive for the Frenchman. Damadasa second, Luna Correa third, and it's still Rottello leads the way, but Bouvier now steps up to second in the points with that win.
I've got a question for you, Anthony Jordan.
Go on.
Do you like this S125 class? Because I do.
I love it. We're seeing the best of both engines here, from X30 Senior to the OKs. Of course, you've got to remember, and we've seen the IAME Reedster OK engines race at this circuit. They're very quick out of the chicane, but they top out by the time they get to like the cutoff area. They've got a very low, it's not a high rev range. And then when you get to the S125s, they just keep going, and then you can see those big sends down the inside of turn 1. I am a fan of it, and we are seeing some really good racing evolving from this class.
We are indeed. There's your provisional result. Maxence Bouvier takes the win for 2N Racing and for Team France. Ryan Damadasa, don't doubt Damadasa to have a chance of doing big things on Saturday, because that was a race where it went right and he got second place. Luna Claret holds third, Sebastian Berger P4. Andy Rattel's fifth place means he continues to lead in the intermediate points by 25 now, but we should remember that he is one of quite a few drivers under investigation in that one. Fontaine, Nielsen, both good drives from them, 11 and 13 places. Adam, Sutherland, Harlow and Wouters in the top 10.
No, indeed. A very strong performance there. You saw the rest of the field. Ewan Carroll as well, 11th place. Keanu Wellens on a 4th-place gain there. Jamie English had those spills out there, those close moments. He did drop down 7 places to finish a P13. Omar Jorge, 18 places gained in that one, Andrew. A brilliant start to the day. But this here, the race highlights, pretty solid getaway. Some drama through the chicane there, and everyone holding on to it. This move here, carbon copy of what Bouvier did on the opening lap as he did on the last lap of that race as well.
Really impressed that Bouvier was able to get that kart stopped through turn number 11. We've seen so many drivers earlier on this morning just shoot straight on and track extending that part of the course. This was great as well from Gabin Adam. It's where Ryan Dalmadasa closed in, and Luna Claire as well had a good shot through turn 19 to close that gap to the top 3. It was all going on in the midfield as well. It was one of those races where you could barely breathe. Action at every possible turn. This was Claire down the inside of Adam for 2nd place. Another one of those races for Gavin Adam where I think there'll be some ponderings as to what went wrong. That was the moment where it went wrong for Montgomery, Swan and for Johnston. Johnston out of the race. Exhaust ripped off. Another credit that we should give and remind folks as well, with the level of performance and competition that we're seeing here with this S125 class, this is a pooled engines category.
It is.
All the engines are going back into the technical bay. Lots of data being taken as the development of this unit continues. And we're seeing close racing, which is good for the future.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I am a big fan of this sort of setup that we are seeing here. Nice, competitive and close, but still really controlled racing. The last few highlights there, quite a few mishaps near the end of that race, though, for some of the drivers in that mid to backpack there. Andrew, Mayor Murphy having those moments as well. Robbie Buckley we saw nearer the end as well of that race, and Dragrat Totoja, the last of those retirements. But let's pass down over to Nicole Sutherland. She's ready and waiting for us with some of our drivers.
Indeed. Thank you very much then, Anthony. Maxence Bouvier. Max, you lost the race lead partway through that one and then you had to snatch it back. Can you talk us through how you managed to pull that one off?
I take the lead in the first lap. I still in pole all the race. Before the last lap, I lose the lead, and he closed the door. I try to retake the lead, and he do a little mistake and retake the lead and win the race.
Maxos, you have raced in the S125 before, but only once. Tell us a little bit about what the kart is like. How does it perform around this circuit?
Yeah, it's a good engine, fast, but X30 is better. And it's my second race in this engine.
Well, Maxos, thank you very much. Looking forward to seeing you later on today. We'll head back up then into our commentary box. We have concluded this morning's round of heats, but plenty more racing left to go. Andrew, what can we expect?
Well, we can expect more action here in Valencia. It's a stacked afternoon as we find out who's going through to Saturday's Superheats and, of course, who still has a chance of making it through to the final and becoming IWF champion for 2025 in all 5 of our categories. We're going to have the lunch break now at the circuit. Big thanks to all of the marshals and officials who've been working tirelessly since early on this morning. We will kick off after the lunch break with another round of the juniors and the seniors. 2 rounds for them across the course of the afternoon, so they'll have one at the start going from around 12:45. We'll then have the last round of the minis. They're due to go off just around 2:45. If you want all of these times, do head across to the IWF website, the IAME website, where all the details are there, and they're on your screen. If you're on a device that can take a screenshot of this. This will help you remember when we're back. So we'll be back at 12:25. For the start of that first heat in X30 Junior. It'll be a B versus F race. A versus D, C versus G groups will take us through those 6 races. Minis then after that, Masters, S125. Those heats will all be the final round of heats for those 3 classes. And then the final round of heats for juniors and seniors will take us through to just before 6 o'clock here at the circuit. thank you very much for being with us this morning. It's going to get interesting. It's going to get tasty out there. IAME Warrior Finals 2025 will be back with you in just over 30 minutes' time.
Buenas tardes from Spain, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the sun-soaked slice of karting paradise. We're here at the iconic Cartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero for what is the 2025 IAME Warriors Final. What an event it has been so far. What weather conditions we've had so far. The best of both heavy rain, but also beautiful sunshine and blue skies here at the fabulous Lucas Guerrero circuit, opening in 2014. Event record set by Gavin Adam in the S125 category. That was a 55.270. No one has gone faster than that. The brand new class being represented here in the IWF in 2025. The track itself, though, 210 metres. The long run down in towards turn number 1, 135 into the run of 15 and 16. It's a total of 1,428 metres, 9 metres wide and 0.5 of a metre of elevation change. It is a flat circuit here, just outside of the city of Valencia. Turns, though, of the circuit, well, there are many of them. 19 in total, 11 to the right, 8 to the left, and 1 hairpin out there. Each and every one of those turns provides its own unique challenges. Many of them provide ample overtaking opportunities. We see them in towards turns 1, 3, 6, 7, 11, 12, 13, and, of course, that fabled final chicane that so far this weekend has claimed many a driver. Top speed, drivers reaching that down in towards turn 1, 135 kph. They'll average around 108 around the entirety of the lap. It is a proper driver's circuit here in Spain, and one thing that we can say, there is still a strong headwind down that start-finish straight. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather, and Nicole Sutherland, who is out and about at the moment in the paddock. We are now getting into that nitty-gritty, Andrew. We had a full day yesterday. 28 heats yesterday, again today, but now it's the final heats for some of these drivers. I know for Mini, they've only got 1 round of heats left to go. I think the Masters and the S125 have got a couple left to go, or they've only got the 1 or so left to go now at the end of the day. They had 1 this morning. But yeah, they're getting into that nitty-gritty now of drivers who could possibly be eliminated by the end of the day.
I mean, straight in with this qualifying heats for Group B and F. Drivers in Group B, so all of those on the inside column going towards turn 1, this is it. Yeah. This is their last race, their sit-out round that everyone has to do at some stage is the last round. So for the likes of Max Endicott, if they're needing points to get through to the top 72 and onto the grids for the super heats tomorrow to keep their campaigns going, it's now or never for them. A quick reminder, we had 117 drivers on the original entry list for IWF 2025. So again, about a third of the grid across the course of this afternoon, they're going home. They're going home a day early. Nobody wants to be in that position, of course. Big thanks to our marshals, our volunteers out on circuit here at the Cartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. We literally could not go racing without them. They are ready for this afternoon's racing. 2 rounds of heats for the juniors and the seniors, the single round remaining for the minis, the master category, and the new S125 category, which has delivered us with a fantastic load of entertainment so far this week. The whistle goes from pre-grid officer Ross Upton to tell the drivers it's time to go racing. This is where it gets serious. Group B, Group F, out on track now in X30 Junior.
They are indeed. Max Endicott, his final hurrah in this one. What can he do? From the front row of the grid, he'll be joined by David Minchuna. Charlene Condor as well. She's had a really tough weekend, but this is now her last chance to see what she can do to get those points on the board. Gunter San Juan there as well on that second row. Just Mulder and Edward Rodriguez go from row number 3. They'll have Freddie Wood and Jack McLaughlin on row number 4. George Clark and Teo Galatau get there on row number 5. They will have Viet Chopra and Charlie Hansen on row number 6. Franco Escotto and Edgar Ivanchenko round out the first half of the field, and they go from row number 7.
On the 8th row of the grid, Finley Lyons and Neil Neckmoosh. Row 9, Lorenz de Koch and Zach Schkluna. Row 10, Christian Faylund and Jana Angerman. Row 11, Jamie Mulvey and Silas Ellefson. Row 12, Denny Babicek, very strong, of course, in X30 Mini last year at Zuera. Needs a good result here from row 12 alongside Tony Cachapero. Romeo Mello and Chad Laman need good performances as well from the 13th row of the grid. They start 25th and 26th. Row 14, Sophie Campbell and Greece's Christos Vassiliouras, 28th on the grid. Darek Rivera, Leonie Ella Martinez and Emma Boscato complete the grid then for X30 Junior. If it is a driver on the odd side of the grid, first, third, fifth, etc., all the way to the back, this is their final heat. They will not be in the late afternoon roundup of junior heats, so it's now or never. Some of these drivers, this may be the last time we've read their names out on a grid for IWF 2025.
No, it certainly could be. This is really where it starts to get important now. In this qualifying heats phase, the last chance to get points on it, and you can see the drivers know it. They're really putting in some temps into those tyres, of course, but you have to remember that in this phase, they have used a lot of their tyres. A lot of tyres have been deployed in this one, though, Andrew, and unsurprisingly, it's in that Group B side of the grid, so that's what we'll keep an eye on. You've got, of course, Charlene Connor. She's gone for the brand new set on the left-hand side. Just Mulder as well, left. Wood left. George Clark on the left here. Chopper has gone for a full set of tyres on this one on the 6th row of the grid. Lorenz de Kock as well. Also on the left set, and Romeo Mello right at the back of the grid. Also a brand new set. That's Group B only. When you look at Group F as well, very similar story here, but you have to remember they have got another race later on today. San Juan is the only driver who has deployed the fresh tyres in the first half of that grid. But on the right-hand side, here we go then, into the tram lines. Junior X30, qualifying in B versus F. It's lights out and away we go down towards turn number 1. It's a good start there for that front-running Endicott. There he holds on to that inside row as they head through in towards turn number 2 and 3. The rest of the field slotting into place, but remember, Group B here really need an important race as they all get through that first chicane for the first time. That's a nice start.
Yeah, very nice start, very clean start from our juniors. Max Endicott winding it up now, out of turn 8. Oh no, out is Ellefson. Silas Ellefson will not see the end of this race. Looks in a little bit of discomfort as well. Ellefson was a Group F driver, so does have one more opportunity to race us. Here comes Just Mulder. Just Mulder could very well go to the top of the order and be looking to secure one of the pole positions with a good performance here in the Super Heats tomorrow. We're going to have to wait a while to have it confirmed, of course. This is a big race for Just Mulder. End of the first lap then. Let's count them through. It's Endicott and Cordair at the front of the field. Here goes Just Mulder down the inside on Freddie Wood. Nice move there from the Dutchman. He's up to 3rd place.
Yep, up to 3rd, but that race lead is some 0.8 of a second further up the road, and that's a big hit of the curb there, but Just clearly showcasing some good pace, not only earlier on the older tyres, but now on a fresher set of tyres. Surely must have the waft here. That's the first waft of the weekend to go forward in this race. But we'll keep a close eye on that because, yes, at the moment, it is Just Mulder leading the points, 276 at this time. It is a good chunk, but there is more points available, and there's those points are just tenths up the road here.
They are indeed. So through the sweepers of 15 and 16 into the chicane of 17, then 18, then 19. That's the final section. I'll tell you what, that was a really good 3rd sector from Mulder, but here goes Cordair. She's down the inside, going for the lead here. Top 5 in the French National Championship this year and now leading here in Valencia. Mulder through as well into P2. Mulder down the inside. Decisive overtake there from Just Mulder. That's why, for me, Anthony, he's still my favourite. He's my favourite for winning the final tomorrow afternoon. We've got a long way to go to that point, but the decision-making of Just Mulder so far this week here in Valencia has been on point.
Certainly has. The package is there, and so it is for the Jamie Green Racing outfit. Look at that from Wood. Beautiful bit of driving, but as soon as he's gained them, he's lost them again in the next sector. But that's an incredible drive there, and that's actually bringing a lot of the drivers in the background here. San Juan there as well. Johansson, Clark, all trying to get involved in this fight here. But yeah, you know what, Andrew? I'm not doubting your thought process there on Just Mulder. Look at this already. 1 second lead at the front This is decisive. Nicole, we're watching this race. We're seeing Jasmulder breaking away, but what are you seeing from where you are?
Well, we're actually right trackside, and I'm joined by Roxanne Lantinga, one of our senior X30 competitors this year. Last year, 2024, Roxanne Zuera, you were in the Junior X30 grid, and you were right at the sharp end of the field. For you, what's it like to drive in this class and to be up at the front?
Yeah, it's difficult to say because I was driving X30 Senior, not X30 Junior, but yeah, I think it's really competitive. Everyone is doing his best to be in the top, of course. Yeah, and obviously it's almost the same as X30 Senior. And yeah, it's a really high level, as you can see. It's really close battles, and yeah, I think it's really good.
And out of big moment there into the chicane section. I think maybe we'll flick back to our commentary box quickly. Roxanne, thank you very much indeed. Great to hear from you. Boys, we'll go back over to you just shortly.
Yeah, indeed. You bang on there. A big incident there into the final chicane. Driver flipping there through that final chicane, I believe is okay. Marshall's on the scene. We are slow still procedure. Green and racing, or are we slow procedure? Yeah, we are now slow procedure out there. So the race has been neutralised. Yeah, that was a scary moment down there. And I think it was the Monlau Motorsport driver of Igor Ivanchenko who had gone over there at that final chicane. But yeah, again, it is a fast corner. It is quick, and despite your best abilities of getting through it, yeah, things can go wrong there.
Yes, so the race is neutralised, no overtaking. Mulder will set the pit. Oh, now that's not good to see. That really isn't good to see. And a further incident under slow procedure there. I think Zach Chicluna may have been involved in all of that. So we're at the end of lap number 5. There is still a possibility that we could get back to green running conditions, but right now, just Mulder. Well, all of that time that he'd built up disappears. Second place at the moment, David Minchuna. Freddie Woods had a good race here. He likes the fast-flowing European circuits, does Freddie Wood. He's getting 4 places so far in this race to P3. Max Endicott still scoring well in his last heat in 4th. Charlie Jonasson has had a really good run on the croc for high speed, up 7 places in this race so far to P5. George Clark getting on with things as well. Had a real breakthrough, did George, earlier on in the season in the middle of his national championship campaign, and has converted that form into good pace here in Valencia, P6 at the moment. Charlene Cordair, she's still there in 7th place, looking for another good haul of points ahead of Finley Lines. Finley's going to be a factor tomorrow, I think. We've seen Finley always going forward in all of these heats. We remain under slow procedure, by the way, with 2 laps to go. 7 places gained for Lines up to P8. Theo Clierto, another one of the strong runners in the French Championship, the IAME Series France. Applause there from the... and that's why. So that's good to see. Igor Ivanchenko holding his arm there, but on his feet and walking to Park Ferme. Dan Ashton, Darren Clark down there assisting on the scene.
Indeed, yeah. Very scary moment there for Ivanchenko, but fabulous to see that he is up on his feet, and well, good news that he's walking away. Bad news, though, he is under investigation for potentially causing that collision that involved him in that accident. So we'll keep a close eye on that one. Like we say, we are still under slow procedure here, Andrew. The flag's still waving. I suspect it might be static this time around. No, I'm still seeing flags wave. I think this race might be concluded here under slow procedure. So the results that we have on our screens in the form of Jos Mulder, Darren Minchuna, Freddie Wood, Max Endicott, and Charlie Johansson. Your 1, 2, 3 is the case. And yes, the red flag now appearing on my screen in the timing box, and yeah, I'm seeing the red flags out on circuit now. So that race stopped, and that means then that Jos Mulder comes away with a good chunk of points there from the lead, 285 in total. Jos Mulder is your points leader in the juniors, but with still many races to go.
And we'll obviously have to see these points come in, Anthony, but I think that might be good enough for one of the pole positions in the superheats tomorrow. Obviously, there's still some drivers out there who, whilst Group B have finished, there's some teams still waiting for 2 more scores. So if there is anyone within 90 points, as things stand, of Mulder who have those 2 races to go, it's not confirmed, of course, but you know, if you'd offered just Mulder 285 points out of a possible 300 at the start of the week, you would have gone, oh, yes, please, I will have that, thank you very much. And yeah, the results will, of course, be counted back, but because we were under slow procedure, the result won't change in any kind of rollback on the laps, of course. So just Mulder will take the 50 points, gets the drivers in the in Parc Ferme a little bit quicker. David Minchuna P2, Freddie Wood, Max Endicott, and a great drive from Charlie Jonasson before the flags came out. P5, George Clark, Charlene Cordair, Finley Lyons, Theo Gulato, and Gautier San Juan up in the top 10. Danny Babachek might be a bit frustrated there that the race has finished that way, because he was on a real charge, up at 12 places to P11. Seems to be getting more comfortable now as the week goes on. Jack McLaughlin P12, Veer Chopra, Lorenz de Kock, and Neil Neckenbush all in the top 15. Difficult race for Edgar Rodriguez, the American, down 10 spots to 16th. Tony Cachafero, the sole driver from Andorra, was up 7 in that one to 17th ahead of Christian Fay Lund. Sophie Campbell and Chad Lamon in the top 20. Romeo Mello, Franco Escotto, and others filing down the order: Martinez, Rivera, Angerman, Vastarujas, Chicluna, Mulvey, and Baschetto, the last of the finishers. Ivanchenko, a retirement, of course, as was Ellefson.
Indeed. Well, here are the highlights from that race. Well, a relatively short race in standing, half the race under full Coachella conditions, but the start of it, a good one for Max Endicott. That inside line, no drama there right at the word go. It was a bit later on in the race. Jos Mulder, with those fresher tyres on board, Andrew was able to utilise them actually quite well, as everyone skipping over that curve on that opening lap. The drivers are not afraid to put that car in peril. That was that moment right at the start, and unfortunately that was our first retirement. Silias Ellefson, unfortunately, out of the race.
Yeah, I say Ellefson got a little bit of air there as well. Was lucky not to pitch into the grass and roll over. This was a good attack from Cordair down the inside of Endicott. Mulder, that's what I mean. The decision-making from Mulder this week has been spot on. He knew that would be an opportunity down into turn 1, and then an immediate attack into turn 3. Mulder didn't look back from there. This was a further attack from Endicott down the inside to get another position ahead of Cordair. That was the reason why we went under slow procedure and then ended the race in a neutralised state. It was the 74 and the 60 having a little bit of a rub there under the slow procedure, Vastarujas and Chicluna. And yeah, so those drivers, in a way, Group B drivers were a little bit lucky there, Anthony. Many of them have put their new tyres on, but they haven't really used them to a full race advantage. More on that later. Let's pass down, though, to Nicole Sutherland.
Down in Parc Ferme then, after what ended in quite a dramatic race. Fred Wood, P3 in that one for you. I know we were under slow procedure and then we had that red flag, but it's a good result for you. What helped you achieve that? Was it maybe a bit of a rubber situation for you?
We went 2 new tyres on the left, which helped, obviously, because we wanted to make the most of the position we were starting in. It was all right getting into P3, maybe hoped it would have gone on longer to use the tyre advantage to maybe get to P2 and fight just, but all right in the end. Just, yeah.
And as well, Fred, you know, we had that big incident at the final corner and then that slow procedure. For you as a driver, how do you manage to stay out there, stay composed, stay concentrated as well when you're, you know, essentially not racing and you're having to just be in one big train of karts?
Just following the pace of the boys ahead, just making sure that we didn't like go too fast, or like if it was going to go green, not be too far back. Have to keep concentrated for that bit, but just wondering what happened to the kid who went off, and just keeping concentrated for the restart.
Well, Fred, thank you very much, and great result there out for you. We'll go back up then into our commentary box. Plenty more heats coming up this afternoon.
Well, there certainly is. Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Well, with the juniors done and dusted there for Groups B, we will not see those drivers out. Well, for some of them, we won't see them out again at all this weekend. For others, we will see them out again tomorrow. Senior X30, though, heading up next. And, well, this is the same story in this one here, Andrew. Groups B, their last race of the day in the senior category. This is a vital one for Van der Kerkhoff, who starts this one on the pole position spot. He's had some good results so far this weekend, but this is his last chance, the same as Buckley, the same as Mins, the same as Caronini. This is an important race for them.
Similarly, that situation that we've just seen with Just Mulder of that potentially being a result that will give him a pole position when we get to the Super Heats tomorrow. Danny Caronini's definitely in that same situation of a good result here. Could be taking him further ahead of everybody else and out of reach. Matthias van der Kerkhoff, to be in that situation himself, probably needs to win this race. But they're going to have some big challenges, and I think no bigger than the man starting on the outside of row number 3. Ruben Moyer, earlier today, looked to be back in that mode that he goes into where he's just fearless out there, takes no prisoners, and it often leads to him winning a race. So Ruben Moy is going to be a fast starter here, and alongside Sebastian Mintz, who has been very brave, very aggressive at the start of these races from the third row of the grid. That could be some fireworks in this race.
It certainly could do, and all of these drivers here priming themselves ready for it. Last words of encouragement there going to Roxanne Lantinga at the front of this field. She's got this race and another one left to go at the end of the day. So, again, a bit of time to wait for that one to get started. But it is the points that are very interesting in the seniors here, Andrew. All of these drivers have done very well so far this weekend. But like we're saying, there has been so many drivers who have pushed their way forward throughout these races to really try and get themselves into a good spot.
And you say getting yourself into a good spot because we saw, of course, in the final last year that there were a few incidents out there. There was a lot of back and forth as Eduardo Dominguez in the end was the victor. He wasn't first on the road that particular day in history, but with all of the decisions after the race, he emerged as the race winner. So it's about keeping yourself in play. For the sake of us neutrals, I hope we don't have a final like last year. It's where, if I'm being perfectly honest, in X30 Senior, because we want to see a great battle decided out on track. But the point still remains that, you know, to be in it, you've got to be up in that top 10, really. So these last heats are going to be very important for those who've had good results so far to just finish off the job and then go again tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed. What you have to remember, last year we didn't really get much racing in on the track.
Very good point.
You know, we did about 6 heats on one day, and then the fog came. Then the fog cleared. Then we did 1 heat. Then the fog came back again. Then it was the next
3
day.
heats.
Then it was 3 heats. Fog came back, and we barely did anything. And then all of a sudden, when it came to the finals, it was like, right, we're doing the finals, all out, go. And then everyone was just like, right, I've got all this energy, all these tyres, all these engines that we've not used yet, and then bosh. And then you had one heck of a fight always. Yeah, there were some of the most dramatic finals ever. But certainly this weekend, everyone, by the time they get to that final, hopefully they're all knackered, that they're have a nice calm race. Engines fired up. I know we're going to be knackered. Engines fire up. They're going to head out onto the circuit now for X30 Senior. Qualifying heat B versus F. And let's take you through that full starting lineup. Matthias van der Kerkhoff, last chance to do some work here with Roxanne Lantinga starting alongside. Jack Buckley in the same story with Kasper Hagman alongside. Sebastian Mins and Ruben Moyer go from row number 3. They'll have Danny Caronini and Thomas Hansen. All of these drivers here have, well, not all of them, but a lot of these drivers have deployed fresh sets of tyres. Lantinga and Buckley are the only ones that haven't, because I think Jack Buckley deployed his set or half set earlier on today. Danny Caronini, Thomas Hansen on that 4th row of the grid. Kai Burke and Morgan Moore go from row 5. They'll have Louis Camon and Daniel Motor on row number 6. Joaquin Pinto and Oscar Goodshow go from row number 7. with Matis Mushout alone on row number 8. Gimes Merkelbach not on the grid.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a torrid week so far for Gimes Merkelbach. That will be the end of things. Row number 9, Marlon Bayer and Sam Branston. Row 10, Clement Lutron and Noah Mengel. Row 11, Una Kalari and Sean Hogan. Row 12, Luca Mann and Oliver Meek. Row 13, Philippe Armand Carras and Jonathan Landstrom. Start from that one. Daniel Isa and P2 Malmsted go from row 14. It's then Dennis Bjerke and Luis Agria on row 15. Row 16, Arav Dewan and Martin Foley. Row 17, Daniel Kavanagh and Emmanuel Leodakis. I've just been doing a little quick bit of maths. Karanini can't secure pole in this race. The highest score he can go up to is 276. Which could be beaten by Drummond, because Drummond's on a perfect score at the moment, so could still go up to 300. And as an example, Freddie Lloyd has done one less race than Karanini, so on the basis that if Lloyd won both of his races, Lloyd could go up to 282. So that would be 6 points above what Karanini can achieve with a win in this one. 276 might still be enough as the rest of this afternoon plays out, but to be clear, he can't at this point, what is it, in the middle of the afternoon, secure pole position, one of those 2 pole positions for tomorrow.
No,
in this race.
But it's still going to be a massive improvement from the 4th row of the grid, P7. There's still going to be positives to take from this for Karanini, and as well as other drivers as well. Van der Kerkhoff is there, currently 4th, 195. A win here definitely bumps up in the order, but when you think he's going on to his last race now, and Drummond there has still got 2 races to go and is actually beating him in the points, it tells a big story. Are we racing? Lights out, fights on. X30 Senior down towards turn 1. Good start for Van der Kerkhoff. Lantinga slotting into 2nd place, managed to find the gap there at the start of it. Where did the rest of the field go through? Well, they're all going to get through the first chicane, or some of them going a little bit wide there over the gravel.
Jack Buckley did not get a good start there, got jumped by both Roxanne Lantinga and Caspian Hogman down towards turn number 1. So drivers from the outside column starting well. You don't often see that in dry conditions here at Valencia as Mins goes down the inside. We said he'd be aggressive and punchy on lap 1. That's exactly what Mins has done through as well. Here comes Ruben Moyer. Here he comes once again. We said to watch out for him on the outside of row number 3. This is going to be one of those great duels, Anthony. You've got Moyer, you've got Karanini in this race, the 2 stalwarts of this X30 Senior category in the last few years. Karanini is closing in. Moyer down the inside of Mins takes 2nd place. And Karanini will know. Oh, he's a little bit wide there through turn 1 again. We saw Karanini having problems with that corner this morning. Karanini knows he's got to keep doing what he's been doing all week. He's going to get down the inside of Roxanne Lantinga and gain another place. That's what we mean. Keep this progress going forward. First of all, he's got to catch Ruben Moyer. Ruben Moyer, I think, is going to be his biggest rival in this one. He knows he's got the measure of Van der Kerkhoff. He's beaten Van der Kerkhoff a number of times already this week. But this is going to be a brilliant duel over these next 8.5 laps.
No, it certainly will be, and really looking forward to seeing how this race is going to progress here. The field heading down the back straight once again, and Sebastian Mins once more communicating with Danny Karanini. I think he might allow Karanini to go for this move here, because Sebastian knows how quick Karanini is on this one, and he's going to let him pass. And now Seb Mins is just going to follow him along, see if they can close into Ruben Moyer, who right now is doing his level best to close in on Van der Kerkhoff as well.
I quite like to see that from Sebastian Mins. That's showing a growing maturity for Sebastian Mins at the senior level. Oh, that's a little bit of a rough one down the inside. Meerschout getting through and gaining a position. That was on Burke in the 287. So Meerschout now up to 9th place. Here comes an attack in from the 250 of Roxanne Lantinga. This is going wheel to wheel with Buckley. So Jack Buckley, after that weak start, has started to come back through the field. And keep an eye on Louis Comin as well in that RLS machine with the flashes of blue and green. Comin has been very good in the 2nd half of races so far this week in X30 Senior. Round to complete lap number 3 then. Van der Kerkhoff has the lead of this race, and here goes Carinini. Oh, that was an attempt. That was an attempt from Carinini. This is it, the senior heavyweights. These two, Moya and Carinini, have raced each other so many times. Out of the race is Marlon Bayer. Marlon Bayer for victory lane will go no further. That's not a good end to this heat. But what is going to happen here between Moya and Carinini? Do they work together for the next few moments to try and catch Van der Kerkhoff?
Well, I think they're already catching him right now, and Carinini's got the pace there. Fastest lap of the race. He knows he can probably just get this move done. This is down in towards turns 15 and 16, side by side. My goodness, Morgan Moore is in the wars, and that is a near accidental run into the pit lane there, and luckily got away with that one. That was a nasty little spin there. Is that Moore again?
I think it was.
I think it was Moore. He's in the wars this weekend. Carinini, though, down the inside, has got that jump done on Ruben Moya. Van der Kerkhoff is the next target, and he's already on him. Look at that, already on him. I bet you anything into turn 7 here. Andrew, is he going to look for the move down the inside? No, but I thought with the pace that he managed to close in so quickly, he was on him rapidly there.
That's a really good response from Van der Kerkhoff. He knows that turn 7 is one of Carinini's best spots to go through. But the thing is, Danny Carinini, if he doesn't get through with the first time of asking, he'll get you at the second. Danny Carinini leads this race. Moya has got through as well. Now the battle is on. These are two drivers who have come here to Valencia this week, not to just make up the numbers, not to be here with big CVs that entertain the crowd. They've come here to win. End of lap number 5. Carinini leads from Moya. Does Van der Kerkhoff think about a counter-attack? No. Sits there in third place.
276 points now is the number for Danny Carinini. That's the maximum he can achieve here this weekend. But as we were mentioning earlier on, of course, Drummond with the perfect score has still got 2 more races to go in this as well. Will be able to do something about it. Again, for Roxanne Antinga, very quick. But that front row start has not accumulated in points currently right now with inside the top 8. Down the inside, Philippe Carras on the charge here. This is Philippe Carras' last race of the day today as well. And is trying to do the level best to try and push up through the field now, and is doing just that. Eyes on the rest as Shreya Isa under investigation for potentially cutting the track there. That is a bit of a shame. So the battle at the front has simmered down now, Andrew, but as you were mentioning it here, they are some big, heavy hitters, all of which are at the sharp end of the point-scoring positions.
And again, the psychology of this sport, and particularly in the seniors. You think back to Genk at the end of the 2024 IAME Euro Series, and you had that brilliant race between Carinini, who won the title, but also Moya, who was out of title contention on that particular day in history, but very much wanted to win that race. And, well, they know they want to get one up on one another before we get to finals day. That's what I'm meaning by that. This is more than just another qualifying heat for these two drivers. A bit further back in the order, this is the fight for 4th place. As far as no, actually Clement Duchamp's really going forward on this particular lap. So Clement Duchamp now up to P6 ahead of Buckley. Coman there as well. Coman looking down the inside. Buckley doesn't want to let him through, but that's an inch perfect overtake from the French driver. Goes through as Buckley now responds with the counter-attack down the inside into turn 3. This is going to open the door potentially for another of the French drivers. Oscar Goodshell in there for the Dream Racing team down the inside. Come on, comes the blows. That's not gone well. Hooked up on the exhaust. They're locked together now. They're going to lose countless positions. They get going again. Coman's actually done very well to get unattached there, but the damage is done. They are some probably 10, 15 positions down in the order.
Oh yeah, it was Buckley more trying to get him off that one. He was turning left and right there to try and flick him off. He managed to do so, but that's disaster for Buckley, especially after that great result he had earlier on today in those first races. That is a big, big shame. Eyes to the further end of the field though, and watching this fight here, communication happening between your front runners right now, but Daniel Mota here in the front phase of this race, keeping Matis Mershout at bay. Mershout under pressure from Berg just behind. Kai Berg looking very, very quick here and looking for potentially a possible move up in towards turn at number 11. Roxanne Lantinga here now in 8th place. This is, again, she's still got another race later on today, so still got a chance to get those points in. I think she's still in a good spot in those points as well. Andrew, consistent results in and around that top 10.
It's doing a really, really good job this weekend again. It's Roxanne Lantinga. We've seen for a while Roxanne be able to do it in qualifying, do over a single lap. I think again back to Genk last year where she qualified very well. Roxanne has taken such a big step forward this year in terms of that race pace and being able to do it for 11 laps in a row. And credit to her. I think she's going to be a factor tomorrow. Just to mention as well, Sean Hogan's having a good race in this one whilst we, on our screens, look at the fight for second place. Sean Hogan was a long way down the order overnight, I think outside of the top 110. But a good race here up to 12th position. You could follow this up with another one later on this afternoon. There is still a chance that Sean Hogan goes through to tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed. And again, so many of these drivers will be, I think, doing the maths in the tents over the course of these next few races of thinking, right, what do we need here to do everything? And like you say, with Danny Carinini at this moment, I think is doing a great job. Again, it could all fall into play later on as, well, this is still the battle for second place on our screens. Moya and Van der Kerkhoff, wheel to wheel, please, gentlemen, down and towards turn number 1. Lovely stuff. Moya holds on to the lead, hold on to second place though.
I say this is a really good fight back from Van der Kerkhoff. I'll be honest, I thought he was going to get dropped once those two went through.
Whoa.
Instead, he's going to try and get down the inside of Moya. Whether Ruben Moya likes it or not, the Belgian driver is going through. It's been a sensational 2025 for Belgian karting. It could be again here. Moya fights back though, retakes second place. Onto the infield straight. Is Van der Kerkhoff going to attack again? No, Moya closes down any thoughts of a move into the hairpin. Mintz might still have a go at this. Mintz is closing in quite rapidly here. We're on the final lap. Danny Carinini's gone. Danny Carinini's going to win this race and do as much as he can do. Van der Kerkhoff still trying to find his way through. Oh, tries to turn in, doesn't find the grip around the outside of Moya. What a fight this is for second place right at the end of this race. Carinini wins once again. Over the line though, Mintz nearly gets both of them. Moya holds on, holds off the victory lane duo for second place. Van der Kerkhoff in third goes up to second place in the intermediate standings. Great race there, Anthony, but it's another win for the man in the red helmet, the Red Stallion, Danny Carinini on top again. That is the first in the clubhouse score on the board. If you want to be on pole position for a superheat tomorrow, 276 points is the score to beat.
Yep, it certainly is. And at this moment, there is only a handful that could stop him at this stage. But Danny Carinini, really a strong contender this weekend. And that's certainly someone who I would be putting your thoughts on that could take that top spot. Danny Carinini, Ruben Moya, Van der Kerkhoff, Mintz, Hagman, Utron, Good Show, Motor, Lantinga and Mershout are your top 10. And some good runs there. Clement Utron, 13 places gained from the rest of the field. Kai Berg in 11th from Jack Buckley, Louis Coman from Sean Hogan, Hagman Pinto from Uno Kalari, rounds up the top 16. Morgan Moore managing to get back to 17th place. That's quite a strong result there, despite the the two mishaps he had in that race.
Yeah, but I worry for Morgan because so many things keep happening to
popping
Morgan.
up.
Moore is not being able to really get the points on the board that his pace probably should give him. But for Danny Carinini, I say again, remember back to that qualifying session a couple of days ago, it nearly all went wrong, but right now he is P1 in the standings. Here are your highlights then. Off the race start, Van der Kerkhoff did no wrong. Lantinga took second place. It was a strange race for Jack Buckley, just never really got going. Already by this point, he was down to around 5th or 6th place. Ruben Moya had a good start as well. A couple of drivers taking to the grass off of turn number 4. But Van der Kerkhoff has had some very good starts this week. I've got to say, that's been one of his big strengths.
Yeah, certainly has. And again, the starts here have been relatively decent. Mins, early charge from Seb Mins in that one to later communicate then with Carinini to go through. And, you were talking about that, the maturity level that is really coming through from Seb Mins at this stage of the racing. This moment here, that's the first moment for Morgan Moore. The pushed out wide bit there was very fast. Mattis Smith shouts for the driver on the inside, and then later, I think at turn 1, had another spill through turn 1. It's just Carinini on the move, and everyone seemingly, I think, have been watching him over the course of this weekend and just said, hey, you go for it. Let's see what you can do. We'll leave you with these highlights, but let's cut down to Nicole Sutherland, who is with some of our drivers.
Well, I am with none other than Anthony, but Danny Carinini. Danny, your pace this week has been so impressive. You've, charged through the field at a rate of knots. That pace, where's it coming from? Because so far you've looked almost unstoppable.
Yes, the speed is really good, especially when we put the new tires. Everything is really great. And tomorrow, for sure, I think we start on the first or second row. It's really good for the Super 8. I recover a lot after the hit. I'm really happy about the speed and how it's going the weekend. Hope tomorrow close on a good way.
And you've gone 2 new tyres now then, Danny. Around the circuit, the feeling in the karts, the corners, what's it like? Are you, happy with the setup that you've bolted on now?
Yes, I'm really happy. Usually it's always difficult when you put only 2 new tires because the balance of the go-kart begin really difficult, but I managed really well and the speed was nice.
And then talking maybe about the IAME Euro Series this year, Danny, narrowly missing out, coming into IWF 2025, has that given you almost a little bit of a boost to really try and go for this #1 spot?
Yes, for sure. This year on the IAME Euro, I lost for a little bit of point, but I feel confident for tomorrow. I will try to make the big.
Well, Danny, thank you very much indeed. Always great to catch up with you. We'll go back up then into our commentary box. Plenty more heats coming up next.
Looking forward to seeing what the big is from Danny Carinini there. But yeah, no, excellent stuff from him. Still the remaining highlights on this last lap here from these two, Ruben Moore and Mattis Michel's. Mattis van der Kerkhoff, I should say, sorry. Very close racing there at the end. Moya just taking it behind Danny Carinini. It was a substantial lead that he had, 3.2 seconds from those chasing drivers. An incredible drive, but that's the last time we see Carinini out on the circuit. And the rest of Group B, that's them, done and dusted. No more of them, but then we will see now the likes of Groups A versus D. We'll see Groups C versus G in this first rotation. Then later on, of course, it's A and E, D and G, and C versus F that will be racing in those junior and senior categories. But like we're mentioning, juniors up next, qualifying A versus D. There they are on your screen. 1 minute board is out. George House and Charles Sayer, front row of the grid for this one. Looking forward to this little scrap.
Yeah, this is a really nice moment. These are 2 drivers on the same team who have raced each other since they were 6 years old. They've come up through the ranks and now they're sharing a front row of a grid together. They've shared front rows many times before. As I say, they've come up through the ranks and especially through the IAME engine categories. But George House will want to again put his name high up the list for X30 Junior on his move from X30 Mini. Charles Sayer has been doing plenty of racing so far this season with the XL Motorsport team. He's another one of the drivers similar to Matthew Higgins in the seniors, who's also raced a fair amount for the Energy Course Works team in OK Junior competition this year. But again, they've got that certain driver in number 34, Daniel Miron, to deal with, who is going into this race in a very nice position in the standings.
Yes, indeed. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup for this one. George House and Charles Sayer on the front row of the grid. Daniel Miron and Aaron Richardson on row number 2. Aurelio Casanelli and Alfonso Lopez go from row number 3. They'll have Jake Kostecki and Kim Bernard on row number 4. Jolina Denzel and Alejandro Campos go from row number 5. They'll have Sam Mott and Teo Polakan on row number 6. Andy Stewart and Dario Mifsud go from row number 7.
They do indeed. Actually, Mifsud will not be on the grid for this one because he has been disqualified from the event. Row 8, Flavio Cara and Alexia Diaz-Ruiz. Zoltan Koini and Sukmani Kira go from row 9. Row 10, Max Becker and Archie Rogers-Tyler. Row 11, Christian Gunderson and Charlie Blair. Row 12, Bruno Grieling, winner here in Valencia for the Winter Cup at the start of the calendar year. Will be on row 12 alongside Fabio Pelleriti. John Foley Jr. starts on row 13. It's an all-Irish row 13 with Ray Healy on the other side. Dennis Chen and Amelia Byrne go from 14. Benji Westwood has had some good races through the field so far this week. The Maltese driver starts on the inside of row 15 with Ella Johnson for company there. That's the top 30. It's a 32 strong field. Oliver Moxon and Leo Aina complete the running order for this one. This is groups A and D in X30 Junior, ready to go for another set of 8 laps in this one. Beautiful conditions still here in Valencia. It's a warm day. A few clouds starting to come over the circuit, a bit overcast, but still at this time of year, especially those of us from less warm climates in Europe. I'm thinking the Brits. I'm thinking the Belgians. I'm thinking myself a little bit. Well, it's always raining where I live. But you know, it's a nice temperature, and I'll say it again. We touched on it a little bit. It is so good to be here, especially 12 months on from what happened here in this part of the world. And then similarly, when we then moved the race, it was postponed. It went to Zuera. You know, there were a lot of looking at the sky and thinking, what do we have to do here? Because it was not great weather at Zuera last year as well. These have been very good conditions, a great hospitality from everyone here at the Cartodromio. Lucas Guerrero. Right, let's get ready for it. 8 laps underway for X30 Junior. It's the XL Motorsport front row lockout. Heading towards turn 1. Sayer, brave on the brakes, trying to run it around the outside. House is going to lead off the first turn, though. Daniel Miron straight up into second place. Good start for Gustinelli there as well in the pink, yellow and white machine. The RSD karting entry is up to third, Nicole.
Yeah, good start then by our field. Good start by the XL out there in the front of House. Like you said it then, Andrew, consistently quick throughout this weekend and consistently there at the top of your screens. But he's got a challenge here now. Daniel Miron, the driver down the inside now to take the race lead, has been just as good. The driver with so much track knowledge and that home ground advantage, I'd also say, Andrew, I think that's playing in his hands as we head through these heats. Benji Westwood then under investigation for cutting the track. That's been the theme of the weekend so far for these drivers, and it most commonly occurs here at that final corner for a lot of these drivers. They just get hung out to dry, end up, you know, mounting over that curb and cutting away from these circuits. Now then, P3 is starting to get fiery as we've got Miron out there in the front, House, Giustinelli and Denzel, but don't count for it to stay like that for too long as we've got these moves going on thick and fast.
Do indeed. Those are your points in the bottom right-hand corner. This is an important race for Daniel Miron. Remember, this is his 5th race side by side there. Wow, that was mighty close between Aaron Richardson and other drivers filing their way through. That's Alfonso Lopez in the number 12, who's faded a little bit on this lap. He's trying to fight his way back up through the order. So that was over 7th place. This is the 5th race for Daniel Miron, the penultimate race for Daniel Miron, as Sukmani Kira bravely driving through the field. We'll cut back to Sukmani in a moment. Daniel Miron can still beat Mulder's score, as here's the challenge. It's Gustinelli versus House. How many times have we seen this so far this weekend? This one is going to go to Gustinelli. Goes up to 2nd place. Denzel there as well in P4. Big hop over the curb there from Gustinelli, a new fastest lap of the race. So far, a 57.774.
I think I'm starting to see now then, Andrew, you know, those new tyres being deployed and helping some of those drivers further back down in the order. You know, it's the stage of the weekend where we're at crunch time now. Yeah. These are some final moments for many of these drivers that sit outside that top 72. You know, we're going to be saying goodbye to many of these. They will not make it into tomorrow. So, you know, tyre being deployed is why you're seeing some of these drivers, maybe like Grayling, make up so many positions so quickly.
Yeah, around 115 drivers in junior, so again more than a third will go at the end of the day. No consolation race, no repechage, no last chance qualifier. You're either in or you're not at the end of the racing here today. All of these drivers, by the way, this is their penultimate race. It's not like the previous little rotation. All of these drivers have got one more after this. Here's the final. Jarlath Sayer going backwards there. Through goes Richardson, through goes Bruno Greening. Well, we've not seen too much of Bruno Greening on our screens because he's been mired in the midfield, but he's always been making his way up the order. Nicole, the winner of the IAME Winter Cup here in Valencia back in the late winter, the early spring, has definitely still got a chance, I think, going into tomorrow. It's one of those phases of a competition like this where Bruno just needs to keep going forward, keep fighting, knowing that he's got the speed, he's got the racecraft, and he'll start a little bit higher up the grid tomorrow for the Super Heats. That's when we see him start to attack. Oh, as one of the DMSs is out. It's the number 71 of Charlie Blair. Charlie Blair will not see the end of this race, and that is a bitter blow.
Yeah, and for Charlie Blair then, points-wise, that's a bitter blow because he hasn't got too many to his name. That's going to throw things up in the air for Blair as we go into the later heats. And of course, tomorrow, I think he's probably going to be sat there a little bit nervous now, wondering if he's going to have qualified in. You mentioned a couple of laps ago, Andrew, Sukmani Kira, who you just saw her name flash on the screen because she owns that purple lap. You know, let's talk about Sukmani for a moment. You know, an Alpine young junior driver, a driver who has raced competitively this year in the UK in Junior X30 and is now, you know, breaking almost inside of the top 10.
Aaron Richardson just having a bit of a half look down the inside of Teo Polican there. I've been really impressed with Sukmani this year. And a lot of it goes back to her first event in X30 Junior. For moves like this, we talk again about how difficult it is to move up from minis to juniors. And Sukmani is a driver who has to do a lot of work on fitness and things of that calibre. I remember speaking to her and her father here at the Winter Cup and asked, how's it going? And just the beam on her face. She's really loving X30 Junior. Whereas some drivers sometimes they let the shoulders drop when maybe they have some struggles in that first year in juniors. Whoa, was that a little bit too close? Out of turn number 10. That was the number 90 of Christian Gunderson taking a trip through the gravel. Sukmani's been driving with a smile on her face all year, and I think it served her really well. This is what happened with Gunderson. Touch there with the number 30. That's quite a high-speed touch with Fabio Pelleriti. Thankfully, both of them able to continue. We've watched her race a lot this year. She's had a good speed as well. Not only has she enjoyed the racing here in juniors, she's had the speed. She was very close to getting a very big result at the British Karts Grand Prix Kart Masters at PF International earlier on this season. And I'm just seeing those little bits again this week that suggest that come Saturday, come the Super Heats in the final, we could be talking about Sukmani Kira towards the front of the field once more.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, Andrew. And do you know what I think also shows where she's growing in confidence? Is that overtake a moment ago between her and teammate of Aaron Richardson. I think you could have maybe expected her to sometimes have sat behind Richardson for a little bit longer and maybe think about it too much. But no, she had the confidence, she had the speed, and now she has broken inside of the top 10. Right now, a final couple of laps of things for these drivers. Down for that P2 spot, it is George House battling it out for Gustinelli there in P3. House is not giving anything away there for that second. Off the road, assisted by Gustinelli there. House spins around on the exit of turn number 4, and the driver that looked comfortable and steady and in for a P2 now finds himself completely looking in the opposite way towards the traffic behind him. House will tumble down the order. Drama on this final lap.
It's a very strange spin for George House that's going to drop him down the point standings as well. I'll tell you who's not dropping down the point standings and is continuing his rich streak is Kostecki trying to go around the outside of Dental. My goodness, that's a brave one from the Aussie. But Daniel Miron makes it another win. 5 from 5 and is still on course potentially for a pole position in a super heat tomorrow. Gustinelli P2, Denzel holds on ahead of Kostecki for third place. Lopez in fifth. And what a drive as well from Bruno Grieling. The Grieling family will be very pleased with that, showing that once again, Grieling's got the speed round this circuit. He's got the winning ability round this circuit tomorrow. Similar to other drivers that we've talked about, Kira, Lines, these drivers who have been in the midfield for the start of all of their races. They are moving themselves into a position where they will be starting towards the front tomorrow. And if they keep that kind of rate of progress up, they're going to be a big threat to the likes of Daniel Miron, who've been at the front throughout all of the heats so far this week. The drivers will head into Parc Ferme then. It's another 50 points for Daniel Miron Lorente. Daniel goes up to second place in the points and still has a race to go. Is 35 points behind Just Mulder's clubhouse total. Aurelio Gustinelli, Denzel Kostecki, Lopez Grieling, Teo Policand, Jarlath Sayre, Sukmani Kira and Aaron Richardson all in the top 10. Flavio Cara in 11th. Good drive from Mandy Stewart as well. She came home in 12th place ahead of Alejandro Campos, Kian Bernard and Zoltan Koini. Archie Rogers-Tyler, John Foley Jr., Sam Mott, Alexia Diaz and Benji Westwood all in the top 20. Emilio Burns had a quiet week. P21 there for the German. Chen, House, Becker, Pelleriti all in the top 25. Jørgensen, Gunderson, Moxon and Healy complete the 29 finishers. One retirement, Charlie Blair. Two drivers who did not start, Mifsud and Aina.
Daniel Moran, though, brings it home once more. There he is on your screens. A job well done from the driver from just down the road from here. Down at the start then, the highlights to take you through it. We did have an early good start by the excels of Sayre and George House, but of course, as we progressed through that race, both actually fell short. Daniel Moran then instantly gets up the order, instantly slots into a comfortable P2, and then very quickly found himself picking off that position from George House. In the background then, drivers further back in the field like Westwood, Foley, Healy and Pelletrini all getting involved with each other, wheel to wheel bashing, especially as we went through turns 3 and 4. This was the point in the race then that Jarlath Sayre just found himself in a bit of bother. Is now down at turn number 1, that hot spot that really favoured overtaking opportunity for these drivers being demonstrated time and time again, and that is how Giustinelli got sharper in the field. Once more then, Sayre being muscled out. You can just see, it's hard for these drivers, especially through that chicane section, to hold on to things. If they see that nose cone down the inside, they actually, I think, back off a little bit. I think some of these drivers are starting to learn as well about this track limits issue that we've got going on.
Yeah, this was the moment between Gunderson and Pelleriti. Both of them continued on through the race. I've lost count now of how many times George House and Aurelio Gustinelli have swapped positions. This was the moment at the end. Oh, yeah, there was a touch between House and Gustinelli there off of turn number 4. House in the end would return in the 23rd position. But for Daniel Miron, another great win for the half Dutch, half Spanish driver. Moves him up to second place in the points and not necessarily even needing to win the last race to outscore Mulder. There will be other challengers, though, as we go through these junior heats. Let's go down to Parc Ferme and over to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Down here, like you mentioned, in Parc Ferme, here with our driver who finished in 3rd position, Jolina Denzel. Jolina, great race for you there. Good positions gained. How are you enjoying IWF in 2025? How are you enjoying this weekend?
Yeah, I'm very happy for the qualifying result. P9 is a good pace. Yes.
Very happy. Obviously, here in Spain, the weather's been pretty interesting. A bit of rain overnight. How has the track been feeling overall out there? Is it grippy or is it still a bit interesting?
Yeah, I have new tires and the grip was good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Excellent. What are your hopes for the end of this weekend? Obviously, final up for grabs for you?
Yeah, I hope that I drive in the final and...
Yeah.
Yeah.
How was it to get here to IWF, of course? Lots of drivers had to race in multiple different events to try and win a ticket. How was your adventure to get here to IWF?
It was very difficult for me because there are strong drivers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, you've made it here, and we'll see if you can make it into that final. Well, Jolene, a great race for you there, and we'll see you out later on.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for many of our drivers here this weekend. We've got a bit of time before our next break, so in doing so, we'll take a short ad break. Do not go anywhere. Plenty more racing coming up for you.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes like myself, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
Hi, I'm Kai, I'm 14 years old, I'm a carter for Chaos Sport and I'm an MBA athlete.
What's the #1 thing you like about MBA?
The flexibility, because it allows me to train and kart when I need to. You can balance racing and your education.
I would recommend MBA because it's a very nice school for all people that do sports, and even if you don't need to do sports, if you want proper schooling without going anywhere, this is definitely the best school.
Welcome back to live coverage then of the 2025 IAME Warrior Final. In the commentary box then, myself, Nicole Sutherland and Andrew Mather will be introducing the next round of heats to you, and we will kick things off with our X30 Senior qualifying groups A versus D. Andrew, during that short break, you were sat next to me like a kid at Christmas. Tell me why.
Oh, well, I turned over to the next grid and go, oh, who have we got in this one? And then I just read this front row. Here we go then for A versus D. It's Gus Lawrence versus Freddie Lloyd, the two drivers who fought for the British title in Senior X30, and Freddie Lloyd took that title away from Gus Lawrence. They resume their great rivalry in this race. Max Radek and Marc Granada go from row number 2. It's then Donovan Bonilla and Vivian Guyanet on row 3. Daniel Brozovic was all in the spin last time out. Starts on the inside of row 4 once again with Patrick Ogadovcic for company. Oliver Stadler and Dylan Patel go from row 5. It's then Kevin Bakker and Florent Panet starting on row 6. Cam Nelson starts alongside Hugh Capot on row number 7. Brodie Whitmore had a great race last time out and is alongside Marius Barryberg on row number 8, a driver who's pretty quick round here. Noel Sundberg and Seb van der Heyden, they complete the first half of the field on row 9.
Part 2 of your grid, row number 10, we have Alex Pinheira alongside Roman Sell. The following drivers, pretty much all other than Max Anderson, have gone new tyre. He's starting from row number 11 alongside Leo Robinson. From the 12th row backwards, everybody has deployed those new rubber. Then Zarif Ferudin alongside Antonio Machado, and then from 13, it's Alina Rolfsson with Kamal Raphael. From 14, we have Lucas Hurika with Kyle Mikolev, and then from 15 houses Sinja Onbul and Meryl Peldes. 16, Matthew Higgins and Joachim Mattinson, and from 17, it's Isaac Dahl with Guillaume Rocker. Going from the 18th row of your field, all alone there for Great Britain, it's Mayan Patel, a quick driver in your field, but a driver that had qualifying drama and was disqualified. Keep an eye out then for the 2:49 going from P35.
Really can't call this one, Nicole, of which way this is going to go. Last time we commentated on these two was at Wilton Mill for the final round of the British Championship in Senior X30 for this year. It was a brilliant race. Two drivers at the top of their game, not wanting to give an inch, but also racing very fairly. And that's what I'm looking forward to in this race. We know they can do it, these two. Have raced together very fairly indeed. Gus Lawrence will, of course, have the advantage into turn 1. Freddie Lloyd is, first of all, going to have to deal with that difficult run from grid 2, particularly with the likes of a fast-starting Donovan Bonilla. Keep an eye on the driver with the orange and white helmet. Starting grid 5 has been very, very good off the lights so far this week. The driver's pretty much all into formation then. We should be ready to go then. This could be fireworks in X30 Senior. It's qualifying heat A versus D. To the line. Do we go green on our screen? Yes, we do. Lights out down towards turn 1. Lawrence will lead. Lloyd is going to try and give it a big one round the outside, but it's going to drop down to 3rd place. It's a good start for Max Radek as well, who's got ahead of the British champion. Up into 2nd place. That's not going to go well. Into turn 3 and 4. Carts scattered everywhere. It's Noel Sundberg, the 248. So it's the 309. It's not Freddie Lloyd. You thought it was then, Nicole. It's another one of the premium runners. It's Cam Nelson. Cam Nelson has had a terrible run in these heats at times. Out is the 243 as well. One of the Charlotte Leclerc Racing Team efforts leaving the circuit. Looked like they'd rejoined on the far side. So Dylan Patel looks to be out. Cam Nelson's out. Holchichka and Carl Mikolev also out of this race. It was Alina Rolfsson, that 243 is back at the front of the order. Well, things have all changed. It's not either of the Brits at the front of the field. It is Max Radek who leads in this one from Marc Granada. Now, we've been saying with Marc Granada, he's been very out of sorts, he's been very quiet as Gus Lawrence is falling down through the field here. This could be the point at which Marc Granada starts to step things up. And we saw this kind of run, I'll mention it again, Adrian Mistenes, Winter Cup, last year, getting into the last round, a couple of rounds of heat. Something just suddenly came alive for him as a driver. It can happen here at Valencia, where the margins are so fine. Really surprised to see, though, at the start of this race, we were talking about this potential battle between Lloyd and Lawrence. It's still pretty much on, but they're both falling back through the field.
Yeah, Gus Lawrence and Fred Lloyd then being absolutely shuffled in the first couple of laps further down the pack. There you can see Gus, and now he's got a new name right behind him, trying to fight a way past. That's Bakker there out of the final corner, really hunting down a gap on that brightly black and orange liveried cart. Now then, Fred Lloyd hustled once more. This time it's by Stadler, who gets into P5. Stadler, a driver who has very limited experience within this field. He's only really raced in Senior X30 in the German Championship, but here this weekend, you know, we said to him in his interview yesterday, how are you feeling? He has nothing to lose. He doesn't really have anything to prove either. Out there in the front then, Radek holding into this one from Granada. Vanilla right there as well. Brozovic, Stadler, Grenay now past Lloyd as well. What is going on with Fred Lloyd?
There's a very simple reason, Nicole, why both Freddie Lloyd and Gus Lawrence are struggling here. It's tyres. It's tyres. They're pretty much, there's only a few drivers on this grid who have not got at least 2 new tyres on their carts. Gus Lawrence, Freddie Lloyd, and Donovan Bonilla. So Donovan Bonilla, in example, is doing an absolutely brilliant job, although you could argue, of course, Donovan Bonilla had a retirement earlier on in the competition, so his tyres are just that little bit fresher, not as worn perhaps as what Lawrence and Lloyd have got on their carts right now. Now, it's not all doom and gloom as down the inside there. That's a good move from the 238 of Brozovic. Brozovic started to fight back up through the order. Very simply, the drivers who've got those fresh tyres on, they'll be getting to the stage of the race, Nicole, where that initial bite of the comets into this track surface at the Cartodromo International Lucas Guerrero, that will go into what we call phase 2, the steady phase of the tyre that you take through lots of these heats. The delta won't quite be as big for Lloyd and Lawrence. They could still potentially come back through in this race. We're not even into the second half of it. That's the end of lap number 4. 7 to go. Radek still leads from Granada. Brozovic still there in third ahead of Bonilla. Bonilla starting to maybe go back a bit. That has been a trend that we've seen so far this week for Bonilla. Stadler still up in 5th place. Grenay is held in 6th. Ogrodovchik, Lloyd, Lawrence and Pinera, that's your top 10.
There's going to be a dark cloud looming now, Andrew, and it's not in the sky. It's going to be on the shoulder of that driver right there who you've just seen jump into P4. Oliver Stadler has been given a 5-second penalty. That's really going to hang over his shoulder within the race. I think when he sees that notification, he's probably going to become quite despondent as he gets muscled out there almost. It's in this quad of carts that includes Grenay, Ogrodovchik and Bonilla as well. Down the back straight, these drivers go in the tow of each other, which now in this stage of the weekend, in this stage in the day, I'm hearing a lot of drivers say really benefits you. You really need to use it to your advantage, especially if you're going to go down into turn number 1 like Stadler is and pull off moves like that out of that final corner. In the tow, gets the rev, gets the run, and in a straight line, just gets himself through, picks off another position.
Yeah, Stadler, who had problems in the previous heat, of course, starting to move back through, although he loses that place to Grenay. This is great news for those who are not on new tyres. Bonilla, Floyd, actually Lawrence has fallen further down the order. Gus Lawrence is down to 13th place now in this race. Out of the race is the 249. That's Patel leaving the scene. It's been a really rough week for Mayan Patel. I fear we're not going to see the E-Plate champion from England going through to tomorrow. That was a nice move from Freddie Lloyd. This is a gutsy drive from Freddie Lloyd. Big curb hop there from the 259 of Alex Pinera, who's managed to get through past Grenay in that exchange. This kind of race is why I rate Freddie Lloyd so much, and we've called him Fast Freddie for a good few years, Nicole. He narrowly missed out on the national title last year, as down the inside there. That's another good move from Pinera through past Bonilla. Bonilla is really starting to struggle now on those worn tyres. I think he's carrying a little bit of damage on the rear right. You just see the fluorescent taped little pod that all of the drivers have to carry on the far extreme outside edges of the rear bumper. Beniers is flicked up into a slightly strange position at this stage of the race. Freddie Lloyd's racecraft is what took him to that national title. It's what took him to the IAME Euro Cup win a couple of weeks ago at Le Mans. And this is exactly where he needs that racecraft. He has not got the fastest kart right now because of the tyre situation, but he's digging deep and pulling a P5 out of the bag that keeps him in play for one of those pole positions potentially later on. And of course, when we get to the next set of heats, Nicole, he can then deploy his fresh tyres if he wants.
He's one of those drivers. He's a name like Gus Lawrence. They've got that experience. They've got that knowledge of the karts, the circuits, the machinery that they're sat in to hold on to that rubber, to know when to deploy it. And they're going to be smart enough to think as well, okay, a P5 doesn't affect me massively because when I do go new tyre, I will be right in the sharp end, and those points benefit me more than, you know, steady races. I can go bang right up to the front. When they do go new rubber, I would definitely expect them to be right back where we have seen them, where they probably think they belong, at that number 1 spot. There is Fred Lloyd heading out of the chicane section, really now catching up to the back bumper of Ogrodovchik. Down into turn number 1, down the inside. Lloyd uses it, and that just shows as well, at this stage in the race, the tyre is now stable. You know, that Comet for him is working now. It's got that temperature in, and as we pass that halfway point, Lloyd has lit things back up. Lloyd has got himself into P4.
We're on lap number 9 then of 11 in this heat between groups A and D. Gotta say, Max Radek still doing a brilliant job out front, but has not got this race won. Marc Granado is right on his rear bumper, a 1/10.5 between the two of them, the last full count. Here are your race leaders, just going towards and through turns 15 and 16. Brozovic doing nicely as well. Looking a bit further down the field, who's making good progress. Pinheiro, we've mentioned, is up 12 places in this race on your screens at the moment there in the RC2 Valles machine. Meryl Peldes is having a good race, Nicole. The young lady from Estonia up 13 places in this one. Sinja Earnbull as well up 10 spots for the Henza Racing team. Just to note as well, Matthew Higgins not as many places. I was expecting to read that name out as one of my ones with 10, 15, 20 positions, but it's not happening at the moment for the Welshman. Only up 4 spots to P27 right now, and has got some new tyres on, so that's, I've got to be honest, a little bit of a surprise. Meanwhile, though, back with this battle with a lap and a half to go, Nicole. Radek and Granada looking at a grandstand finish.
Ooh, down the inside now. Lloyd's under bit of pressure. He's in trouble. He's now just lost 3 positions. Ogrodovchik, Pinheiro and Barryberg fight their way past, and despite getting up the order once more in the space of just 1 corner, he's lost all of that hard work. On to the last lap we go then. Radek leads the way from Granada. These drivers, Portugal versus Spain, as we head through and down towards turn number 2 and 3, and a change last minute for the race lead. We've got a new race leader. Radek and Granada absolutely going for it, and Granada, clean as you like, just read the road, used that kart and used some bravery on 4 wheels, switches positions, and now we'll head into part 2 of this final lap as your race leader, but maybe not for too long, because Radek is still trying to challenge there. The 289, the Victory Lane kart, jumps onto the back bumper, tags him slightly, tries to push, tries to get the run out of the corner. Is he going to get the run down the back straight? He's going to try, he's going to take that racing line as Granada jumps onto that defence. Side by side they go into the final corner, bumps into the back bumper of Granada, but it's not going to be enough. Granada is going to take it. He sees the checkered flag for Spain on home soil and snatches away a heat win.
Big win. Very big win for Marc Granada, who announces his intentions on Friday afternoon here for IWF 2025 and says to the rest of the X30 Senior paddock, don't forget about me. Another one of the host nation favourites is in form here in the latter rounds of these qualifying heats. Wins by a few tenths of a second from Max Radek. Daniel Brozovic third. Oliver Stadler in 4th place, 5th in the end for the driver coming up from the 4th row of the grid, Patrick Ogrodovchik. Great drive from Marcus Barryberg up to P6. Alex Pinheiro 7th, Brody Whitmore, Freddie Lloyd and Vivian Grianet in the top 10. Should note, I think that's quite a good bit of news for Danny Carinini, because Freddie Lloyd has dropped. It's still a good result for Fred, because he's the highest ranked driver who was not on new tyres, but he has missed out on some points there, which now means a 50 score in his last race. Yeah, it's not going to get him past Carinini, so that's another bit of good news for the Italian in his hope for pole position tomorrow.
Absolutely is. Your drivers then finishing just outside of the top 10 includes We have Donovan Bonilla, Kevin Bakker, Zarifa Rudin, Oliver Stadler and Gus Lawrence, who lost 14 positions in total within that race. Meryl Peldes was on a charge. She was up by 14. Then we have Sem van der Heijden, Noel Sundberg, Leo Robinson and Florent Pan, who round out your top 20. We did lose a number of quick drivers within that race. Mayan Patel retired. He decided to actually save those new tyres that he had deployed after being sat right at the back of the field. He thought there's no point. I'll come in, I'll preserve things. Cam Nelson was lost. Elmer Olsen, Lucas Horica and Kyle Mikulev. And this is how it unfolded then. Your two at the front, your two drivers who know each other well, know exactly how they race. Gus Lawrence and Fred Lloyd took to the first corner as Lawrence as the leader, whilst Lloyd did that sort of long way round movement, tried to keep that minimum speed nice and high, tried to take more of a racing line. Didn't quite work for him though. He had to just settle for a P3 as the drivers behind him got all involved, and there was a bit of chaos actually between the curbs of 3 and 4.
Yeah, it's what you see as these heats go on, that the second half of the field sometimes can get a little bit desperate. In the background there, that was Cameron Nelson out on lap number 1 with damage. Elena Rolfson as well, not going much further than the first half of the first lap. Radek would take the lead. And well, we initially saw these struggles for both Freddie Lloyd and Gus Lawrence, both of the front row drivers not taking new tyres ahead of this race. Yeah, they really suffered for that in the first few laps, whilst everybody else had fresh rubber, extra grip, found their way through past 2 drivers. We're still in a very strong position. We'll carry on with these highlights though, but on the voices, let's head down to Parc Fermé and down to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, indeed, brand new winner in our winners pool here in IWF 2025. Mark Granado, congratulations for you. Great race there. Tell us your point of view from that race.
Well, we knew we were fast. We put on our set of new tires. So we just tried to play strategically to wait until the last lap and see where we could make our move. And it worked out in the end.
It worked out very nice, didn't it? Tell us, one more race to go for you at the end of the day. How are you in the points? Have you been keeping tally of where you are?
Yes, I have. I think we're in a good spot. We don't know for sure because things have to even out, but pretty confident.
Yeah, that's a nice chunk of points there, though, to add to that tally, so that will really help you out there. What are you going to do now between now and that last race? Are you going to look at data or are you going to relax?
Well, we're just going to see if we can make some changes to the car if we have to, and we'll keep on pushing.
Yeah. Perfect. Well, congratulations, Mark. Welcome to the winner's circle here in IWF, and we will see you out there in that last race.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Mark Granada and for the seniors. Bit of a tough one, though, of course. Gus Lawrence and Fred Lloyd dropping backwards in that order. A bit of a shame to see, but plenty more races to go. What can we expect next?
Well then, Anthony, we can expect nothing but our next group of X30 Juniors. Just finish off the last couple of moments of the replays then for this race. Spectacular indeed, and it was Mark Granada and Max Radek who continued to go for it throughout the last lap. Radek actually got overtaken between the curbs of 2 and 3 by Granada, who just really used the corner to his advantage to jump in front and take home a race win. Add to our board of different winners that we have had so far this weekend. That concludes that Senior X30 qualifying heat A versus D, and this time we go back to our juniors now for C versus G.
We do indeed, and hoping for better luck this time for one of the home favourites. Alex Martinez had technical problems before the start of the last time we saw the number 50 come out. Was understandably quite upset at that because it has set a driver back who's had up to that point a very good week so far. So hopefully Alex will be able to rebound here. There he is on the left-hand side of your screen in that beautifully liveried. I do like the action racing colours. They always stand out. You know, we see a lot of blue and orange. It's a quite favoured set of colours, but then that flash of green in there, absolutely fantastic. Dan Alleman, of course, alongside on the front row. Let's take you through the full grid, in fact, for this one. It'll be another 8-lap heat, of course, for the X30 Juniors. On pole position, there he is, cart number 50, Alex Martinez, looking to bounce back after disappointment. He'll share that front row of the grid with the Swiss superstar, Dan Allemann, starting second on the grid. There's a bit of trouble there. Is that, yes, it's Luca Narroway in the number 98 who now gets going. Row 2, Jacob Bachler and Priam Bruno. Bruno, very experienced around this circuit, has had some good runs at Valencia in the past. Rock Pinera and Jograna go from row 3. It's then Max Yule and Max Leclerc on row number 4. Daniel Oliver will be on his own on row number 5. The reason being the number 22 of Andrea Galimberti will not take the start of this race, will not compete for the rest of this event. Row 6 is Porsche Anders Schutkel and Rasmus Koskinen. Didier Krieft and Zach Burke go from row 7. The last row of the first half, Orion Meta and Ludwig Blomqvist on row 8.
Part 2 of your field. It started then by an all BMR lineup with Archie Owen and Nilas Malik. From row number 10, it's Albert Lombard with Luca Narroway on board with some new tyres. From 11, we have Arturo Aguilar with Beatriz Costa. And then from 12, Bing Fang Scheidel with Nino Mulon, who's also got fresh rubber deployed. 13, Hanan Rodriguez with Oiva Laknen. And from 14, we have Bautista Panetta alongside Leas Ebersdobler. 15, penultimate row of your grid. Your top 30 will be Marco Lokmatter with Sebastian Delgado. And rounding out your field on that last spot of P31, it is Pato Medina of Mexico.
So all of these drivers are having their penultimate race. The wind has died down a bit, so it's quite still again. It's almost back to the kind of conditions that we had 48 hours ago for the first day of these qualifying heats. It's still a little bit of a breeze, but it might mean that the slipstream is not quite as powerful down into turn 1. We'll keep you updated on the points situation. As I say, all of these drivers have 2 races to go. One of them about to happen, and then another one later on this afternoon. We'll keep you up to date on those. In the moment though, Mulder 285, Miron 250, Endicott 246, Purcell 221. Right, we're ready once again for X30 Junior. Looking at those lights, they go out. We're racing once again for 8 laps here in Valencia. Great start for those on the pole side of the grid. Alaman trying to go around the outside. One driver spat out of the pack. Was that the number 72 of Pato Medina? Potentially in trouble right at the start. If it was, it's been a torrid week for Pato Medina. There's trouble off of turn 4 as well. We'll confirm who that was in a moment's time. Spat out of the field. It was Pato Medina in trouble on lap 1. It's Nilas Malik in trouble as well, and Lachanen in the number 51 went round there, Nicole.
Absolutely did. Right then, drivers forcing each other wide. This is elbows out moments in this stage of the day, like Andrew called it. Penultimate race for these drivers. Out of the second sector and down the back straight, drivers having to defend, having to jump onto those white lines to hold back the drivers ahead, back each other into the hands of the drivers behind, let them trip over, and then they are trying to bolt away to catch up to Martinez, who is your race leader with a nice steady 3.5 gap. He leads then by Jacob Bachler. Dan Alleman and Bachler have swapped positions earlier on in this race, and then they are ahead of Rob Pinera and Priam Bruno for the time being. So Spain out there in the front as Pato Medina now looks to retire from this one after that damage at the start, and you can just see visibly the car bumping up and down, bent axle, I would say, there for Medina. But you know, going back to your front order, Martinez. Oh, that was
Didier
big
Krieft.
drama.
Oh, Max
Krieft.
Yule. Max Yule in a real spot of bother there. I hope Max is okay. The kart is not. The front fairing has been completely ripped off at the lower part of the bracket. It's just holding on by the little Y piece at the top or off the steering column there, and even that's looking a little bit awry at the moment. That is a real shame. Didier Krieft comes into the pits, asks what happened there. Well, either way, that is a big loss of points for the Fusion Motorsport driver. Here's your fight for third. Pinera, Bachelor down the inside. Got to say, Jacob Bachelor, another driver who's really impressed me this year. Made the switch to Jamie Green Racing, and it seems to have worked. He seems to have found a bit of a rhythm.
Yeah, I think, you know, in my experience as well, Andrew, every driver works in different ways with the way they're coached, with the way that they read the data. And for some drivers, moving a team really can help them to light things up, really can help them confidence-wise. If you're confident, you drive confident, and you get those results on the board. For now then, Martinez out in the front. Did originally break away, but now he's under pressure by the Swiss superstar of Dan Alleman, who goes down the inside at turn number 1. So they swap positions. And what's that going to do to Martinez points-wise? Despite that DNF earlier on, he is still sat inside the top 8 on the qualifying heats points. But now that Alleman has found his way through, what is that going to do to Martinez? Well, does in fact push him outside of the top 8 now.
It does, but he's still got the advantage of knowing that there's another race to come for all of these drivers, so more opportunities to move past those drivers in Group B who are done for the day. We're into the second half of this one, or thereabouts, the end of this particular lap. Looking further down the order, who's had a good drive through the field? Bautista Panetta has been on the move, up 15 places. That's a really good drive from Bautista Panetta up to P12. Over the line to start another lap then. Dan Alleman getting in that aerodynamic position. He's the kind of driver who does like leading from the front, but as we mentioned earlier, he's really improved and really impressed me across the course of this season, Nicole, with the R word, racecraft. Sometimes Alleman last year, when he would get overtaken, fall down to second, he'd kind of tighten up a little bit, and before you know it, he's 5th, 6th, 7th, and being shuffled down out of the pack. That is now not a thing. Absolutely not a thing for Dan Alleman now, and he's still got all of those talents that we saw in 2024 of getting to the front and having this almost like metronomic pace. You can just see him, he's just edging away ever so slightly from Alex Martinez. Martinez is going to need to dig deep here to take this lead back.
Yeah, and do you know what? I think something that could be playing into that for Alleman is the amount of racing he has done this year. He's competed across the FIA category with Ward. He's been here in the IAME grid with Spirit, of course. He's been done weekend after weekend, and every time he now jumps in a kart, I just think he's instantly got that rhythm. Yeah. It's just second nature now, I think, for Dan Alleman, and he's just demonstrating that to us with this race lead and now with this purple lap.
57.615 that time around from Dan Alleman. These two have got quite a lot of pace compared to the rest of the competition. Rodriguez is moving up the order, so Hernan Rodriguez on the Lenzo kart is now up into 17th place. That's a gain of 8. And again, say, look at the gap now between Alleman and Martinez. This is another area of Alleman's talents that are really, really strong. His management of being able to go faster and faster and faster as the laps tick on by. Here's a good scrap on your screens. This is for 8th place, just coming out of the final corner if you're trackside. Gronquist and Archie Owen. Had a chat with Archie Owen earlier today, Nicole. Whoa, that's a bit too close between Luke and Narroway. And I think that was that Moulin as well, yes, in the 2N racing machine. They both get away with that one. But yeah, good to see Archie Owen, the Welshman, coming back through. Has gained 8 places in this race. Has still got a good chance of going through. As out is a different Falcon. It's the 101 this time of Pink Van Schijndel. So Van Schijndel is out of this one. That could be a weekend-defining result.
Well, going back to, the Archie Owen story, he didn't feel like he had the pace. He said that in his driver interview. He just didn't feel like he was not happy with the performance so far. But it looks like actually, between these races, in these gaps, he's picked things up. He's gone through that data with his coach of Harry Patton, who previously has competed in this class here at this circuit himself. And actually I think that's where this promotion is now coming from for Owen. I think that's where he has found those 8 positions change for the race lead. Martinez has weaved his way through Dan Alleman. Both absolutely clip those corners in sync. Absolute harmony between these two drivers. So Martinez takes away that race lead, and that will promote him up your qualifying heats order once more. It will add to his points tally and actually reduce the negative impact of that DNF he had earlier on. Aleman, though, is unfazed. He's still trying to find a way around, still trying to take back that race lead. Head over his shoulder, looks at the gap between him and Priam Bruno. He knows that he's got some space to try and give it a go, and that's what he's doing. He's weaving around, he's dancing around behind Martinez. It gets busy as you like. Martinez holds onto that white line, invites Priam Bruno though, but he does it. He crosses the line with absolutely nothing in it between him and Dan Aleman, but Alex Martinez takes a heat win. Good result from Martinez. A good result that he needed.
Well, we asked it would need something big from Alex Martinez to win that race versus Dan Aleman, and Alex Martinez delivers. Brilliant win, and what a strong response after the technical problem in the previous round of these heats. He will march on and is back in the game, I would say, into the top 8 once more in the standings. Dan Aleman, another solid run of points there. 208 on the scorecard for Aleman right now, so I don't think he can catch Mulder, but still, Dan Aleman will more than likely feature towards the front of the grid in the super heats, one of the super heats. Remember, it's 2 super heats tomorrow for effectively a round of 72 before we go to the big race, the final for the top 36. There is your result then. Martinez from Aleman. A penny for the thoughts of Bruno Priam at the end there, Nicole. He probably would have thought, oh, can we have one more lap, please? Because he'd caught right up to Aleman and Martinez. Daniel Oliver, good result there. MDC Racing looking like they're starting to come back to the fore on home soil. P4 for Oliver. Rock Pinera, that's the kind of result that Rock Pinera needed as well. P5 will move himself back up the standings. P6 for Backler. Rana, Gronquist, Owen and Anna Shackle all in the top 10. Bautista Panetta, your biggest mover, up 16 spots to 11th.
Good job done then by Alex Martinez. Has helped himself, like we said, points-wise, but actually, so has Dan Aleman. He has, with that P2, promoted himself up the order in your point standings for these qualifying heats, which now these drivers, teams, mechanics, coaches will really start to pay attention to, because these were the penultimate heats for these groups of X30 Juniors. Looking forward to seeing the highlights of that one, because I did enjoy that race then, Andrew. It was actually quite a clean one between our field and a clean one between Alex and Dan as well. This is how it unfolded. These are your best bits of that qualifying heat. Down into turn number 1, Martinez does the textbook thing, holds on to that white line as your race leader, as in the background it was Pato Medina that just got spun round and actually ended up later on retiring. Side by side, they always go through turns 2 and 3 at these race starts, and we lost more names further in the background, getting beached over on the grass, but I do think the track was regained for those names. Early stages, Jacob Backler impressed me for Jamie Green Racing. Did originally get into P2, he didn't hold on to that, did end up down in P6 overall, but for the time being, you know, he had quite a good one. Max Yule was another retirement, another incident out there on the track, as was Didier Kreeft. You could see Nasso panel damage for Max Yule, pulled into the pit lane and went no further.
Yeah, I've got to say Max Yule very lucky there. Never like to see those NASA panels being ripped off. And yeah, well, we'll see Max Yule later on. This was the battle then for the race lead. Dan Aleman down the inside of Alex Martinez and into the race lead. It was at that stage where Aleman was just extending the lead by hundredths, if anything, but it looked like it was going to be his day. More racing through the chicane. Whilst we continue with these highlights on our screens, let's pass down the audio waves once again to Park Ferme and to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, down here with our race winner. A stark difference from what happened earlier on. Alex Martinez, congratulations. Back on top. You're still good in the points as well, despite the drama that happened earlier on. But first, let's talk about that race, because exactly what you needed. Last lap overtake, race win. How did that feel?
Yeah, it feels good. In the start, we can open that gap, but then a fastest driver passed me. But in the last lap, we can overtake and close good and get this victory in the seat. That is very important because of the last DNF. But yeah, good.
Yeah. But let's talk about that race earlier on, of course, right at the start. What had happened with the kart? It just came to a stop. What happened?
Yeah, only in the start, I am too slow, and in the start, my engine stopped and don't go anymore.
Yeah, it's such a shame. But like you say, that win there still puts you 8th overall in the points at the moment. But like you say, some more races to go later on. The weekend so far, though, it's going, I think, your way quite nicely. You've got some good points and you've still got some good confidence for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, I feel good for the next heat and super heat. Now we are going to work for the last heat and try to win for be more up in the points. And yeah.
Perfect. Well, Alex, congratulations. We'll see you out there later on.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Alex Martinez, back where he needs to be, at fighting at the top. We're going to take...
To Valencia, the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. It's the third day of heats for IWF25. Andrew Mather and Nicole Sutherland on commentary duties for you here this afternoon. Groups C and G, another 11 laps to get a clearer picture on who's going to be going through to finals day.
Well, things have been so busy, so up and down for so many drivers in this field. It's going to be particularly clear pretty much until the end of the day, because we've had so many decisions going on post-race for drivers as well. Penalties being thrown out for a number of drivers, even high up in the order. So, you know, I can't even predict which names are going to be up there, especially with a senior grid of this many names and this much talent. Drivers going off the grid and then to kick us off for qualifying heats C versus G. Front row, Andrew Mather looks like who?
Toby Gale from Thailand will have pole position for this one. Zach Drummond alongside on the front row. Angelo Melli and Tyke Buckley will form up the second row for this one. Hugo Marti and Zach Green go from row number 3. Aaron Garcia, very much in form, looking for another victory, but has to do it from row number 4, is joined by Tobias Norman. Alois Girardet goes from row 5. The Frenchman is joined by Xavi Loreras on that row. That is your top 10. Santiago Alves and Eloy Gonzalez was holding his wrist a little bit, but he's okay to go. Otto Pukkanen and Isaac Sayer, they go from row 7 there, ahead of Aaron Vader and Sam Woolley on row number 8. It's then Adria Mustienes and Amankara Osman starting on row number 9. That is the first half of your grid.
Row number 10, part 2 of your field. The top 20 will be Gabe Still, who's got new tyres deployed on the left-hand side of his kart, and he's starting alongside Jean-Paul Carras. From 11, Lewis Bird has gone for the same tactic as Still. He's starting alongside Adam Elbassoni. They will be in front of row number 12, which includes Robin Happerine and Mark Lepiccolo. From 13, Louis Martinez with Charlie Gardiner. And then from 14, it's all new tyres on the left-hand sides for both Yves Riz and Harrison Mackie. 15th row of your field, Portugal and Great Britain, looks like Rafael Reina and Luke Agnew. And then from 16, Andre Dabija with Martin Wallström. Row number 17, your final row of your 34-strong grid. Christian Fuente goes alongside Sophia Sage. Fuente then being another driver in your 34-strong field to put new boots on the left-hand side of his kart.
Just to confirm that Anthony Jordan, hasn't just decided to have a sit down and go for a cup of tea or a light beverage. He's still at trackside watching for us. Good to see him still hard at work. 11 laps, of course, for this one, with it being an X30 Senior heat. Quick review of the points heading into this one. Karanini 276, Van der Kerkhoff 236, Lloyd 214, Buckley on 210, Mins 203, Moyer 202, Drummond, of course, on a perfect 200. So could go up to second place with another strong result here, could the Scottish driver. Then Rattel 196. That is your top 8 as things stand. The pace is steady, controlled and ready to go then. Who is going to take the next haul of 50 intermediate points in X30 Senior? We are racing once again here at IWF 2025. It's a good start for Toby Gale. He will lead off the first corner. Drummond will slot down to P3, which is not too bad, starting from the outside line of row number 1. Are they all going to make it through turn 3 and 4? There's a few drivers taking over the curb. Oh, big spin, and out is that Isaac Sayer going for a turnaround in the 283. Yes, it was. Wow, that was quite a spectacular moment for the driver from Singapore. But back at the front of the field, it is Toby Gale leading in this race. Drummond on the attack, though, down the inside, back into P2, Nicole.
Well, Zach Drummond then in his heat earlier on achieved a heat win, and now he's charging forward to try. The name ahead of him is Toby Gale, who's out there with a sizable gap to kick off this qualifying heat. Gale, a P2 for him so far today, but with that DNF caused by that rear hub falling off for him yesterday down at turn number 1, means that points-wise, he's not inside your top 8, and he's actually not a direct contender to Zach Drummond outside of this heat. Further back in the field, the pack looks busy. That's Otto Putkanen trying to fend off Laveres, Alves and Wieder as well. Gets up the order, 4 places to his name so far, and is now looking at the 256 of Norman just ahead of him. Zach Green is trying to fight his way past Hugo Marti for that 6th position. Zach Green last year was on the podium in the junior category, is trying to charge ahead now to replicate something similar, this time in your seniors.
Well, of course, he's got a good record around this particular circuit. At the start of the season, Zach Green was your senior winner. He didn't take it on track. A technical infringement from the on-track winner meant that Zach Green moved up to top spot, but it was still a very strong performance for his first race at this level. That's a big move as well from Aaron Garcia. That's the kind of driving that we've seen across the course of this season from Aaron Garcia that's led him to victory after victory after victory. A decisive move there on the man in form, Zach Drummond. That's Garcia up to P2.
Yesterday in Drummond's driver interview then, he said the names of drivers that he thought would be contenders, the likes of Danny Caronini. And I think a move like that by Garcia, your 25 Euro champion, is a bit of, well, look at me, I'm a contender as well. I am one of the big names to beat. I think that was a bit of a power move there from Aaron to get into part 2 of P2. Power moves there further back in your field. That's Harrison Mackie trying to fight his way past. Harrison Mackie then on the back foot this weekend. Really did not qualify well, has really had to be tactical during every single heat and has had to push. Currently, the push is 15 places to sit in P13 behind Eloy Gonzalez, who equally has just as much work to do after his DNF in his previous heat.
Yeah, it's been a funny weekend so far, a funny week, I should say, for Harrison Mackie. I don't know what it is about this Valencia circuit. It just doesn't seem to, whether it doesn't suit him or it's one of those circuits that becomes a bit of a bogey circuit for a driver. A difficult time the last 2 Winter Cups here, as that's a nice move from Buckley down the inside. Ty Buckley again gaining another position, back up to P4. I also took a little sharp intake of breath on that last lap because Mackie and Bird were both chucking it down the inside of Ahmed Kara Osman through turn 14, but those are 3 high-quality drivers. Kara Osman, Mackie and Bird, and they made it work. Also trying to make it work at the moment there is Otto Pukkanen. This is more like it from Otto Pukkanen. Pukkanen, for me, was a little bit timid. He was out of sorts yesterday. I like to see the Finnish driver going on the attack in these Senior X30 races. As I say, this is more what we like to see from the driver of the 209, but Angelo Melli there ahead of him in 5th place is going to be no slouch.
Well, you know, maybe going back to the Harrison Mackie story, this weekend his first IWF without the Fusion camp, you know,
yeah, of course.
Completely new team for Harrison. Maybe that's, you know, falling into play here. Maybe that's why he's not as high up as we would typically see him. Going back to Otto Pukkanen, now he has made up yet another position there in the field, so good stuff from the Finn. Mackie then, as we say, his name arrives actually on your screen. He's now in this fight that includes Green, Gonzalez and Alvarez as well. Down the start-finish straight they will go. Defensive postures being deployed now into turn number 1. Down the inside, Mackie goes, uses that run on the exit of the final corner and actually uses Eloy Gonzalez as well to push through on the driver ahead.
I was about to say, he's picked a really good rear axle to glue himself onto the back of. You always know that Eloy
like
Gonzalez is almost being, is parting the seas ahead of Harrison Mackie right now. This is more like it from last year's Junior IAME Euro Series champion. At this stage at Zweira, you know, the triple was still on the cards for Harrison Mackie of national, continental and international title. It nearly went that way, of course, at Zweira just less than 12 months ago. It's seeming like after all of the woes earlier on in the weekend that Mackie started to get back into the kind of rhythm that we would expect. We've gone into the second half of this one. We're on lap number 7 now of 11. Toby Gale leads this race from Aaron Garcia by just over half a second. Zach Drummond still in 3rd, and this is still a good score for Zach Drummond. He's still within reach as Mackie gets another position, this time past the 256 of Norman. So Drummond right now still with a strong result in the last round would still overhaul Danny Caronini's 276, so it's still all to play for, Nicole.
Yeah, it's not over until that checkered comes out now. Just behind Mackie, we've still got these moves going on between these drivers. Lewis Bird is another name that's trying to jump on to your screens. Isn't just yet inside of the top 10, but 9 places Bird has picked off during this race. Haven't seen them for a little while on the screen, but Toby Gale still out there in the front, over the curb, cutting the track. I think that was Lewis Bird there that just cuts across the exit of the corner, ends up actually bunching everybody in this pack up, and this is getting feisty now through turn number 1. We've got Green in the fight, we've got Mackie, Bird, Alvarez, as again Lewis Bird misses the corner and has to exit and go over the grass. And then obviously, of course, you've got dirty tyres for the next couple of corners. It just did not go well for Bird there.
Yeah, and that's the trouble with turn 2, the second little kink there, that you've gone through turn 1. The fronts are almost screaming at times, going, why is this corner so long? And then it just gets a little bit tight on the apex, and it's very easy to find yourself out on driver's left and over the curb. Right, change for the lead. Look at this. Aaron Garcia has got through past Toby Gale. So Aaron Garcia, could he be playing his way into a potential pole position for tomorrow? This score right now would take him up to 229. He would be within reach of Caronini's score. He would need to win his last heat. He would need to make it 3 in a row, but this has been a properly good step up from this year's IAME Euro Series champion. Oh, Gale out wide there, just nearly got, there's a little dip just beyond the curb of turn 7 that Toby Gale flirted with there. Zach Drummond could have a chance here. This could be big for Drummond. He might need these points with this kind of form for Aaron Garcia now, challenging him across the last rounds of these heats. Down towards the chicane. We're on lap number 9, Nicole, 2 to go.
Well, Gale just dropping those wheels off the circuit. Dirty tyres for him for the remaining couple of laps of that, remaining couple of corners of that lap. And now he just looks like maybe Drummond is going to start rattling his cage. Out of turn number 1 they go. Gale still there in P2. Drummond P3, but you can visibly see how hard Zach is trying to push now to get onto the back of that Birla driver, as still is not quite in doubt behind them. It is not simmered down whatsoever. So many names in this fight trying to go for it. Mackie still there, 19 places gained in total, still trying to push, still trying to make up these positions. I think a fire in the belly of Harrison now.
Yeah, this is the proper Harrison Mackie, and I've missed seeing this. We've probably not seen this from Harrison for, what did you say, 3 or 4 months. Yeah, 3 or 4 months. But good to see the fire back there. Right, on to the final lap of this one. Garcia, Gale, Drummond. Remember, it's a 3-point difference between a finish in 3rd to 2nd in one of these heats. So Drummond would quite like those 3 points just to give him a little bit more breathing room for the final set of heats later on this afternoon. There's a problem for Jean-Paul Carras there in the 262. Not the first time that we've said that today. That's a real shame for Jean-Paul Carras. That might be game over for the Greek driver of any hopes to go through to tomorrow. Gale closing in on Garcia. Garcia hasn't got this race won quite yet. Out of turn 14, this is where you need the power. This is where you need the ponies down the back straight to get you to the chicane. Garcia is over checking his shoulders. Subtle line to the inside there, into the chicane. Gale trying to look around the outside. Well covered off there by Aaron Garcia. He parks it in the middle of the chicane. He's going to get this win just by 66 thousandths of a second. Brilliant stuff there from Aaron Garcia. He's back in play, ladies and gentlemen, and the host nation have a big hope here of adding the IWF X30 Senior title, as there's a problem for Isaac Sayer again on the last corner. Something has happened there. But Albassoni falling down, Fuente falling down, Gardner falling down. And the 322 has come past us. That is a lot of damage to Christian Fuente Plaza's kart there. That's all been happening in through the final couple of corners. But Aaron Garcia takes a very important win there, Nicole. It moves him up to 4th place in the standings, just behind Van der Kerkhoff by 7 points. But critically, he can now beat Carinini's score. Well, he was always going to be able to beat Carinini's score, but he had to win that race, which when you start from the 4th row of the grid is never guaranteed. If he does that again in his final heat, he will get past Carinini's 276. But there's still the problem of Zach Drummond. Yes, Zach Drummond's unbeaten record has gone, but that movement to 241 now with that 3rd place means he's already cleared Van der Kerkhoff. Van der Kerkhoff has finished racing for today, so a decent score from Drummond. I think maybe like a top 5 or something like that would get him past Carinini, but he'll want more, especially if Aaron Garcia continues this kind of form.
Yeah, Drummond then I would say would still look confident. You know, he called it well, saying earlier on in this weekend that Carinini is a name to watch out for. And, you know, he's actually the only name that is in front of him points-wise for the time being. That's going to be a confidence boost there for Zach. There on your screens, though, Aaron Garcia takes another heat win, doubles up on his wins then today. A job well done, but I felt like a bit of deja vu on that last lap, coming out of that chicane corner where the 3 in the top 3, Garcia, Gale and Drummond, it was an absolute sprint to the line. It was also a sprint to the first corner at this race start then. Your highlights for that X30 Senior qualifying heat. Right out the front then in the early stages was Toby Gale. hugged that white line, just nicely, ticked off every box, every corner, as right in the air, a pirouette moment out there for Isaac Sayer. 2 spins for Sayer throughout that race. I'm not sure who clipped him there, but he was actually quite lucky to not end up in that Marshall post.
Yeah, I think it might have been Armin Kara Osman. It was one of the Simon Haupt Racing Team entries, and yeah, Armin was off the track, then came back on and found Isaac Sayer in his path. Good runs in the early stages. Lewis Bird taking across the grass not once but twice in quick succession in the second half of this race. This was the second one. Yeah, just ran out of road there on the approach to turn number 2. In the end, Bird would come home, well, he would retire in the end, P32 for the Briton. This was the finale then. Over the line would go Garcia. We'll see the last heat for those drivers later on. We're going to take another short break here at Valencia. Coming up after this, X30 Mini.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes like myself, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MVA, the #1 school for athletes.
Hi, I'm Kai, I'm 14 years old, I'm a karter for Chaos Sport and I'm an MVA athlete.
What's the #1 thing you like about MVA?
The flexibility, because it allows me to train and kart when I need to. You can balance racing and your education.
I would recommend MVA because it's a very nice school for all people that do sports, and even if you don't need to do sports, if you want proper schooling without going anywhere, this is definitely the best school.
It's crunch time for Mini X30, the last round of qualifying heats for some of the youngest drivers here this weekend. It is qualifying heat D versus E, the last chance. The front rows of Daniel Ferguson and Mason Kwong have got to put points on the board. They'll be starting it from row number 1. Nicholas Lopez and Alfie Davidson go from row 2. Mattis Pearsons and Albie J. Stubbs, after a disaster earlier on, starts this one on row number 3. What can the driver from the UK do? Pablo Segura and Milan Baku go from row number 4. They'll have Riley Murrow and Sasha Miras on row number 5. Valentin Lefebvre and Aurelian Logatano go from row number 6. The first half of the field will see Vincente Capella and Nicholas Inglemo.
Part 2 of your grid, row number 8 will look like Belgium's Milo Cornil alongside Gustavo Oliveira. From row number 9, we have Dimi Uzanov on new tyres. He's starting alongside Oliver Meredith. From 10, your top 20 is rounded out by Marcus Assen and Ruben Segou. And then from row number 11, we have France's Baptiste Augustin with Shelley Sander. 12, Great Britain's Harry Chapman needs a good one within this race. He's starting alongside Artillero. 13, we have Isco Alonso with Paul-Andre Alagna. He's also got some new tyres deployed to the left-hand side of his kart. From row number 14, we have Oscar Ramo with Mason Hibbert. Running out your field then for your X30 Mini qualifying heat D versus E. P29, we have Ian Timerton of Spain.
Well, like we were saying, this is their last chance now to put points on the board in Mini X30. This really is now a pivotal moment, and already seeing some drama out there for Dimitar Uzanov, who's gone to the back of the grid there, the 532, who's got a full set of tyres on board. Here, will be starting at the back of the grid, not where he wanted to be, into the tram line. Derby Racing, lights out, fights on in Mini X30, down in towards turn number 1. And again, it's a strong start for Ferguson on the inside line, but keep an eye on Mason Kwong on that outside. Tries to carry the speed around the long way through turns number 1 and 2, and I think does slot into a good position there of third place. A little bit of drama though into the chicane. 1 and 2 carts not making it through. I believe one being Paul-Andre Alanya, as well as Mason Hibbert, I think, having drama. There is the 584. That is Anglano there, the French driver for the EC Automobile team, going no further in his last race, and that might be his chances of getting into the superheats done and dusted.
Well, if it is the case that Mason Hibbert has been caught out in that one, his weekend goes from bad to worse. He had a poor qualifying, and then in his previous race, despite a P2, was disqualified from the results. Out there now, we've got another driver parked and will go no further. The driver looks to be in a little bit of discomfort as well. That is Mio Cornil, parked out there in the absolute middle of the track as well. Eyes and ears back on, though, the front end of your order, still led by Daniel Ferguson, who has had 2 heat wins. Really good results from the BMR driver, who's here under the guidance of not only BMR, but Lewis Mackey as well. Into the second sector, these drivers will go. Ferguson leads from Lopez. Albie J. Stubbs is high up on the order, and I would say Stubbs is being helped within this one after his DNF earlier, because he's got some fresher tyre on board that XL branded kart. Shortly behind Stubbs, his countryman of Davidson is pushing him around. Davidson is a driver within this field who's had some good results. A P2 earlier on today. It's looking like it's pushed him forward and given him some confidence now as we go through this part of the race. Change for P2 now out there on the board. I think Albie J. Stubbs is pushing ahead and has got himself up the order. Yeah, indeed. Stubbs has deployed fresh tyres in this race as well, a full set. So despite the fact that he had that DNF earlier on, he's switched tyres anyway. So a brand new set for this one, and is putting to good work here. Ferguson, no tyres on board on this one. He is still running at a set he has used multiple times, and so far he is under pressure right now, but not so much, because of course he's in the lead of the points at the moment, 223. Peruzzi second in the points with 188, is joined with Alfie Davidson. Now Davidson's there third. If Davidson can get a few more points in this one, of course he could step up that little bit more, but Peruzzi is on a really strong spot here with just one more race to go. Could potentially take those points lead in that final race. He has not in the next one, but it will be in the very last mini race that we have in a few moments' time. Here on the back straight, Stubbs pushing but not attacking here, Nicole, and this is smart. Wanting to break away, they want to get those good points on the board. For Albie J. Stubbs, then, this is his first international race as an X30 Mini, and to be up in the sharp end in P2 behind a driver that competed in this race last year in Zuera, actually, I would say is really impressive, and also impressive that he's not let those poor results earlier on today and yesterday, which were actually not really any fault of his own necessarily, put him off at all. Daniel Ferguson, then race leader, is also points leader, like you mentioned. Then Anthony, 223 to his name, despite actually being given a penalty earlier on in the weekend after an on-track win, is some good results there for Danny. Shortly behind your duo at the front then is Davidson and Lopez that are trying to battle it out. Lopez there just hunting down behind Alfie Davidson. I would say actually trying to suss him out through this past lap or so, trying to see maybe where he lacks on a bit of braking bravery. Is it going to maybe be through the chicane section where then Davidson lacks down the straight and Lopez can go through it at turn number 1? Not just yet. Lopez thinks again, so maybe it's the case He's trying to use Davidson as a bit of a shield, a bit of a buffer to catch up to the two ahead.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, this is going to be the fight of the two groups of two here, like we always see in multiple races in Mini X30, where they're literally just trying to suss out who's going to be the fastest of the two groups. And I can tell you, it is the Davidson-Lopez battle that on this lap in particular is faster than the Ferguson-Stubbs battle up ahead. So we might see Lopez not go for the move here because he knows here that Davidson is actually pushing quite nicely forward here. The only thing that he has to be wary of course, is any drivers behind. Mason Kwong, Milan Baku, and Valentin Lefebvre, because again, Milan Baku is actually on a real charge here right now and is pushing through the field, so they do need to be careful. We're already getting through this race quite quickly here, Nicole. We're going on to lap number 6 now. There is the awaiting next group of drivers. You saw there the likes of Colby Patterson, who is going to be out in the next one, as well as Charles Clough there, where, of course, the XL teammates. They'll be watching their man here of Alfie J. Stubbs pushing away at the front here. But again, no change between these two. I think it's going to be one of those where we could wait for that very last lap.
Just throwing some question marks around the battle between Ferguson and Stubbs then, because pace-wise, Stubbs is faster than Danny on that previous lap. To you, Anthony, why do you think that move hasn't been on or changed? No, ignore everything I've just said, because the move was on. Albie J. Stubbs, as we were questioning it, talking about it, finds his way past Daniel Ferguson now and takes the lead of this race.
Indeed, we didn't quite see how that happened in around that mid-pack area. This might give us a clue. That's why. Ferguson, a rare mistake for Daniel Ferguson, pushing hard there through that midfield sector. And that, I don't think, is pressure from behind. I think that's just something. Right. Now, the last lap was out. Now we're seeing defensive driving, and it's coming from Albie J. Stubbs. This is going to be an ultimate test, then, of the driver who is cutting his teeth into the class that is Mini X30.
Yeah, absolutely is. I don't know if this result, if Albie can hold on to a race win, will help him too much when qualifying into tomorrow's racing, but it will do a lot for his confidence, I am sure. The driver that just a moment ago ran himself off the road then, Daniel Ferguson, still trying to snatch back that race lead. Despite being in P2, he's still the law around the outside. Daniel Ferguson, as committed as you absolutely like, snatches back that number 1 spot with an round the outside move on Stubbs. I think Stubbs would not have expected.
Yeah, I think Stubbs there was, again, defensive into the corner. I think just that little early on the brakes, didn't carry as much speed through the corner. And, of course, Ferguson there, just with that little bit of extra knowledge of the track, was able to go through. Despite that, they're side by side across the line. But Ferguson takes it by 0.024 of a second ahead of Albie J. Stubbs. Ferguson, 223 points. That is a nice number, but it's not out of the woods yet. The fight is still on, but that's exactly what Daniel Ferguson needed there, Nicole. A win there, points on the board. Last race of the day before their days tomorrow, and he is looking at a pole position start for the moment, but with 2 more races to go, we just have to wait and see.
It's not a perfect score points-wise for Daniel Ferguson, but I don't think he could have done too much more throughout these heats. He's been consistently at the front. He's not even dropped outside of the top 5 at any point during the racing, has stayed up there and now adds to his tally of heat wins. Here we go then. Daniel Ferguson was, of course, your race leader, and it was his 2 countrymen of Albie J. Stubbs and Alfie Davidson that finished closely behind. Nicholas Lopez.
And stepping up the order nicely. There are your field then, in through Parc Ferme, and these are your highlights from that one. Again, pretty consistent start, I would say, from the 2 drivers at the front here, but Ferguson with the run in towards turn 1, that inside line, perfectly suited for him. Mason Kwong tried to carry the speed around the outside, just slowly faded during that race, but not to a great despair. P8 overall. There was the first of the retirements. Paul André Along there, out of the race. Then we saw Miller Cornil out of the race. Not sure what happened there, but yeah, a bit of discomfort for the Spirit Racing driver of Belgium. So big shame there. There was other moments in the early stages. Actually, very lucky not to catch the rest of it after Loureiro as well of Portugal. Bringing it back onto the circuit. Rare mistake from the likes of Daniel Ferguson to lose out on the lead. This moment here, just dropping a wheel off the curb. Lost out to LBJ Stubbs. Stubbs went through into the lead. Later, though, Ferguson was able to take that one back with a beautiful move around the outside. Photo finished across the line there, though, Nicole. 0.024 of a second, separating the top two. But it is Ferguson, Stubbs, and Davidson 1, 2, 3. Ferguson leading the points here in Mini X30 with 2 more Mini X30 qualifying heats to go. So the pressure now is on for the drivers in the next session. The pressure's on now. Achilles Peruzzi, John Han as well, Chester Fawkes, and Hugo Fuentes. They've all got races to go later on, but their points now mean everything. So we'll keep a close eye on some of them. But those next races coming up very soon, which will be the likes of qualifying heat A versus F, which will see Charles Urel and Charles Clough on the front row of the grid. But before that, let's head over to Andrew Mather in Parc Ferme.
Thank you very much, Anthony. He's here again. Daniel Ferguson, another win, but more importantly, that could be a win that takes you to pole position for a superheat tomorrow. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's fantastic to hopefully be on pole for the superheat, and I hope I am, and I'm very happy.
Talk me through that race. It's never an easy one, an X30 Mini round this place. Your rivals were really pushing you hard, and LBJ Stubbs coming to the fore as well.
Yeah, at the start of the race, I had a bit of a gap, but not really that much, and I controlled the race. I made a bit of a mistake coming out of the middle bit, but then I came back, went around the outside of Albie, and I held it until there.
How much work will you have to do now between now and tomorrow morning? Your mechanic Lewis Mackey, I know, keeps you under check. Will you be going over the data tonight or having a bit of a relax?
Yeah, we'll definitely be going over the data to see what we can find for the superheat tomorrow.
Best of luck with that, Daniel. We'll see you tomorrow for those superheats. Daniel Ferguson, your latest winner in X30 Mini. Guys, back up to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather. Yes, indeed. Hopefully we will be seeing Mini X30 qualifying heats A versus F in a few moments' time. We are going to take an ad break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments' time.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes like myself, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MVA, the #1 school for athletes.
Hi, I'm Kai, I'm 14 years old, I'm a carter for Chaos Sport and I'm an MVA athlete.
What's the #1 thing you like about MVA?
The flexibility, because it allows me to train and kart when I need to. You can balance racing and your education.
I would recommend MVA because it's a very nice school for all people that do sports, and even if you don't need to do sports, if you want proper schooling without going anywhere, this is definitely the best school.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the IAME Warriors Final 2025 here in Valencia, Spain. Next race coming up very, very soon. Qualifying heat A versus F out onto the circuit for their 7-lap race. And Nicole, once again, tyres talk of the town in this one, but not from the front rows. Expectedly, it's coming from the back rows here. Drivers who are needing the good results, their last chance to get the points on the board, and they all start from row 7 upwards, where we start to see those real tyres getting used.
Yeah, you're going to see that from those drivers that don't exist inside the top 72 points-wise. So now it's tactical. They've got to try and pull something out of the hat. And that's why you're seeing drivers further back in the field start to bolt on new rubber. Names in this one that will be doing that. We've got Posh Kong Chol. He's a driver that has decided to go new rubber. We've got Alexander Sorel, Kawan Fan, so many drivers further back in the field. Your driver right at the back as well, Ines Oriana. She's gone fresh rubber to see if she can pick off some positions. A driver, though, who will not have to pick off positions in the early stages because he will be going off of pole. Charles Lerel, quickest in our qualifying earlier on this weekend, and has had some consistent results. Was punished yesterday, I think, with a penalty later on in the day. Now we'll have to go from that number 1 spot. We'll have to leave everything out there on the track as we go through what will be the last appearances for these minis today.
Yes, indeed. Very interesting racing that we saw. Group A earlier on today as well. Charles Gillot did take that win, only by a 1/10 of a second as well. That was from Ilya Sami, who had a really good race in that one. There on your screen is Charles Clough. He will be the pole sitter or front runner for Group F in this one. Their race earlier on. Charles Clough did have a good race. It was a P2, off by 1.5 seconds from Daniel Ferguson, of course. So now he doesn't have Ferguson as a worry in this one. Just has to battle away with Charles Lerel and, of course, the rest of the field as well. But, like you say, the pressure is on. This being their last race, and once more, we've said it once, we'll say it again, their last real chance to get those points on the board. Other drivers in previous races who had difficulties, we'll talk about as the race goes on. But as you see, the light's gone out and the karts have started up. Drivers make their way out onto the second. El Gato in the middle of the pit lane. Well, hopefully he gets in a safe spot, but I can imagine, yes, not not where he wants to be sitting at the start of the race. Perfect view of the karts.
Not even scared of the noise either. It's just quite comfortable sat there.
I think that's the Cartodromos International's paddock cat there. Here, don't know what the name is, but I shall name it Fearless, because it is fearless. Right then, here we go. Here is your grid. Charles Lerel and Charles Clough on the front row of the grid. Owen Effen and Colby Patterson going from row number 2. Elias Sami and Hugo Fuentes goes from row number 3. Mike Menard and Miko Schuberts go from row 4. They'll have Ben Eiton and Win Godschalk on row number 5. Cheska Fawkes and Nahil El Gahoudi go from row number 6. I'll have Ollie Timstad and Posh Kongchol on row number 7.
Drivers going from row number 8 backwards could be in some trouble and could be last appearances. We've got Quian Fan alongside Atika Mir. Row number 9, new tyres deployed then from Francisco Roccas alongside Alessandro Salas. And from row number 10, your top 20 is rounded out by Paul Dessart and Gonzalo Galeo. 11, it's Marvin Mbai with Louis Petrona. Both drivers on that 11th row have decided to go new rubber. 12, Mattis Nobbs alongside Great Britain's Bodie Batch. And then from 13, we have Portugal's Guillaume Aguiar alongside Ireland's Ada O'Brien. 14, Ollie Telsted with Georgie Desmay. And rounding out your field, P29, 15th row, all alone there is Ines Oriana.
Indeed. Right then. A versus F. Nicole, penultimate race for Mini X30. And right now, these points mean everything for these drivers. And this is a real good chance now for the likes of Charles Clough, who is relatively high up, Charles Giral, F&O and Colby Patterson as well, all to put their name up in that board. Now, none of these names here are inside that top 8. Of course, a lot of the drivers from that previous session just pushing their way forward here. But this should shake things up just that little bit. At the moment, it is Ferguson at the front with 223. Like we said, it's not maximum points here, but certainly is a good point score to have at this point of the weekend. But let's see how this one unfolds as they head round into that final corner. Charles Ural and Charles Clough on the front row of the grid. It's Mini X30. It's A versus F. It's lights out, fights on. Down towards turn number 1. It's an even start for Ural and Clough, but it's Clough who's going to get the whole shot through turn 1. big spin there at the start of the race. 2 drivers out, but the rest of the field goes through. Crucially, though, it's Clough that's tried to take the lead here, but it's not going to take it. Charlie Rell holds on to it. The 2 drivers there were Francisco Rojas and Gonzalo Galeo as well. Unfortunately, MDC Racing and Axion Racing drivers at the back of the grid now.
Well, Charles Rell there, out there in the front with that slight gap, and it's the 2 XLs going round in 2 and 3. Maybe questioning whether they're going to work together to take down the PPE kart, who is fastest through sector number 1 with that nice, clean air in front of him. Further down in the order, drivers like Bodie Batch are trying to get past the field ahead. The Argenti-backed driver in one of his first appearances in an X30 Mini international race, really having to weave his way through some of the traffic out there. Under the gantry they go then to complete their first lap, and we've already got a new race leader as we go into turn number 1. Charles Clough gets the jump on Charles Rell. Colby Patterson doesn't manage to get through as well. As, yeah, a bit of a pirouette moment for the 567 of Guillaume Aguiar down the start-finish straight. Does get going again, but tumble right down to the back of your timing screen. Clough then out in the front ahead of Ural, Patterson and Ilias Sami once more comfortable inside of the top 5. Sami there now looks down the inside to get onto the last spot inside the top 3 and does just that. Yeah, indeed. And that's quite an unusual place to have a spin there on the start-finish straight, because that's not out of the final corner. That's on the start-finish line itself. So that's about halfway up the straight there, so a very peculiar spot. This one, though, will be interesting here for these 2. Clough and Ural not breaking away. Ilias Sami again showcasing some really good pace here, bringing Patterson along to play. Now, there is an inherent risk with that one. Effectively, they're bringing 2 XL Motorsport teammates closely together. These guys could work together here massively and try and drop the likes of Ural and Sami in this stage, but Sami's not going to take that one lying down. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. 104.401 is closing in on the 2 in front. We're going to have a nice fight here, Nicole, in their last race. Absolutely, our last appearances for these drivers today, but it won't be their last appearances for the weekend, because every driver inside of the top 4 have had really good results, and you will be seeing them as we go into super heats in tomorrow's racing. Out on the front then, Clough still holding on to this one down the back straight. Charles Rell right there and trying to maybe draft away from Ilias Sami, who has become a brand new threat to the rest of the X30 Minis throughout this weekend. Points-wise, as they go under the timing screens once more, it's still Daniel Ferguson that leads the way with 223. Charles Rell has jumped up into P2 with 208, and then it's Fuentes there, P3 with 201. Sami, 4th overall in points, and then it's Chester Fawkes that rounds out your top 5. Charles Clough now has broken inside of the top 8 points-wise with the race lead that he currently holds. Indeed. Right, eyes on this as they head through into the back straights as they're done now. You're seeing now that Sam is breaking away here from Patterson. He's launching his own attack here on Ural and Clough as they go through out of turns 14 and back onto the back straight here. This is where they'll wind it up. The slipstream comes in. You can see how they dip their head down to try and get as much aerodynamic efficiency out of these Mini X30 machines as they can. Ural taking to the curb here, looking to launch an attack in towards turn 1, but needs to be careful because Ilias Sami is doing the same down the inside. Slipstream heaven there for Ilias Sami. Takes P2 away from Charles Ural and now can work with Charles Clough and try to break away. Sami looks racy here now in P2. I wouldn't be, I would say that he's going to pull the pin here and try to go for that race lead very quickly. Charles Clough there hasn't decided to go defensive just yet, but there you can see Ilias Sami has the run out of the corner. He was on the back bumper of Charles Clough, puts the nose cone down the inside and becomes your newest race leader. Clough lets him have it, doesn't over-defend, but does lose time to Charles Lerel, who now jumps up into P2, invites Kobe Patterson along with him, so the two XLs look at each other once more. Patterson very much within this fight, P3 for him for the time being. Ilyas Sami jumps over these curbs, race leader completes the lap, gifted just about a car length or so. I wouldn't expect him to break away, maybe wouldn't even expect him to hold on to the race lead, because he doesn't lose out on not one, not two. Is it gonna be three? No. Sami sits in P3, but 2 positions lost for him in turn number 1. It just shows how quickly, Antonino, for these minis, how much it can change, because they can't break away from each other.
No, indeed. It's so difficult in this mini class to break away, especially when 2 of the karts there are teammates as well. But we're not seeing those dual attacks at the same time for the XL Motorsport pilots here. They are just assessing that situation as this race progresses to the end of it. Charles Lerel is in the best position he needs to be right now, and that is at the front. He has now put himself to second in the points, 212 points to his name. It's a good chunk. It's not enough, obviously, to catch up to Ferguson. The next race, though, will see the fighting that we want to see. It will see Achilles Peruzzi battling at that sharp end, so we'll have to keep a close eye on that one. Last lap board is out. Look at Charles Lerel. He is massively broken away here from the front of the field. Ilyas Sami there, back in second place, back past Patterson and Clough. And these guys now need to look back at the drawing board and think what they fancy doing now in this last lap.
Well, Lerel has bolted off in the past couple of corners, but it's not over until it's over. They would have seen what Daniel Ferguson did in the previous mini race, just running himself slightly off of the road. The driver mistakes in this are common, as now one of the other
Chester
Danny
Fawkes.
Curl Academy drivers, this time Chester Fawkes, goes round. Was it self-inflicted? Was it assisted out there for Fawkes? But that's not going to help him points-wise, because he was inside the top 8 just a moment ago, is still there in P8, but will fall down on a couple of numbers. Now then, Charles Lerel down the back straight for the final time through the chicane section. We'll see the checkered flag, but will be challenged by Ilyas Sami. It is not quite enough, but Charles Lerel takes a qualifying heat win.
Yes, indeed. Nicely done there for Charles Lerel. That has put himself second in the points now here in the intermediate classification. 212 points to his name will keep him in definite contention for tomorrow, but with one more group to go, Nicole, this is now getting to that real nitty-gritty, and for drivers who have had those dramas throughout the course of this week of racing, they're about to find out who's going to be breaking into that top 72.
Well, there's some big names that will be at the front of it. Danny Ferguson looking like he could be one of those. Charles Lerel as well. It will, like you said, Anthony, all come down to what this final group of minis lay out there on the track. Achilles Peruzzi will be one of those other big names that we will see in just a moment's time. But let's focus on the finishers of that qualifying heat, groups A versus F. Like we mentioned, Charles Lerel takes the heat win ahead of Ilyas Sami, Colby Patterson, Charles Clough and Hugo Fuentes as your top 5. Wyn Godstalk finishes things off in a comfortable P6 ahead of Nahil El Gahoudi, Ethan Owen, Mike Menard, Alessandro Salas as your top 10. Miko Schwartz, Posh Kong Chol, Bodie Batch, Ollie Stimstad, Marvin Mbai finish in your top 15. Then we have Karen Fan, Georgie Desmay, Lou Patronard, Ben Hilton and Atika Mir as your top 20. Some relatively big hitters within that race, Desmay and Bodie Batch being 2 of those, both with an 11th place gain.
Indeed. Very strong performances there from the mid-pack, from the back of the grid. Quite a few drivers did lose out in a fair few spots on this one. One driver who certainly didn't is there on your screen. Charles Lerel, PB car race winner for France. And that is job done. Second in the points. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. Well, it was a pretty solid start for the front row on this one. Charles Clough hanging it round the outside. I thought, Nicole, it was actually going to take the race win very fast off there at the start of that race, but they all managed to get going again in that one, which saw a fantastic freight train of racing. While we are watching these highlights, can confirm the next group has already gone out onto the circuit, so we'll talk about that in a few moments' time. But still, as this race went on, quite a few drivers in that mid-pack did suffer a little bit. This was the moment Charles Clough taking the lead of the race away from Charles Ural. Really started that mid-race fight at the front end. We saw the top four breaking away, and it was a really close fight, actually, throughout that one, and Ilya Sami certainly being involved in that one.
Absolutely. Sami, though, did take the race lead, but then later on lost it here at turn number 1, dropped 2 positions down the order, did finish off in a comfortable position, but it was, of course, right behind the Frenchman of Charles Ural. Final moments, Chester Fawkes got caught out. Fawkes, that might be a spanner in the works for his points going into tomorrow. But there you have on the screen, the race to the line was between Ural and Sami, but Ural snatched that one away. That concludes that group of minis. Next group is out there on the track. Anthony, who've we got in our field?
Well, it's qualifying heat B versus C, and it has Kilic Peruzzi and John Hahn on the front row of the grid. Kilic Peruzzi has a real chance here of taking that top spot away. Miguel Martins and Aaron Badanova go from row number 2. They'll have Julian Cortelet and Leo Daviv there as well in a very strong position. Keep an eye on the driver from Spain. Matis Brajot and Haran Qureshi goes from row number 4. They'll have Johnson Stewart and Max Lofer on row number 5. Luca Pavel, brand new set of tyres on board. Row number 6, we joined alongside Max Cruz, Danny Dempsey and Abraham Shelvis going from row number 7.
Row number 8 looks like Ava Lawrence alongside Francisco Correa. And then from 9, we have Lumi Putsinen with Artur Konovalov. Row number 10, your top 20 is Charlie Page alongside Corey Lyons. And then from 11, Oscar Bronkowski goes alongside Jim Wolf. 12, Noel Hallen alongside Adam George. And then from 13, it's Martin Chechen Gomez with Jack Harney. 14, your penultimate row of the field will be Marcus Alberg alongside Danny Murphy. And for the final X30 Mini qualifying heat of the day, Santiago Barros and Burke Bentkivskool will round out your field.
Adam George not clocking up on our screen here. Can confirm the mathematician genius that is Andrew Mather, who's down there roaming around, has confirmed that Peruzzi, 5th place or higher, gets in pole position for Superheat A tomorrow. So there it is. The gauntlet has been set. Let's see how it goes. Peruzzi and John Hahn on the front row. Lights are out. We are racing down in towards turn 1. Good start for Peruzzi at the start of this race. John Hahn trying to sweep it around the outside, but no, it will be the likes of Miguel Martins with that inside line. The yellow race suit there, you can see immediately trying to go for the lead there on Peruzzi, but it's not going to happen. 1 or 2 cuts going wide on the chicane. 1 cut has done a full rotation. And that, unfortunately, I think might be Santiago Barros as well down there as Marcus Alberg. Not sure what's happened to Leo Garcia out there for the Mono Motorsport team. Has not gone through that first sector out on track, and we'll try and work that one out. Crucially, though, at the front here, Nicole, Achilles Peruzzi doing what he needs to do here, and that is lead the way. Because, yeah, he's looking for a pole position for that Superheat A tomorrow.
Well, Achilles Peruzzi out there in the front, but in the front as well is that driver there on your screen, the 501 of Matis Brajot. Had a big spill earlier on today. It was not good to see, but it's great now that Matis is right back in the fight, is trying to hustle for that P3 now, trying to snatch it away from John Hahn, who we did see take a qualifying heat yesterday. John doing a great job so far this weekend. Shortly behind your battles at the front, we've got lots of names getting involved. Johnston Stewart battling it out for P7. We've got Andrea Pavel, Leo Garcia, Max Cruz also having a bit of a scrap out there through the second sector. Eyes on this one though. Peruzzi being challenged now by the looks of it by Martins. Peruzzi's not got to do too much here. You know, Andrew confirmed it, those mathematics, I like to call them, have confirmed, you know, he's just got to stay inside of the top 5 and it's a job well done. So Peruzzi here, you know, I would just say will stay calm. If it is the case that Martin goes for that race lead, I wouldn't expect him to do anything too risky, you know, and get aggressive with it.
Mathematics. I like
Do you like that?
Yeah, I like that. That's nicely done. Right, yeah, indeed. Bang on the money on that one. And so far, going exactly the way Peruzzi wants it. He's only got the one cut. He's got Miguel Martins there. A P2, absolutely fine. Doesn't need to stress about that one. He can just stay line astern with them, break away, doesn't need to worry about anything, doesn't need to over-defend anything. In fact, he can let Martins go past and stick with him, as long as they don't lose time to the likes of John Hahn behind, Matis Brajot, Haran Qureshi as well, who's having a really good race in this sort of three-place game up to the top 5. You know, again, absolutely fine. At the moment, they're doing just that. It's 1 second clear from John Hahn there in 3rd place. I think these guys are in a really good spot.
Yeah, completely agree with you there, Anthony. Still, there's nothing in it between Peruzzi and Martins. Then there's nothing in it between Hahn and Brajot. You're seeing duos actually break out within this race. Peruzzi and Martins being your first of that. Then you've got Hahn and Brajot, Qureshi and Pavel also in a bit of a train there. Peruzzi, that meerkat move of head over the shoulder movement to see where Martins is. Change for P3 now. Brajot has bit the bullet and has found his way past the fusion of John Hahn. Makes himself your newest driver inside of the top 3. Now then, is this going to be returned? Absolutely is. John Hahn doesn't want to stay in that P4 position and takes it back away from the Frenchman almost instantly. Nothing in it for these drivers. And actually, considering that it's, you know, their last appearance today, Anthony, it's not as busy as I thought it would be for this race.
You know, and there is a little bit of understanding with that as well. Of course, if people have got themselves in a good position, they know they're getting through. They don't want to risk anything of potentially losing out on a lot of things. For Martins here, he's inside the top 8 right now. He's 7th in the points. He's in a really comfortable spot. Yes, okay, he could get this overtake, and it might pump him up to 6th place. But it's, again, the risk versus reward there. He knows he's getting through, doesn't need to attack it. And it's the same for Peruzzi. They're in the same boat right now. It's just a case of, right, let's just do this last race. We're both through for tomorrow, and let's fight it out tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly that. Miguel Martins now goes fastest there in P2. So has got the legs, has got the run on Peruzzi, who is clearly just holding him up slightly out there in the lead. The pace between the two, there's nothing in it. Only hundreds of seconds between Peruzzi and Martins. So they're dancing around this circuit and actually replicating what each other are doing on the braking, front end on the steering wheel, and with how they get those carts rotated into each corner. This is a nice little battle that involves drivers like Johnston Stewart. This is quite a way down compared to Peruzzi and Martins then, but nice little fight for what could be the final moments for some of these drivers. Stewart, Cruz, Shelvis and Laufer all involved in that one. Now then, we're still looking at this fight. Martins, they're communicating with Achilles Peruzzi.
Well, yeah, Martins is saying, hey, why defend? You know, let's just go. Why are we slowing ourselves down? Now John Hahn and Brajot will have seen that, and they'll be thinking, right, okay, let's see if we can really close this battle now. Now, it's put the ball into Martin's side of the court here. He's probably going to think, right, okay, let's go for this overtake. If he goes defensive again, we're going to go for the overtake. Watch them down to 11. He's gone defensive again. He's got to think about getting past now, because they're just going to lose time to John Hahn and Brajot. And all this is going to do to Peruzzi is potentially put him in risk of falling down past 5th place. Remember, he needs P5 or higher. Martins to the outside, the long way. Surely not, surely not. Round turn 14. He's still there side by side, but has to bring it back to P2. In towards the final chicane. 1, 2, 3, 4 drivers now near the front of that field. Last lap board goes out this time. Peruzzi is hugging that white line on the inside like anything else. And Martins will try everything he can to try and break this defensive posture.
They might be your minis, they might be your youngest drivers here at Valencia this weekend, but this is a masterclass of defensive driving by Achilles Peruzzi. He's backed up Martins into the hands of John Hahn and Matis Brajo. It's no longer a duo fighting out for the race lead. It's a quad. Down into the second sector they will go. Perizzi still leads this one, as now it looks like John Hahn is going to have it round the outside. Is he going to get into P2 ahead of Miguel Martins? Yes, he does. What a move by John Hahn. Well read.
It was well read, but Peruzzi here has invited the danger to his front door here with going defensive, and now he really risks this one. One final chicane, one last defensive posture in towards it. Off the track goes one of the fusions there. It is John Hahn. Peruzzi has done enough though, despite the battle closing in behind him. He held his nerve, he held position, and Achilles Peruzzi will secure pole position for Superheat A tomorrow. Peruzzi does it. 2:38 is the number. Ferguson will secure pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. They are your front runners. John Hahn and Charles Dural will be joining those two drivers on the front row of the grid. But that young man there, Achilles Peruzzi, job done for today in IWF. And now the work continues into the early hours of tomorrow.
Achilles Peruzzi then, like you just called it, Anthony, your leader of every single one of these 90 minis. As the crowd down there just watching on what was a really good last couple of laps as well from our minis.
It was indeed a very, very strong race there. There is your full results for the rest of the grid. Peruzzi from Martins, Brajo from Hahn, Garcia from Pavel, Koreshi from Shelvis, Cruz from Stewart, Cortele from Correa, Lufa from Dempsey, Boranova from the rest of the field, Lawrence from Page, Santiago Barros there, 11 places gained for the Portuguese driver, finishing that race in P18. Jack Harney in 19th on a 7-place gain, and Noel Hallin rounds out the top 20 with a 3-place gain. Nicole, Mini X30, done and dusted. Peruzzi is our first pole sitter for the Superheats tomorrow, and that young man there is becoming one of the fan favourites to take the title in 2025.
Absolutely, we'll see John Hahn in that Superheat alongside him, and then in the second Superheat it will be Daniel Ferguson and Charles Dural. This is how that one played out for Achilles Peruzzi. Then it was lights to flag for the driver of the UAE, who has brought with him this weekend a bit of a broom to Valencia. He's been sweeping up in these heats. Busy stuff then, like you would expect from all of your minis. Of course, in that field for the race, 30 drivers in total, and that's why you see so much commotion in the back of the pack, especially at those race starts. Johnston Stewart for XL Motorsport gave it a good go throughout the entire race. Did round out inside the top end of your order. Attempted some round the outside moves, but got caught out and had to leave 2 positions behind. Originally in this race then, we had 2 duos break away. Achilles Peruzzi was fighting out, but later on, John Hahn and of course Matis Brajo got all involved. Andrew Mather is down there then in Parc Ferme, and he, I'm sure, will be able to tell us much more.
Thank you very much, Nicole, here with Achilles Peruzzi. Achilles, you said yesterday being P1 didn't really matter. Does it feel like it matters now you're on pole for tomorrow?
No.
Tell me about that race.
I had a good start. My mechanic told me I had a big gap, and then when they caught me, we wanted to gain a gap, so he pushed me, and then I defended towards the end.
Great work, Achilles. We'll see you tomorrow in the Superheats. Guys, back to you in the box. The next race is out on circuit.
Oh, Andrew, I'm sorry. You got told there, lads. No, it doesn't matter. Right, anyway.
At least he's honest.
He's very honest on that one, sometimes not a good thing. Right, here we go. X30 Masters heading out onto the circuit, qualifying heat number 5. This is their last chance then to put points on the board. And so far, it has been dominated by Pedro Ivaz. He still leads the points, but they're not maximum with 191. He'll have Eric Chapman alongside on that front row of the grid, Tommy Nordvang. And the only other winner in the Masters so far in the qualifying, he's John Norris going from row number 2. Francois-Xavier Benoit and Matteo Deboeuf going from row number 3. They'll have Gary Edwards and Jack Dex on row 4. Alexandre Benoit Bessek and Edmundo Loya go from row number 5. They'll have Ludovic Francois and Thierry Del Rey going from row number 6. Matthew Swanston and Yari Malia going from row number 7.
Row number 8, part 2 of your Masters field will include Tero Sari alongside Antti Okalainen. From row number 9, Shane Crosby will start for Ireland alongside Jerome Rousseau from France. And then from 10, we have Finland's Antti Kataja with Selvan Lom. 11, Mexico's Manuel Cordello with Tony Vilander. Keep an eye out for Tony Vilander, quick driver within this field. 12, Miko Saxman with Louis Diamond, and then from 13, it's Francois Coulet with Harith O. Your 14th row of your grid of 28 Masters in total is Ji Gao with Federico Salerno for their final qualifying heat of today.
Indeed. Well, like we were saying, Ivaz has won 3 out of the 4 races we've had. Norris has taken 1. That was Heat 4 earlier on. Heat 5 now. John Norris, if he won this race and Ivaz finished second, Ivaz is on pole position for the Super Heat tomorrow. Of course, if anything else happens, yes, that could be the moment. Obviously, we saw earlier on Ivaz having that issue with the smoke. I know you were down in the Parc Fermé area at that point. You were watching. What could you see from your position? Yeah,
when he was running to the end of the straight, you could just see some smoke coming from the exhaust direction. Whether it was coming directly out the exhaust, we couldn't see. But John Norris, when we spoke to him in his driver interview, he thought maybe it was coming from the rad and that it was just hitting the heat of the exhaust and it was steam coming off. We don't know exactly what it was, but it wasn't too performance hindering. He did still manage to finish inside of the top 3 if there was issues, so I'm sure they would have been fixed back in the awning. And now Pedro Ivaz will go from the front, and what he's doing right now is taking everybody behind him around incredibly slowly into these tram lines.
Bunching them up and bolting, and we are lights out, fights on in X30 Masters. Lightning start for Pedro Ivaz. He knew exactly what he wanted to do, but he's run wide at turn number 1. Through goes Tommy Nordvang. Nordvang once again takes the lead at the start, but Ivaz immediately fights back. That's 2 overtakes of the lead before we've even got to turn 3. Absolutely astonishing performance on the Masters, but it is still Pedro Ivaz now who retakes it, and that's a fantastic getaway for the field. Eric Chapman, John Norris, Francois, Xavier Benoit, all fighting at that sharp end there. Going through your screen is Alexandre Bonabesek as well. He's had a relatively decent start in this, as they all fight at the front as quickly as Nordvang had taken the lead. He's lost out on it, and Pedro Ivaz has pulled the pin. He's bolted.
Well, the 28 in your field within this one actually look like they filed themselves away quite quickly through this first lap. Bolting away, like you said then, Anthony Ivaz of Spain on home soil has got a good gap to the drivers behind. It's 8/10 that he leads now as he enters in towards the first corner. He's ahead of Tommy Nordvang, who's in P2, and Eric Chapon, who has switched positions early on with Nordvang, currently P3 for Chapon. These drivers then clipping those curbs time after time. And this is the stage in the weekend then some driver fitness is really going to come into play for these drivers. As Big Sens now go down the inside, we've got moves consistently going on inside of the top 5. We heard John Norris say earlier on, he's not in his early 20s anymore. Racing around this circuit is not as easy for these Masters as it might have been when they were in their junior careers. He actually said he was struggling a little bit as out of the road almost goes one of the drivers further back in the background.
The both of there going round. It was the 412 having a bit of a wide moment there out of turn number 13, but he's got it all squared away now. Back down in towards turn number 1. Oh, blimey, it's getting a bit close here from our top 4. Ivaz has broken away, 1.4 seconds. John Norris down the inside takes second place away from Tommy Nordvang. Vang having to deal with Chapon now, who's going to look down the inside of the next turn there. There is the fans of Ireland who will be watching this one along, and I'm sure will be supporting John Norris in this one in his fight on a 4-place gain in 13th place. Eyes on this one though, and well, Nordics of Gary Edwards now. Edwards is closed in, Edwards is alongside, Edwards is behind again. He's not able.
Close enough there for Edwards, but I'm sure we'll try and give it a good go once more. Down in towards turn number 1 is challenged, but closes that door shut as quickly as he can. Just slams it close to the driver behind of Chapon, Basek and Jack Dex as well. Pedro Ivars there showing why he's a driver coach out there on this circuit. 2.3 seconds in the lead, and he's not even letting off. He's not preserving anything out there on the road. Fastest driver on your screen as well. Easy stuff then in your mid-pack section. Edwards still having to fend off Nordvang, Chapon, Basak, Dex, Sari, Vinay and DeBuff, who turned this train into a snake of carts dancing round this circuit.
Yeah, and Sari communicating in the middle of that pack to the drivers around him, saying, come on, let's go, let's close these gaps up and push forward as they head through. Lap number 4 we're on. We're going on to lap 5 now. And still the gap increasing at the front there. Jack Dex going defensive. Best sections behind Van as well. Just there, Sari, De Bluff, Swanson, Crosby, Francois, Olekainen as well, just there in the top 14. Everyone pushing forward in this one. Again, big movers further around in the field. Sari, one of them, 6 places gained. Crosby, 5 places gained. Louis Diamond, 6 places gained as well. He's just behind Violander, who's on a 5-place gain, also 17th and 18th for them.
Well, looking at the progress of Thierry Del Rey, nothing too spectacular for Del Rey then within this race. Stand by 4 positions now to sit in P16. A legend within your X30 races, but a driver in this field that didn't manage to do any testing, came into this as a bit of a last-minute decision, thought, I'm just going to go for it. You know, you didn't expect to see him in the entry list, but he's here. He's trying to do what we've seen from him in previous years, but during this heat, completely run off the road down the start-finish straight. That's the 404 of Venay that you just saw all over the grass.
Yeah, indeed. Alexandre Bonnet-Besek there for the Renault Racing team, squeezing there. Bernal to the outside there of the turn in towards turn 1, and that was a very risky moment there. That was nearly all 4 wheels off the road. Jack Dex there once again communicating to Besek to pushing forward. This is it again. Cuts across the front here, keeps going. And yeah, I'm going to say it was all 4 off the road there. And well, I'm sure the officials don't like it when that sort of things happen. It is quite a risky manoeuvre, and fair play.
Strong on the wheel,
it in a straight line there.
Yeah, strong on the wheel, kept his foot on the power as well to get off of that grass as quickly as he could. And I'm sure probably over the next couple of corners really used his head to try and get some of that dust off the tyres, because that would have potentially hindered performance as well. Ivars still not letting off at all. He's got 2.8 seconds. It's not as good as his race lead that he had earlier on this weekend when he won his first heat in the rain by 3.5, but he's still out there with a sizable gap with fastest laps as well. Completely unbothered by anybody behind him. Is, I'm sure, probably just driving around a bit of a, well, it's not a Sunday, it's a Friday, but a bit of a Sunday drive.
Yeah, indeed. It's a Friday drive then.
Yeah, well, yeah. A Sunday, you know what a Sunday drive is.
Yeah, I know, but it's not Sunday because you said it. There we go. Right, the head down into that final chicane. And still, we're seeing here great driving. Besek under investigation. I was expecting to see that come out on the screen. Jack Dex to the inside now. Going for the move on Nordvang. This is a great drive from Jack Dex now to get himself up into the top 4. He is becoming a contender this weekend, but we'll have to wait and see how it goes into tomorrow. But that move, Dex is putting himself up to 5th in the intermediate classification. Ivars would be holding on to the lead with 241 points. Norris with 217. Edwards with 192. Then it would be Nordvang, Dex and Champon 4th, 5th and 6th. Del Rey's dropped to 7th, and Venat has got himself up into 8th in the points. But this move here, I think is a smart one for Jack Dex. He's putting himself in a really strong position. If he can close into Gary Edwards, who, I mean, I will stress is 1.4 seconds further up the road. He might be all right as Nordvang tries to take him back. Doesn't quite do it. Now Chambon's going for it, but he's defended that position as well. And hands are being thrown up left, right and centre here. It's starting to get a little bit feisty in the mid-pack here, Nicole.
Well, your oldest drivers out there on the track this weekend, but still just as fiery as you like, lighting things up in that mid-pack section. Jack Dex, I don't think is going to have the legs within this one to catch up to Gary Edwards after that challenge by Nordvang through that final chicane. Nordvang still very much within this fight. These drivers just getting progressively more and more aggressive with each other because they're also going to be thinking about points now as we go towards tomorrow, and points-wise, nobody is going to be able to touch Ivars out there with the race lead or within your qualifying heats standings. Is then John Norris, who is currently P2, and Gary Edwards, the driver who's P3 on the road, 3rd overall with 192 to his name. Tommy Nordvang then with this performance in P5 is 4th overall, and then Jack Dex rounds out your top 5 as we look closer towards tomorrow. But that is not concluded and that is not confirmed because we still got a lap left within this race for some drivers to try and battle it out and try and pick off yet more positions. Jack Dex then has been given a bit of breathing room now out there. You know, he was in a spot of bother just a moment ago, but he's got some tenths to his name. There he is there on your screen heading through towards the second sector, and I think quite lucky to get away from that moment with Nordvang unscathed.
Yeah, indeed, and a very interesting moment there through that chicane, but keeping a close eye on that field. Time very quickly running out in this race, and still big movers through that field. Louis Diamond now is the biggest mover out there, 9 places gained. He's inside the top 15, slowly reeling in on this trend. Last lap board comes out, looks to the inside again towards turn 1 this time. Venot not allowing Besser to get past.
No, absolutely not then. Really are on the dying stages of this race then. Final lap for these drivers. Pedro Ivars, it was 2.8 seconds, now it's 2.3 to his name, so I think maybe just a bit of preservation going into this one, backing off slightly, babying the kart, and also preserving himself as well. It's not easy around this circuit. It's a roller coaster of 19 turns in total. There he is on your screen. We've spoken about him, but we've hardly seen him. He's that far out in the front. Just a few more corners for Ivars to tick off then. Runs the rumble strip on the entrance towards the final chicane, clips the curbs time after time, head down, head nodded to probably the mechanic out there, and sees the checkered flag with yet another heats win. Pedro Ivars, you couldn't actually ask for much more from the driver out there in the front. Lights to flag once again.
Indeed, perfect end to the day for Axion Racing and Pedro Ivars. He takes that top spot. He takes pole position for the superheat tomorrow in the Masters, and I'm sure he will want to continue that trend throughout it. But John Norris, who will start alongside him, will have something to say. He has jumped from that second row in these qualifying heats now to the front row. This is exactly what John Norris wants. He's putting himself in a much stronger position for tomorrow's racing.
Well, John Norris, of course, 2024 IWF champion. Bit of pressure under his shoulders. He said that earlier on, but don't count him out despite the pace of Ivars. Qualifying heats then, Ivars with that heat win is your intermediate classification leader going into tomorrow. And then the drivers inside of the top 5 in that race was concluded by Norris, Edwards, Jack Dex and Tommy Nordvang. We then had Francois Vernet, Alexandra Bassac, Tero Sari, Eric Chapon, Amadou Debuff as your top 10. And then Antti Olkanainen, Thierry Del Rey, Ludovic Francois, Matthew Swadston and Louis Diamond with a 9-place gain round out your top 15.
Indeed. Well, there he is on your screen. Pedro Ivars, the 423 Axion Racing driver, has found himself on that top spot, pole position tomorrow, and this is how it all transpired. Again, pretty textbook start here, bunched them up, then Bolt, away he went. Brilliant start, but actually a little bit too fast in towards turn number 1. 2 changes for the lead in the first 3 turns. It was a pretty exciting opening couple of laps on that one. Tommy Nordvang attempting that lead change. Then we saw John Norris immediately on the attack, straight up into 3rd place. Later would get past Nordvang as well. Wouldn't be enough to close in to the likes of Ivars. That gap 1.9 seconds. There was that overtake through turns 3. Getting time in and time out. Chup on there as well. Also getting the move done this time around. Nordvang not seemingly having that pace he had in previous races.
No, don't count him out though, because, you know, a long run between now and tomorrow's super heats for these drivers to go back to the awning, maybe correct something that they might not be happy with on the kart. Maybe it was a bit of a setup that determined that result there for Tommy Nordvang. This was that big moment down the start-finish straight. Then Anthony, a bit of an interesting one for Vinay, who was forced off of the road in a complete, you know, he was driving in a straight line and was just sort of pushed off on towards the grass. Jack Dex continuously pushed forward and made up positions, 4 in total to round out the top 4, and was ended up giving a bit of a saving grace when the drivers behind started to battle. Andrew Mather will be down there then in Parc Ferme. Andrew, who have you got for us?
Well, I'm here with our race winner, Pedro Ivars, and also Gonzalo Planta, who's on offer to translate for us non-Spanish speakers. Pedro, tell me about your race, please.
Bastante bien. La anterior hemos tenido unos cuantos problemas y en esta intentábamos asegurar un poco más para la Superhit. Hemos hecho un par de cambios, han ido bastante bien y ya está.
So race has been good. The last one he has a couple of issues, so he tried to make sure that everything was okay to secure pole for Superhit tomorrow.
And is the kart okay now? Is the issue completely gone?
La goma.
Has tenido algunos problemas
antes.
¿Qué había pasado?
Sí, antes hemos tenido unos problemas con el motor. Nada importante, pero ha penalizado un poco para la carrera.
Yeah, he has experienced some issues with the engine before, nothing very important, but they fixed it for this heat.
And how does it feel here in Spain to be on pole position for IWF in the Superheat tomorrow?
¿Cómo se siente estar en pole position mañana aquí en España, la IWF?
Se siente bien y después de 20 años sin correr en karting está mejor todavía.
It feels much great, and after 20 years without racing in karting, it feels much greater.
Well, what a story. Pedro, congratulations. Gonzo, thank you for your help. We'll see you tomorrow, Pedro. Congratulations once again. We'll take a short break here at the circuit. More racing to come here at Valencia.
Last race of the day for S125. Qualifying Heat 5 heads out onto the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup, which at the moment does see Annie Rattel at the moment, the points leader at the moment. Gavin Adam on pole position. We'll have Max Bouvier alongside. Luna Correa and Rian Damadasa on row 2. Annie Rattel and Jamie English go from row 3. Sebastian Berger and Nat Johnson go from row 4. They'll have Jeremy Montgomery-Swan and Mika Vertes on row number 5. Ewan Cara and Francois Delati go from row 6. They'll have Jackson Sullivan-Harlow and Robbie Buckley on row 7. Mohamed Menemni and Keanu Wellens go from row number 8. They'll lock out the first half of the field. Francois David Fontaine and Mick Blancaspor go from row number 9. They'll have Leopold Owenmeyer and Knut Nielsen on row number 10. They'll lock out the top 20. Charlotte Till and Anton Bathur go from row number 11. They'll see Joel Murphy and Emmanuel Corona on row number 12. Kimi Alanko and Emilian Kostner go from row number 13. They'll see Manolo Sedin and Emanuele Kamata on row 14. Emine Kari and Jagrat Troja go from row 15 with Manuel Itzkovic and Omar Jorge on row number 16. Vetti Vananen and Theodore Osenyu going from row 17. Paco Sarmiento rounding out the 18 rows, 35 drivers hopefully out there. I will check that. No, one missing, ACS Scat Kart driver out of the race at 7:05. Theodore Constantin not out on circuit.
Yeah, it's a shame for Chanu that we won't see Chanu or that 7:05 in this race. So, final heat time for S125. No elimination, but a big race to decide who starts at the front of the field for the superheat tomorrow on finals day. Are we ready to go? Yes, we are. Away we go then for 11 laps here in Valencia. Good start for Gavin Adam down to the first corner. Oh, a little bit of a touch there between Luna Claret and Maxence Bouvier. Bouvier shuffled down the order a bit. Ryan Damadasa already up to third. Anthony, it's a fast start once again from our S125s.
It certainly is, but one driver there seemingly not getting going at the back of the grid. It looks like it's Omar Jorge. He's going very slowly at the back of the field, but the rest of them look mighty, mighty strong here. Great getaway at the front, and immediately Rian Damadasa trying to go on the attack. He's going to have to try a little bit harder, though, because Bouvier has sent it back down the inside. But he is down to P3 now and really needs to think about what he wants to do. Is that Andy Rattel now with a good getaway? It is, yeah, he's got himself through. There's the 703. That's Jamie English with a really strong start to this race as well. He's pushed himself up the order pretty nicely. Claret there in second place. Bouvier, Damadasa, English, Rattel, Vega from Vertes. Johnson rounding out the top 9. Montgomery-Swan rounding out the top 10.
I gotta love it. A chat there at 135 kilometres an hour between Damadasa and Bouvier. Say, come on, let's work together. Let's try and close these two leaders down. We're still very early on in this race. Nat Johnston in the middle of it all there. Has had 2 retirements so far this week. Needs a big result, you feel, for Mick Barrett Racing. There's a bit of defensive work, a defensive shake being thrown there by Jamie English. Jamie English had a torrid day yesterday, but does seem to have turned the corner here on Friday. He had a good run in the previous heat, and another one here would elevate him up the order.
Yeah, indeed. Well, this race is going itself away. Little boots up the backside there for English. Wood's trying to push his way through, and they're going off the track is one of the VDKs. That there, I believe, Jackson Sullivan-Harlow of Australia, who had to just miss out on that chicane there. Now that is a rear bumper end plate, effectively, and that looks like MDC colours there to me, Andrew. And who is out there on an MDC?
It's the 726, I think.
Yeah.
Might be. Oh no, the 726 has got both of there, so we might be looking for another one.
So it might be an EGP. It might be an Eichmann's one, because they're very similar colours out there, fluorescent yellow. And one of those would be the likes of Mirko Vertes, who's currently in 7th place. Now that's going to be quite interesting. That one's okay. So we'll try and work that one out, but someone out there I think, is about to see a technical flag.
And this is exactly why those ends of those attachments, those pods, do have a bright colour on them, so it makes it easier to spot when they are not attached, because there'd be no colour there, there'd just be the plain black of the rear bumper. So we'll wait for that notification to come through. Meanwhile, Ryan Damadasa turning a good bit of pace. A bit of a squirrely moment there through turn number 6, and down the inside. That's a nice move from Bouvier. So Bouvier goes through past Claret for third place. Still not eating into the lead of Adam too much at the moment. It's 1.5 seconds here on lap 4.
It certainly is. All big hit of the curb there to push through. And that there, Nat Johnson on the charge through on this one. Johnson, who's had a couple of DNFs so far this weekend, looking a little further down in the order, but at this moment, still a strong contender. Andy Rattel, who is there currently in P6, is still in the lead of the points here, Andrew. But Gadam Adam is there, second of the points, 203 to the name. If Rattel falls down the order even more, might be losing out on a pole position here.
Yeah, needs to be careful, and he's got some drivers behind him who've had good progress. Robbie Buckley up 7 spots in the 718, and has now got past Andy Rattel. So yeah, Robbie Buckley moves Rattel down another position. On the watch for who's possibly missing an end plate, as that was a bit of a bold move from English to go through past Wouters. I wonder, is it Jagrat the Troja, the 717 running in the midfield around 19th place, also an MDC runner, is out of the race. Oh, it's the JNKD machine, the 728. Now, what's happened there?
Montgomery Swan, I believe, and technical problems for him again in this one. We saw him retire earlier on. He's retired again. He's looking at his cart. I think he's trying to fix it.
Yeah.
And he's getting back into it. He's got his glove back on, fires it up. Away he goes. Well, driver slash mechanic on there, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, is back in this race.
Back in this race, and you never know. He keeps himself running. I think he's kept himself on the just about on the lead lap. We have an answer. It is Jagrat de Troja, 717. Technical flag has gone out. So de Troja has to leave the circuit. That'll be the end of the race for the driver from India. Real shame, because he was up 13 places in the first half of this one. Here's your fight for second place. Damadasa, Bouvier just going through turn 14 now and along the back straight, as out is Fontaine. Fontaine has gone. Where was Fontaine? Up in 12th place. So Francois David Fontaine will take no further part in this one.
He's not alone.
Yeah, I think there's been an incident out there.
Yeah, Knut Nielsen also tumbling down the order at the same time there. They were next to each other on the track. Here we go. Oh my goodness me. Robbie Buckley trying to put some pressure on there in the early stages. And Nat Johnson trying to get his nose down the inside is not going to happen just yet.
Two very experienced drivers from the British and Irish karting scenes. And Johnson now the fastest driver out on circuit at 55.788. And I wonder if there's maybe a little bit of a tyre advantage based on that. Now, what happened here? That's Jagrat de Troja. Yeah, you can see on the right-hand side, there is just no fluorescent tape on a pod. The pod has gone on the side. As Johnson's got through. Johnson through past Buckley there for P6. Gets his head down now. The youngster for Mick Barrett Racing, who I've got to say I've been really impressed with in 2025. And good to see that he's trying something different. I think he's the only British driver in this field. So Nat Johnston, maybe for the future, who knows where this S125 category is going to go in the future. But if it does go to British shores, Nat Johnston's going to be the man to ask about it.
Coming to a kart paddock near you very soon, S125, so. I'm sure. Montgomery Swan's under investigation.
Yes.
I know you're allowed to drive your karts out on track. I don't know whether or not you're allowed to get out, stop, fix it, get back in, drive off again. That one is not in my rule book encyclopedia on this one, but yeah, I'm sure that will work that one out. At the front here, still Damadasa holding on to second place right now. The gap is around 1.5 seconds between himself and Gavin Adam. But he has broken away pretty nicely at the front here. The question still remains of Andy Rattel in 8th place. Johnny English is the next driver. Sorry, Jamie English, I should say, is there in ninth place. He's not the fictional character. Yeah, that's a film. But yeah, Jamie English is there in ninth place, closing in. There is only 0.4 of a second between the two of them. Any more position losses for Andy Rattel, he's really going to start to think about losing that pole position.
News from race control. Omar Jorge Santiago is under investigation for potentially causing a collision. More changes in the midfield as well. Some drivers coming through. That was Evan Caro going back through past Francois Delati for 13th place. Just behind them, though, keep an eye on the number 706 if you're trackside, as that's a little go. Yes, from the 706 right on cue. Emanuele Kamata is up 12 positions now, having a really good run. Manolo Senden is also in this group. In the 732 is also up 11, so that's a properly good scrap, but neither of them are the biggest mover in this race. That little award goes to the Finnish driver, one of the many Finns in this category, Vriti Varnanen, for the Haasa racing team. He's up 12 in this one, just outside the top 20.
Andy Rattel got the message about trying to get back through. He's got past the likes of Robbie Buckley, back up into 7th place. This is adding more points now to his name. He's back to 212. Obviously, Adam still in front there, is in control of P2 in the points, but the danger is right behind Rattel right now. Buckley and English are right there. Could still do something, but time very quickly running out here, Andrew. Rattel is now running on an empty tank here.
And I say, is that cart's okay? Because I know they vibrate around a lot, and it's a great part of the sport, the physicality of it. But the front fairing and the left-hand side pod are moving in quite a strange way in some manner there. But obviously, everybody's front fairings are checked when they come back in at the end of this race. We're near the end of this race. We're on the final lap. Gavin Adam, what a recovery. It's been a bit of a roller coaster week so far for the driver in the Ideal kart. It's either been very, very good or just falling off the cliff a little bit. Hence why he's not at the moment going to be on pole position for the superheat tomorrow. But when it goes right for this driver, he's looking almost untouchable in this new class.
No, he certainly is. But Lacefield now will be looking to go on to their last lap of this race. So it's still kicking off there in the background. Last lap board has been out, but now it's the checkered flag for this man here. Gavin Adam takes it across the line. He wins the final race, but it's Andy Rattel who crosses in P7, who secures pole position for the superheat tomorrow. It's superb for Andy Rattel. Gavin Adam would join him on that front row of the grid. Bouvier and Claret will be there in the top 4 as well, which means it's an all-French front 2 rows for tomorrow. And I know this class has been run in France already, and that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, that's one of our predictions that's slightly come true, that we thought that the French drivers would be the nation to beat in this new category. And at the moment, they've got a good set of drivers at the front of the grid for Team France, the equal second largest team here this year, and going by the nationalities. They will be looking good for some podium visits tomorrow when we do get to the inaugural final in S125. There's your results from heat number 5. Adam from Darmadasa, Bouvier, Verga, and a good drive from Nat Johnston up into the top 5. Claret, Rattel, Buckley, English and Wouters all in the top 10. Suzlin Harlow 11th on the road ahead of Wellens. Blankenspor, Sandin, Cajo in the top 15. Biggest moves in that race, actually sending up 13 spots to P14. Kamata, Delati, Alanko, Corona and Murphy all record finishes in the top 20. Varnanen, Tille, Batero, Kostner, Menemni and Itzkovic takes it down to 26th ahead of Nielsen, Santiago, Sarmiento, Ema Kerry and Jeremy Montgomery-Swan, who is under investigation, of course, a few times in that race. Mayer, Petroja and Fontaine.
Indeed. Well, clean-up operation underway there now. Great work from the marshalling team to keep us on a tight schedule here for IWF. Here's your highlights from that race. And, well, a good start immediately there straight away for the likes of Gavin Adam. Straight away at the front, didn't have to defend from anything. Really close moment there, actually, at the start. The tyre smoke coming off the side there of Max Bouvier just dropped him backwards a little bit in that order, but he certainly came back. Looked very strong at the end of that race and still finds himself on the second row of the grid for tomorrow's Superheat.
Yeah, almost a bit of a microcosm of the week so far for Bouvier. That lap 1 seems to be a little bit of a problem area, but once we get past that, Bouvier has been very quick indeed. And the good news as well is he doesn't have to start from the outside of a row tomorrow. He'll, at the moment, be starting grid 3, which, as we've said many, many times here in Valencia. Quite a few drivers would prefer that over starting second on the grid. That was a nice move from Buckley down the inside. Darmadasa will be on the inside of row number 4 as things stand, and it could be a bit of a danger for those French drivers up at the front of the field. Johnston going through as well in that moment, but for now on the auto waves, let's pass down once again to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, down here then in Parc Fermé, boys, with our pole sitter, Andy Rattel, going into tomorrow. Andy, you've done a great job today, but when I saw you pull in a moment ago, you didn't look quite happy with that result that's just happened.
No, I don't know. We have big problem with the engine, and we cannot find the solution, so today was not a good day.
But despite this, and despite you not being happy right now, going into tomorrow, you're going to be really high up in the order. You're the driver that everybody around you is going to be thinking about. Is that not a good feeling?
No, not a good feeling. Hopefully we did a great day yesterday, because today was horrible.
And Andy, then going into tomorrow, between now and then, what goes on for you to try and pick things back up, try and get your mindset more positive?
Honestly, I don't know. We need to talk with the IAME because it's not normal.
Well, Andy, thank you very much. Thanks for catching up with us. We'll go back into our commentary box with Anthony and Andrew. Boys, over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland there. Of course, yeah, in the S125, pulled engines from this one. But it means tomorrow, again, new story for the drivers. But Andy Rattel, like you say, a little bit of comfort there. He does start from that front row pole position for him. Junior X30 qualifying A versus E. That's the next one to head out onto the circuit. Finally, Andrew, the qualifying heats are nearly done. It's taken 2 days. For how many? 28 times 2, 56. Is that right?
Yeah, 56. Yeah. And don't forget about the ones on Wednesday.
Don't forget about the ones on Wednesday as well.
Yeah, no, but this is where it starts to get serious. Come on, mate, we can do this. We can
do it. We got
get
this.
All the way through.
We've got this.
This starting one for X30 Junior. So to be clear, it just needs a bit of a recap. Any driver in either Junior or Senior, if they were in Group B after all of the timed qualifying sessions, they're done. That's what we're talking about as the clubhouse leaders here in Valencia. The start of this this part of the day goes with A and E groups first of all, so they get their chance to get up into the clubhouse with standings on the board. And of course, for these categories, 2 chances to be on pole position. Superheats A and B are all still up for grabs.
You know, there was nothing wrong with your T-shirt before. You know, you didn't need to put the jacket on.
I like the blue.
You like the blue?
Yeah.
There you go. It's blue. But you know what? What's your highlight been so far this weekend, Andrew?
Oh, wow. That's putting me on the spot and a half. I think this is going to be a bit of a broad one, but I'm going to go to the Drivers' Parade last night. Just the atmosphere of the Drivers' Parade, especially after everything that happened here 12 months ago, and then when we moved to Suera, and it was a great event, but it was a really tough event for everybody. I don't think we were fully able to enjoy it. That's been my highlight so far, along, of course, with the racing, that the atmosphere that we've got here at IWF 2025 is really special.
Mine's been El Gato. But there we go. Right, field makes its way out onto the circuit. Junior X30, last time we see groups A and E in a racing capacity. Today, last chance to get points on the board for George House and Manny Nuvolini on the front row of the grid. Daniel Miron and Evan Purcell on row 2. Aurelio Agustinelli and Stid de Rademacher going from row number 3. All of these drivers, brand new tyres on the left-hand side. Row 4 sees Jay Kostecki and Alexandre Point, both of them as well. Fresh tyres. Jolina Dental, who had a good race earlier on. She deployed half a set earlier on. She is starting on the 5th row of the grid alongside Sarah Kojima from the Philippines. Row 6 is Sam Mott and Alian Singh. Singh with French tyres on the left-hand side. Andy Stewart and Noah Grenier go from row number 7. Grenier with a full set of tyres, with row number 8 being Flavio Carrion. Fresh tyres on the right-hand side. Matthias Musch on the left-hand side.
In the first half of the field, that's not good news for the second half, because that trend does not continue. Zoltan Koini and Bautista Delik, they're both on row number 9. They do have fresh tyres on their karts. Max Becker and Leonor Roca on row 10. Roca has new tyres on one side deployed. Christian Gunderson and Rosalind Saya Isa starts with a new set on the left-hand side. That is row number 11. Bruno Greeling, also left-hand side, starts on the inside of row number 12 and is joined by Nateo Combacon, who's got a full set in deployment. Now we're starting to get to the rows that there aren't many new tyres. John Foley Jr. and Chris Kassamsup both running on row 13. What have we seen there?
That is Conrad Garrow. Unfortunately, has stalled on the exit of the pit lane, and he's trying to get it started. I'm seeing no movement there at all for Conrad Garrow.
Was meant to be starting on row 16 and all Singapore row 16 with Dennis Chen. Benji Westwood, David D'Augusto on row 15, Oliver Moxon and Sava Kogai. Good to see Sava's back out, obviously, after that big crash earlier on. That's really good news. The Sava Kogai has one last chance here to race through into finals day. Green lights on our screen. Away we go then. George House will lead them down to the first couple of corners. Big send round the outside from Novellini that I think is going to get him back into third place. Yes, it does. But Daniel Miron Lorenz has had another really good start. He's already up to second place. Through the pinch points of turn 3 and 4, looking pretty good at the moment. George House, nice start there.
Yeah, indeed. Trying to break away now from the rest of the field here. Just a reminder, it is Jos Mulder at the moment who is leading those intermediate classifications. He is not out. He was out earlier on, I believe. So, yeah, he was in Group B. We will not see him race again. That is the point. But, of course, it's all really down to what Daniel Miron can do, because he's got 4 or 5 wins out of 5 so far. He's on 250 points. He'll be in a race later. Oh, you know, he's in this one right now. So what can he do in this one? Out of the final corner, across the line they go. It is Daniel Miron in the lead, and with that takes the lead of the intermediate classification ahead of George House, Manny Novellini, Jay Kostecki from Sam Mott, Gustinelli from Stewart, Dental from Koini, Kojima rounding out the top 10.
It's very simple for Daniel Miron. Win, and he's on pole position for the first of the super heats tomorrow with a perfect score. There, sadly, is the scene for Conrad Garrow. Out of this race, more than likely out of IWF 2025. It's been a tough week for Conrad Garrow. Gotta say, though, Daniel Miron not disappearing into the distance like we've seen him do in a few of his heats. You've got House, Novellini, Kostecki. Gotta say, Jay Kostecki has really stepped up today. This is fantastic to see from the Australian. I personally feel, I first saw Jay race at an event last year, and in mini categories, and I thought, oh, this is going to be a name to watch. I'm going to make a prediction here. We're going to be talking about Jay Kostecki in big races like this even more when we get to 2026. He's definitely a name to remember for the future.
Yeah, certainly so. Don't rule that one out as, well, look at this. How close would you like them to be now? Manny Novellini, fastest driver out there, has a little bit of a love tap there from Kostecki just behind, who is really pushing him along. Gunderson under investigation for potentially cutting the circuit. And again, that is most likely going to be through that final chicane as they make their way back onto the back straight. Still, Miron looking very strong here. The gap 0.3 of a second. George House unable to put the pressure on just yet. There is your intermediate classification as it stands. There you're seeing Purcell getting up to third in the points on this one. But like we say, Daniel Miron is the driver to watch in this one, is the driver to beat if anyone else wants to try and start on pole position.
Yeah, absolutely, and not just beat him, but also get several positions between themselves and Miron's result, whether it's in this race or any of the drivers following us down the inside. That's a nice one for Manu Nuvolini. Last year's X30 Mini IWF winner has just gone by this year's IAME Euro Series X30 Mini winner. So both of these two drivers, recent graduates up to the junior categories, but they've got that winning feeling from the earlier parts of their career, as has Jay Kostecki. This is going to be a really good scrap, and this is what we mean in terms of why this weekend X30 Junior is feeling a bit different. Coiney and Point falling down the order, by the way. You know, 4 drivers who less than a year ago were all in minis, and they've gone straight in and are performing brilliantly. House half on the attack, half on the defence there to keep Kostecki at bay. There it's Coiney in the Marshall post, safe and sound, but sadly out of this race. Sorry, no, that was Alexander Point, wasn't it, in the Victory Lane team. I think Kasevsov has also had a problem out there as Kostecki gets down the inside of House. Good move, the Aussie up to P3.
Yeah, indeed, nice change there. And again, really focused now as he taps onto the helmet to communicate with George House to say, right, okay, let's go. But George House says otherwise, goes down the inside and actually loses that one again. Kostecki back down the inside. The only thing they did there was lose a lot of time on the 2 ahead. So Nuvolini has been released towards Daniel Miron. Miron's not out of the woods yet here, Andrew.
No, he's not. And of course, Manu Nuvolini will be a little bit fresher than the other drivers around him. That's the silver lining of having had a DNF earlier on in the competition. Remember, all of these drivers are pretty much equal in terms of tyre usage, in terms of whether they've deployed a new set. They've all got a half set on the left-hand side. Reason why they go the left-hand side, you think of all of those quick right-handers. Turn 1 as an example, that long run through 13, 14. Whilst there's not much turn of the steering wheel to get you through 15 and 16, there's a lot of energy and load that goes through that. And then just for good measure, you've got that big stop into 17 into the chicane as well. That's why the left-hand side takes a lot more, I wouldn't say punishment, it just has a lot more work to do than the right-hand side. It's more effective if you put those new tyres on the left.
Yeah, indeed. But like you say, some of them have chosen to put a fresh set on the right-hand side. There is the gantry that you'll have a lovely view of Dan Ashton standing there watching over the racing. And there we can see big movers once again in the middle of the field here. Bruno Grieling on the charge. They're now in 13th place, a 10-place gain, looking very strong. He's got more movers in the background there as well. Benjamin Westwood is there in 19th, has got Roslyn Schreier-Isa just ahead, who's also on a 4-place gain here as well. Savale Kagai as well, also 10 places gained, looking very strong, and those fresh tyres on board will be helping.
But we should remember as well, that again, Sava had that big crash, it was down crash. There afterwards, he was quite shaken up.
Yeah.
The adrenaline was pumping. It was one of those scary, scary moments for a driver. Are you okay? He is okay. What a way to return back into the racing action. I'm pleasantly surprised that he is back out there, and he's performing really, really well. Up 11 places now to P21. Has just got past John Foley Jr.
Indeed. We're still staying focused on that fight there. Miron and Nuvolini tantalisingly close, and Nuvolini sets the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. Is he going to try something on this final lap on Daniel Miron? Well, again, he's just stuck behind him for a long time. He knows this one overtake won't make a difference. It might help him in another position further on as Kostecki defends from House once again. Kostecki here trying to get his nose around the inside. Here comes Manu Nuvolini though. He does go for it. They're wheel to wheel, side by side down the back straight, but it's not enough. Miron holds on to it. Nuvolini to the outside again, but the two behind, House and Kostecki, have collided into the final chicane, and that's disaster. Kostecki will still take third but House loses out to Purcell and Gustinelli. Miron takes the win. Across the line, Daniel Miron, 300 points. The job is done. That's pole position.
What a performance from this young driver. The Netherlands on top in X30 Junior. It does not matter what the results are in the following heats. Nobody is going to be able to beat that score of 300. A triple century of points for Daniel Miron, and he will start on pole position tomorrow in Superheat A with a...
Jay Kostecki, close little fight there. This beautiful little attempt here in the exit, really close racing and, you know, fair as well, giving the racing room. But keep an eye on the background of this shot here as well. Keep an eye on Kostecki and George House. You don't see it here. That seems fine there, but apart from that one, House going off. It's before what happened in there. They were actually on top of each other. Here we go. There it is. And yeah, it's just Kostecki clips that curb and then it just goes up on top of the rear bumper.
Yeah, both drivers quite lucky in that regard. So we will see those drivers tomorrow. Well, most of the drivers we will see tomorrow. One of them we'll see right now, and they're down with Nicole Sutherland.
Well, a great job then today, all day by Daniel Miron. Confirms pole position going into tomorrow's Superheats. Daniel, great day of racing then for you. You couldn't have done much more than you actually have. But between now and then, what's it going to look like? How are you going to make sure that tomorrow you're on equally as good form?
Try and take a great sleep and have enough power to drive tomorrow, and hopefully today the team has done a very, very good job. The engine builder Joe, thanks to everyone for 6 out of 6, and very happy.
And going into tomorrow's Superheats then, Daniel, do you try and do anything different to what you did today? How do you think you're going to approach that race?
Just gonna do the same as today. Obviously try to pull a gap to make things a bit easier. But if it's not like that, just try and control the situation.
And casting our minds back to the race that just happened, that runs the line between you and Manny Nuvolini, that final corner. Can you talk us a little bit through what happened for you, because it got very close?
So I messed up a bit the middle section. He got very close. I defended on the straight. He was side by side. I closed him. I defended on the last corner, and he couldn't pass on the straight. So at the end, I won.
Well, Daniel, congratulations on today's racing. We'll see you tomorrow in your pole for your Superheats. We'll go to a short break, and then we've got more racing coming up shortly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the IAME Warriors Final 2025. We're getting into the final races of the day here. The final qualifying heats of the weekend before the Super Heats and Finals tomorrow on Saturday. We're now cutting into what effectively the last 5 races of the day. This one, X30 Senior qualifying heat A versus E. This will see Gus Lawrence and Daniel Britz on the front row of the grid. And again, Andrew, tyres is the big talking point on this one. Lots of them on that front half of the field. The occasional tyres in the background, but we'll go over all of those in a moment's time. Biggest question in this one, of course, in the seniors, can anyone beat the top point scorer at the moment? Well, so many drivers have had up and down results in this one. It's hard to really make an opinion on that just yet. All these drivers here, the one thing they need to do is just push forward as high as they can in this one, and that is why they've deployed these tyres. Gus Lawrence there starting it on pole position. Did have a tough race in that last one. He dropped back a little bit in the order. He is back, obviously, on the front row for this one. He has deployed the fresh tyres. He has gone for the left-hand side. Daniel Britz has done the same. He's gone for a full set. Andy Rattel just behind him has also gone for a full set, but he's got an extra handicap. He's just been out in a full race not long ago in S125. He's now got to do it all over again in Senior X30. He must be absolutely exhausted.
Yeah, that's going to be a real test for Andy Rattel. The engines are fired. They're heading down the pit lane on to their formation lap. Let's take you through the grid then for this one. On the front row, back on pole position after that great time qualifying performance 2 days ago. It is Gus Lawrence with that new half set at his disposal. Daniel Britz alongside on the front row of the grid. Max Radek and Andy Rattel on row 2. Donovan Bonilla and Alexis Genele go from row number 3. A half set for each of those two as well. No new tyres on row 4. Daniel Brozovic and George Edgar are running with worn tyres for this one. Oliver Stadler and Arthur Huang both have half a set on there on row 5. Row number 6, Kevin Backer's got some new tyres. Xavi Suarez has not got new tyres for this race. Row number 7, Cameron Nelson and Bertram Sasser. Both of them have got new tyres. It's a full set, though, for the Dane on the outside of that row. Brody Whitmore and Kian Gauchi, no new tyres for them on row number 8, completing the first half of the field on row 9. Both of them with a new set on the left-hand side. It's Sweden's Noel Sunderberg and the Netherlands' Kevin Lantinga.
Well, for the rest of those rows downwards, we see row number 10 of Alex Pinera, no tyres on board. Elias Lamando of Switzerland does have a brand new set of tyres. They're fixed on the left-hand side as well. A little further down in the order, Max Anderson from Sweden and Sam Lewis of Great Britain go from row number 11. They'll have Zarif Rakal of Malaysia and Bernardo Pinto of Portugal on row number 12. Alina Rolson goes from row 13 alongside Harrison Whittingham. He's deployed tyres now on the left-hand side in his last attempt to push through the field in this one. Lucas Sochika and Yannick Abrecht go from row number 14. Senior Ornball and William Lundberg go from row number 15. 16 sees Matthew Higgins. Brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side. We've seen Higgins push through the field time in and time out over the course of this weekend. Can he do it again in this race? Maxim Döffler starting alongside. Isaac Dale and Sam NG go from row number 17. It is Mayan Patel who rounds out the 18 rows. 35 drivers all out there. And the question still remains, can anyone beat Danny Caronini? Mathematically, it's going to be a real tough one.
I'm going to go further than that. The answer for this particular race is no. Because to beat Caronini, you have to have, right here, right now, at least 226 points and a race to go. By my understanding, there's only 2 drivers who have that scenario. It's Drummond and Garcia, and neither of them are in this race. However, drivers can still move up the order with a big result here. There's still positions to be had at the front of the Super Heats when we get to tomorrow.
Certainly so. Here we go then. Senior X30 into the tram lines. It is lights out, fights on, down in towards turn number 1. There's a huge moment on the start-finish straight. and 2 drivers into the barriers. And that is a suboptimal start. And in their last race of the day, heavy damage already to the drivers, and the driver into the wall, unfortunately, Alina Rolfsen, I believe, who's out of the race. The driver from Norway has had a significant into the wall, thankfully up on the feet and walking away from the incident.
Apologies, Anthony, I gave you the wrong information there. I think it's the 240 of Tixamunga. It's not come through sector number 1. So yeah, it's out of this race. Yeah. Hope Tick is okay there, the driver from Hong Kong. So round onto the back straight for the first time. Good start for Gus Lawrence, checking over the shoulder again. He'll be looking to keep the kart quick for the latter stages of this race. At the moment, though, Max Radek is a bit of a thorn in the side of Daniel Britz there, ahead of him in second place. Down towards turn 1 again. Lawrence leads from Radek, Britz, Bonilla, Brozovic, Stadler, Rattel down to 7th place.
Indeed. So just to clarify then on that one, Alina Rolfsen still in this race and still circulating. As off the road, that's disastrous there at the front for Daniel Britz. 4 brand new tyres on board that car have gone to waste. He's gone right to the back of the grid. The driver from Spain, who started these races on the front row of the grid, is having a torrid run in the qualifying heats.
Yeah, it's a real shame for Daniel Britz after all the success that he's had in 2025. It's just not going his way at the moment at IWF, and he drops all the way out of the top 25. May have the opportunity to get back in to the top 20, but that's a real setback. Bit of a move there from Andy Rattel. Well, if he is tired, he's not showing it to the rest of the field. He's got his elbows out and defending here down towards turn number 1. Brozovic is there. Stadler, after that lurid spin in one of the early heats, is there. Now let's have a look at this again. So does this come from the middle? Yeah, so it actually comes from driver's right-hand side, pitches out, and there's nowhere that NG can really go there into the wall. Thankfully doesn't get ejected from the kart. Matthew Higgins now the fastest driver out on circuit. So Matthew Higgins looking a bit stronger than in this one. Didn't make that much progress in the previous round of heats, but with those new tyres now, 57.186, is already up 11 spots.
Yeah, indeed. Should help out nicely in this one. Down the inside, moves happening there in that mid-pack. Kevin Backer on the charge here, and he's bringing along more. Dramas happen for rest of the drivers. Xavi Suarez and Kian Gauchi, I think, have been involved in this one. It is. And unfortunately, those 2 karts are, well, effectively a bit stuck together, despite assistance from the marshals here. Still battles happening on in and around that top 10 area. Nilsson, Backer, Sundberg, Stadler and Whitmore still in that fight. Everyone here is up places right now, Andrew. Everyone pushing forward. This is a good fight. Andy Rattel looking to go down the inside of Max Radek and has done it into P2. Can anyone stop Andy Rattel this weekend in either S125 or Senior X30?
I say when you have a bit of a difficult day in one classic, it can fire you up for the other one, can't it? So Andy Rattel looking to end Friday on a high. I was just having a look at the results for Kian Gauchi. I'm a little bit worried for Kian Gauchi. Great work from the marshals there. That's not an easy recovery to do, but they've got it sorted. I think that might be Gauchi gone. I hope I'm wrong, but he had 2 really not good results yesterday. That's another one there. It's been such a frustrating couple of days for Kian Gauchi. As I say, I hope I'm wrong, but I think that might be the end of things. I don't think we're going to see Gauchi tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's a really hard thing, isn't it, for a driver when they've had these moments. Gus Lawrence under attack, though, from Andy Rattel. We didn't have to wait too much longer. Change for the lead. The Frenchman has control. The KBK competition driver of Andy Rattel now in control of this one. Yes, a full set of tyres will benefit more so than just a fresh set on the left-hand side for Lawrence. Lawrence down to P2. It's not the end of the world. He's still in a strong spot, but Rattel now steps up to second in the points here, Andrew.
Yeah, they've actually inverted positions in the provisional standing. So Lawrence down to 4th now in the points. I think as long as Gus can stay with Andy, it's out of the race to the 221 of Cindy Ernbol. Ernbol will not go any further in this race, and that's exactly the kind of result that can push you out of the top 72 overnight. Cameron Nelson's having a good race. This is good to see from Cameron Nelson, who's been doing a lot of different categories, trying to race as much as possible here with the premium karting effort. Now, what are we having a look at? Oh, that's a really big high-speed spin. That was unreal, and the other driver involved was Elias Lehmann for the Spirit Karting, the Swiss squad. So Lehmann drops down to 31st. That was a scary one. That could have been far worse. Thankfully, it wasn't.
Yeah, indeed. Into the corner there. It's quite fast, of course, heavy braking zone, and when it goes wrong, that's a really nasty one, unfortunately, as you're really trying to accelerate it up through the corner onto the back straight. Pushing further down in the order here, we've got some more drivers going for the charge. Harrison Whittingham, I think, as well as one driver who's pushing through the field quite nicely. And this one, 6 places gained. He's got Alina Rolson also on a 6th place gain, still there in P19. Patel on a 17th place gain down at turn number 1 here. That's a very high-speed moment off there, and that, unfortunately, has put Sam Lewis down to 31st place.
Yeah, not a good moment there for Sam Lewis and for premium karting, but they have got their other drivers in this race still performing well. You mentioned Nelson, now 10 places up to 3rd. There's a move as well, as through goes the 3-1-5 of Saxa. That's Saxa up to 8th place now, past Brozovic. You mentioned Harrison Whittingham up to 5th place. From what I've been told, Harrison Whittingham has not been feeling very well this week. So full credit to Harrison that he's kept plugging away. Has it been his best week of the year? No, but he hasn't been running at 100%. He's kept giving his all. I think he still stands half a chance of getting through to the top 72. Yeah, he's been moving forward. He's just got another position there, up to P6. This is all getting a little bit wrestly. Oh, Nelson's got a problem. Oh, premium karting have problems again. And Cam Nelson comes to the stop at the side of the road, out of the race. Gone is a 3rd place finish.
Yeah, and they're dropping like flies in this one now. And like we say, it's a real endurance over the course of this weekend. The karts and drivers included. It's the chain. It's the chain. 100%. We mentioned that earlier on. We've seen it happen before here in IAME racing. That very curb, you hit it at bang on the wrong angle, and it can just snap on you after that curve.
I don't want to sound like I'm being overcritical here, but that is a driver error from Cameron Nelson. It is the warning that maybe a little bit less experience for Cam around this place versus others have bitten him really hard. Premium karting won't thank me for reminding of this. Marcus Luzio did exactly the same thing in IAME Winter Cup for the same team in 2024 in the final. It is very, very easy to do, and that is a real shame for Cameron Nelson. He will be kicking himself about that.
Yeah, it's one of those rare things. It doesn't happen often, but when it happens,
it's big impact.
It's a big impact on your race weekend, and yeah, that's a real shame. There's your points at the moment still. Rittel holding on with that lead at 246 points, a very strong position. Even teammates there saying what they need to do in the background. Down the inside, Bonilla on the move. Bertram Saxa down into P6 now. We'll have Kevin Bakker for company in a moment as Elias Leman is under investigation for causing a collision. Saka back down the inside as that is drama. Is that a rear flat tyre?
Left.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, puncture for Gabrich there. So Gabrich out of this race. Quite a few retirements now in this one. Not long to go. We're on to lap number 10. Lap and a half remaining for Andy Rittel to bring this one to a close. At the moment, we'll be looking at a front row start in the Superheats tomorrow. Here you're looking at the battle a little bit further back. This is for 11th place. This is Whitmore and Higgins going into the chicane with not too far behind Alex Pinheira and Horchitska as another driver now in trouble. That's the 288 of Elias Lehmann. That's the second time we've seen that. Karts have problems. The rear bumper is not in factory spec. Elias needs to be careful with that to not drive back to the pits too quickly. You don't want to see that rear bumper popping itself up and locking up into the axle.
No, indeed. Final lap board is out. Andy Rattel in control. There is that moment. Just straight off the road. I think that's by himself as well. And I think it might be the fact that he's already got damage from that initial accident he had with Senior Ornball earlier on that he's just collected through. This one, though, Rattel coming through. There's the retirement. Yeah, the flat tyre there. Unfortunately, yeah, that is a bad one for Yannick Gabrik. But here, across the line, Andy Rattel, S125 was good, and it's good in Senior X30 as well. Second in the points. It's not a pole, but still, he's done all he can in that last race, him of the day. P2 in the points. Lawrence finishes second, fourth in the points overall as well. Sundberg third from Radek, Sash from Baker, Bonilla from Stadler, Lantinga with a good race ahead of Brozovic, Whitmore from Higgins, Pineda from Hochika, Patel rounds out the top 15, 20 places for Patel, 13 for Hochika, 6 for Pineda, 19 for Higgins, 14 for Sundberg. That's an incredible drive for some of the drivers who finished in that top section.
Yeah, really glad to see the likes of Hochika and Patel up there. They've both had really tough weeks. That's what Mayan Patel can do. We've seen it on the national scene in X30 racing in 2025. There's your provisional result. At the moment, that result puts Rattel up to second place in the intermediate points. Caronini's still on top as your clubhouse leader. Drummond can still, well, Drummond's only 5 points behind Rattel, so very likely that Drummond will get back through. I wonder whether Rattel could probably finish either on a front row, either in the top 4 of the overall standings, or maybe even better, somewhere like 5th or 6th, because that would shift into the inside of row number 2. Either way, a very useful day's work from the Frenchman.
Yeah, indeed, and that's put him in a really strong spot for tomorrow. But like we say, we still got a couple of races to go here, Andrew. That was A versus E for the seniors done and dusted. We still have those 2 races to go. We've got groups D and G, C and F in the seniors to head out, and that will be the same for the juniors as well. Here's the highlights and drama right at the start of that one. Fortunately, Sam and G out of the race at the start of that one.
Yeah, and that's probably the end of the story for NG at this particular edition of IWF. Quite a few incidents in the early stages. Daniel Britz off the road did get back to a position that gives him some points, 18th in the end, but a loss of 16 from where he started. Good start for Cameron Nelson, was up to 3rd place in the middle part of this race. It wouldn't end there, we'll see why in a moment. Good drive once again from Kevin Backer. Kevin Backer for the KCR Racing Team could be one to watch tomorrow. Leaving the scene would be Kian Gauchi and Xavier Suarez. They had a coming together on around lap 3. This was the start of the attack, though, Anthony, from Andy Rattel, picking off his rivals one by one.
Yeah, indeed. And again, just watching the clinical overtake, the skill of the overtakes as well, very strong. There's a sign of getting your elbows out, if I've ever seen one. And there we go. There was that change. Lawrence down to 2nd place. There was that moment there. Senior Ornball off the road. And then, of course, Elias Lamar with that damage to the rear bumper. And then, of course, other moments there. Premium Karting have a bit of a disaster. Sam Lewis off the road. We'll leave you with these highlights. Nicole Sutherland is ready down in Parc Ferme.
Ready indeed then, and I'm with Andy Rattel again. Andy, we were together probably 15-20 minutes ago after you finished off your S125 heat. Now in the Senior X30, you know, you've really helped yourself with that result. It's not going to be a pole going into Super Heats. We have to watch what happens to Drummond, but going into tomorrow, you're right up in the sharp end.
Yeah, we have a good pace in X30. The first hit was not good because one guy crashed into me, so I lost a lot of points, but we are in the top 5 or 6, something like that, so it's on a good way for tomorrow.
And Andy, tell me as well, because you raced in the S125 not even that long ago, are you feeling a bit tired? Because, you know, they are long laps around the circuit. It's not easy in either class. You feeling okay so far?
Yeah, I feel okay. I was hungry after the S125, but now I'm good.
Well, Andy, great to catch up with you. And one more question. You know, being as quick as you are, going into tomorrow's races where, you know, you'll go back to the tent, back to the awning, what do you do to make sure that you're on top form for tomorrow?
Sleep well and see the time, the weather tomorrow. And after the Super Heat, we'll see where we start and stay focused for the final.
Well, Andy, again, thank you very much indeed. We'll go back up then to our 2 in the commentary box. Andrew and Anthony, over to you.
Thank you very much. Oh, God, no, you first, mate. You first. No, you first, I insist.
Moving on, but to... it's been a long day.
It's been a long week.
X30 Junior up next. Groups D and G going for their final flourishes here in the qualifying heats. If you're in the area, if you're in the Valencia area, remember, it is an open gate. Come on down tomorrow. It's one of the biggest days. It's the biggest day in X30 racing. It would be great to have a full round of the whole circuit with people in the stands and watching from the bankings. Some of the team members and drivers there. You've got members of Fusion Motorsport in the foreground. Some of the team members from Mick Barrett Racing in the background who've got their job done for the day. What have you spotted, Anthony?
Lee Narroway out there. Luca Narroway, his first weekend in the juniors. And, of course, he'll be watching this one along with, I think, Watchful Hope, because a lot of the drivers in this one have got a really strong run in these races. But, like I say, a lot of work to do from the midfield in this one. Junior X30 qualifying heat D versus G. About to head out onto the track, and not only on the banking, but also in the grandstand. You've got that filled up quite nicely. You've got the family members of Sukmani Kira. I think Sukmani, I saw her in there, in that grid as well. I know she can't because she's in this race. Yes, I see the family of Sukmani Kira out in this one. Right, engines fired up. Drivers making their way out to the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for this one. Junior X30 qualifying heat D versus G. Jarlath Sayer and Dan Alaman go from row number 1, both fresh sets of tyres, but you've got Jarlath Sayer fresh set on the left-hand side, Dan Alaman fresh set on the right-hand side.
Tyres on the left-hand side, Nilas Malik running with worn tyres, that's row 9. Full set for Archie Rogers-Tyler, starting on the inside of row 10. Luca Narroway completes the top 20 for the start of this race. Charlie Blair needs a good result in this one. Starts on row 11 alongside Portugal's Beatrice Costa. Row 12, Fabio Pelleriti and Nino Moulin. The French driver on the outside of row 12 starts with a new half set on the left-hand side. Ray Healy is on row 13, is alongside Unto Olavi Lakkonen, who has got a full set on board his number 51 card. So keep an eye out for the Finn in this one. Amelia Byrne and Elias Ebersdoppler are on an all-German row 14. It's then Ella Jönsson and Sebastian Delgado on row 15. It will be 29 to 1 because, as you mentioned, Anthony Dario Mifsud also does not take the start. And have we actually got another one? Oh, yeah, Andrea Galimberti also doesn't take the start. So both drivers who have been told, sorry, you're not racing anymore, gents, they're not in this one. And Leo Rayner, as I say,
so we have it for the field, so quite a few gaps in this one. Hopefully the drivers get it squared away and we get a race start first time of asking. They've been actually relatively good on that one. I think I've only counted 3. I'm going to knock on wood because that's a commentator's curse on 4 about to probably appear right now, but hopefully not. Jarlath Sayer and Dan Alaman then on the front row of the grid, both with a brand new set of tyres, but Sayer on the left, Alaman on the right, into the tram lines. Are we racing? Oh, it's commentator's curse has hit there perfectly. Done it now. It's a 4th fast start of the week. I'm not going to say anything else, I think. Look what
I have to work with, folks. Right, we'll go around and try that one again. Jarlath Sayer just went way too early there. When it didn't have that parity across the front row. Jokes aside, that was the very definition of a false start. So, you know, Martin Beanie's looking for that parity and that run down towards turn 1. Of course, you know, Pole still has the advantage. We have seen drivers get that wrong earlier on in the weekend and second place overtake. Some of the drivers watching on the sidelines there, Barry Berg on the left-hand side, Sam Woolley on the right. We'll see them out in a short while. But the first bit of order of business right now is this extra formation lap for groups D and G.
Yes, indeed. I thought I saw the unmistakable hairline of a Harrison Mackie there as well, watching alongside on the side of the road. Right, here we go then, as they head down into the final sector once again. You know what, Andrew? You start this one. I'm not going to say anything. I daren't.
So through turn 14, through turn 15, they've of course got to get themselves lined up before those red cones there, that red line. If you're new to international karting, they cannot change which row they're on. So if you've had a bit of a wobble and you're further down on the grid than you should be, no option. You've got to start from wherever you are now. This is looking a lot better straight away. Nice, steady run into the tram lines. Here we go then. X30 Junior, last heats for groups D and G away, and we are racing once again for 8 laps. Good start for those on the inside row. It's a good start for John Says. Oh, Alexia Diaz has had a problem. Alexia has not got away from the rolling start off the road there, and well, that's a bit of a bumpy ride for one of the spirits. I think that was Alejandro Campos in the number 1. Alexia Diaz out of that race. That may well be the end of Alexia's run in IWF 2025. But at the front of the order, it's Jarlath Sayer for Excel Motorsport and Aaron Richardson on the attack for Fusion.
Indeed, this is a nice start, but again, you've got to remember a lot of fresh tyres out at the front end of this field. Some drivers with full sets, some drivers with only half sets. And right now it's going well, but not for the number 12 machine. Out of the race is Alfonso Lopez. He'll get it rejoined, but it's all the way at the back of the grid. That is absolute pandemonium at the start of this race.
Yeah, that looked to be 3 into 1, not really going. It's a wide bit of the circuit, but because of the speed, it almost like false tightens up very, very quickly. There's not really 2 wide lines through that part of the course. I just got to say, Dan Allemann's move for second place on Richardson was absolutely exquisite down the inside into turn number 13. The Swiss driver is surely going to be on the attack once again. Jarlath Sayer is going to have to make his X30 Junior 116 for XL Motorsport as wide as possible down towards turn number 11. They go again. That's good defence from Jarlath Sayer. It's stacking up behind as well. Cian Bernard. Entries and qualifiers for this IAME Warrior final. Haven't seen too much of it, but he has that ability to have a big race and race through and surprise a couple of people through the chicane once again. Sayer still leads from Alemann, Richardson, Bernard. Polican still there as well in P5. And Bruno now on the scene as Alemann down the inside takes the race lead.
That is a nice overtake there, and I think well timed as well, because you can see that it was starting to get a bit feisty. It's still going to get feisty. The up and under from Jarlath Sayer retakes that race lead away from Alemann. And again, this is tyres on the left, tyres on the right, working against each other here out on track. But it seems to be more favourable for Sayer on the left-hand side. Richardson right there in third place as now Bernard is defending against Brian Bruno. Thierry Polican has joined us to the back of this one in the treble 1 machine. There goes Bruno down the inside of Bernard. Bernard's going to get the up and under again, and he's going to go back through onto the back straight. They've lost a lot of time to that first group of 3, but it's still Cian Bernard from Bruno, Polican from Kosakan, and then Rana who's there as well.
Got to say, this fighting at the front of the field is absolutely brilliant news for some starting at the back of the field, because I'll tell you this, Emilio Bernd, the German, who really should have been a lot higher up the order, should not have been down at the back of the field. Time qualifying did not go his way. He's gained 15 places in this race already, as that's a big curb hit. Alemann's got the lead. Sayer needs to be careful with that. We've already seen one driver pop a chain off in this last round of heats through that part of the course. But keep an eye on the number 3 for your track side, the orange, black and white helmet of Emilio Bernd. Here goes Sayer down the inside. Alemann holds around the outside. That's good defence again. Pinches Sayer to the inside corner. Bernd is now only 3 seconds off these leaders.
Yeah, indeed. They're allowing the group behind once again to close back in. But if they continue to fight in the background, that might scupper their chances here. Once more down the inside, Jarlath Sayer takes the lead. Richardson goes through. Richardson looking to the lead now. Sayer's going to slam the door closed in towards turn number 1. And Richardson has to stay in second place. Alemann down to third. Brian Bruno has got himself now up into 4th place. He's now leading that second train of karts and actually has opened up a bit of a battle away. Again, a big hit of the curbs, and Richardson's going to lose out on 2nd place once again to Alaman, who sends it through. There's been some drama at turn number 3. 2 drivers going very slowly. One of them is Luca Narroway in the 98 machine. It has been a tough weekend, and I think Emilio Byrne was the other one of those drivers. That is 2 names there, unfortunately, tumbling well down the order.
Yeah, and they both were driving through the field. Narroway was up about 9 positions. It was a really brave effort in this one, a brave effort. Another one of the drivers stepping up from the Minis into X30 Junior for the biggest race of the year. Out to the final corner. End of lap number 5. 3 to go. Surely there's going to be an attack here from Alaman. Yes, there is. Down the inside into turn 1. Great stuff again from Dan Alaman. And this is what I'm meaning with Dan Alaman in 2025. Yeah, last year when he was at the front, you know, basically hot lapping, everything was good. When he used to lose the lead, he'd then fall back. The difference he's made in 2025, he's got that tenacity, he's got that fight that you need to have in a class like X30 Junior. He's now really kicking hard. This could be Dan Alaman trying to break away. Richardson knows it. Richardson down the inside. That's a good move from Richardson. If he can hold on to it, he went a little bit deep through turn number 10. He's got to wind it up through 13 and 14. Sayer gets back through. That could be costly, Anthony.
It could be, but they're communicating with each other, saying, no, what are you doing? Let's go, let's go. And how close do you want to be to that one there, especially when you're not, well, I don't want to say he's not fully concentrating in there, but while you're trying to have a conversation as they go, and then you come into a flat out corner, you're not really thinking fully about if he's going for the move. And he does go for the move this time around. Richardson and Sayer continuing to fight, and it's not going well, though, to one other driver. That is Sebastian Delgado, the Cali kart by Jorge Pescador, out of the race, but backing it all the way at the back of the field. Alaman's broken away now, Andrew. 0.4 of a second. It's a big gap, and now they've brought in Brian Bruno, who is actually under investigation for potentially cutting the circuit as well.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I think that battle between Richardson and Sayer has just cost both of them the chance, a realistic chance of winning this race. They're still scoring some good points at the moment. The standings are looking like this. Daniel Miron Levente, we know, is locked in, 300 points. Nobody can beat him. Just Mulder still holding 2nd place in the standings and pole in Super Heat B on 285. Evan Purcell on 262. Dan Alaman at the moment would be on the front row. He'd be on the outside of row number 1 for Super Heat B. And I tell you what,
they're closing.
Richardson, Sayer and Bruno have sorted themselves out, and Dan Alaman's pace is not great right now. We're on the final lap of this one. Don't tighten up, Dan. Oh, that's a huge hit of the curb from Sayer. It throws him out. I say he's one of the lightest drivers in this category. They have to put a good amount of ballast on just to make him legal, and he just got thrown off that curb there. Good positioning from Bruno, through up and into 3rd place.
Yeah, indeed. It just makes that kart very, very heavy. The kart more than the driver, and yeah, it just pings it up in the sky. But this, again, into the final chicane might be something to hold your breath on. Richardson on the attack. None of these drivers can, of course, beat Daniel Miron. None of them even breaking into the pole position spots. Richardson to the outside, though, is going to try and go the long way round. It's not going to work out as they head through the final chicane. It's Dan Alaman across in, and he steps up to 4th in the points.
Good grit there from Dan Alaman. He was under a lot of pressure there at the end of that race, and he found a way to win it. That is good form going into tomorrow's finals day. He'll be starting it on a front row in Super Heat B. There's still, of course, some races to go, so we'll wait and see what the drivers in Groups C and F can do, and whether they can drop Alaman out of that part. And even if they do, they'll be on the inside of row number 2 then, which is, again, a very good place to start in these races. The drivers will head on in then. And you can just tell, can't you? It's starting to get a bit spicy out there as we get to the latter part of the day. We get towards the end of these heats, and the drivers know that their attention is going to be turning to one of the biggest days of their karting careers and one of the biggest days of their seasons. There's your classification. Dan Alaman wins again for the Spirit Karting team. Great result for the Swiss squad. Aaron Richardson back on form. P2. Priam Bruno third, Jarlath Sayer fourth. Sukmani Kira used her new tyres well, up to P5. Great run for Sukmani. 6 places gained for Rasmus Koskinen as well. Teo Polikand and Nilas Malik all in the top 8. Jograna, Archie Rogers-Tyler all in the top 10. Kian Bernard, Ludwig Gonquist, Nino Mulan, Max Leclerc and Unto Olavi Larkinen all in the top 15. Good drive from Larkinen as well. Good use of those new tyres. You never know, that might have got the SFN Motorsport driver through to the top 72. Campos, Costa, Blair, Jönsson and Erbestobler all in the top 20. It was then Lopez, Helleriti, Burke, Bernd, Narroway and Delgado, your 26 finishers.
Indeed, very close fight there. Dan Alaman, though, another good, strong result there on the table. Like I say, is not a pole position, but certainly after his performance this weekend, a super contender in the junior category.
And we also think back to something we've not mentioned today. The British dominance run, it really is under threat now.
It really
the
is.
likes of Mulder, you've got Miran Lorente, Alaman now it's another one. Could this be the first time we see a non-British driver winning X30 Junior since 2014? That'll be decided tomorrow. Here's the race highlights. Out at the start of the race was Alexia Diaz. Good run down towards turn 1. But the early phase of this race, Anthony, very much set by Jarlath Sayer, driving in a contained manner, I would say.
Yeah, I would think so. Despite the contained manner up ahead, it was less than contained in the background there. Multiple drivers having a few excursions. This one was a scary one at the start. Alfonso Lopez being spat out there 3 into 1. Did not go. And yeah, dropped them backwards. Then it all really kicked off here at the front. Then it became a bit unhinged at the front here between these top runners. Sayer, Alaman, Richardson, and later Priam Bernard closing in on the fight. And it's that curb again at turn number 3. They just witnessed a chain come off there in the previous race, yet still absolutely clouting it.
Yeah, they do take more risks with it as these race weeks go on here at Valencia. This was the move down the inside. Sayer back as the lead of the race. Richardson was nice and aggressive at this stage as well, running down towards turn number 1. Sayer just able to get his nose back ahead. Good power for the XL Motorsport 116. Dan Alaman throughout all of this, not panicking. That's how we lost Emilio Bernd and Luca Narroway. They were both up 10 positions at least, but their races and likely their IWF25 campaigns end there at turn 10 and turn 11.
Yeah, indeed. Well, let's leave you with these results, but let's pass down to Nicole Sutherland, who's down there in Parc Ferme.
I am Anthony, and I'm down here with Dan Alaman. Dan, another job well done there for you. Heat win under your belt again. Going into tomorrow, you know, super heats, what's on your mind as we look towards that?
I'm looking really hungry for tomorrow. We know that it's final day, so we need to show all that what we have. And it's going to be an amazing final for me, I think, because it's also my last race in junior.
And Dan, out there as well, I'm noticing that some drivers now look like they're sliding around a little bit. When tyres are being deployed onto the karts, you know, your choice with your tyres, how did you feel the kart was performing underneath you?
On the left corners, I was feeling amazing because I put 2 corners on the right, two tires on the right, and on the left it was feeling much more slider.
Now then, Dan, I've been asking other drivers who are going to be in the sharp end of the field going into tomorrow, what happens between now and tomorrow's Super Heats? How do you make sure that you're going to be on top form?
Looking to have a good sleep, so yeah.
Dan, thank you very much. We'll let you go off with your team and go and celebrate some good results. That's it then from Dan Alaman down in Parc Ferme. We'll head back up into our commentary box. Some more heats coming up very shortly.
They are indeed. Thank you very much, Nicole. Sutherland's down there in Parc Ferme. We turn our attention back to the seniors now.
This one, Mark Granada and Tyke Buckley on row number 2. Vivian Guione and Zach Green will go from row number 3. They'll have Patrick Ogladovchik and Tobias Norman on row 4. Dylan Patel and Xavi Yavaras go from row number 5. They'll have Fran Pane and Eloy Gonzalez on row 6. Yuka Po and Isaac Sayer go from row 7 with Marius Barryberg and Sam Woolley locking out the first half of the field on row 8.
On the 9th row of the grid, Sam van der Heyden and Amin Kara Osman. Row number 10, Roman Soleil and Jean-Paul Carras. Row 11, Leo Robinson goes for the United Kingdom alongside Adam El Bassoni. That is, as I say, your 11th row of the grid. Row 12, Antonio Machado and Mark Lepiccolo. Rafael Kamal starts on row 13 alongside Charlie Gardner. It's then Carl Mikolev and Harrison Mackie going from row 14. Mel Pelder's had a good run in the previous round of the heats. Can she do it again from row 15 alongside Luke Agnew? Joachim Matheson and Martin Wallström go from row 16. It's then Guillaume Roca and Sophia Sage completing the 34-strong field. 5th place. That is what Zach Drummond needs to beat Karanini's score to go beyond what Garcia can achieve. I think it's going to be one more position to get him clear of that. 1 or 2 positions. A top 3 here would be very, very useful for Zach Drummond. He's got a 12-point advantage at the moment over Garcia. So yeah, if he finishes in the top 3, I think it's done and dusted. 4th might do it as well on tiebreakers. Nicole Sutherland rejoins me here in the box. Nicole, how are the conditions feeling out there? I keep looking over the great array of flags that we have along the back straight. They are all not fluttering anymore. It looks like the wind's died down a bit, but you've been out there, haven't you?
The wind has died down then, but I do think the air temperature out there has dropped. It's not what we had earlier on in the middle of the day, but maybe expect some unexpected wind to come in later on, because let's cast our mind back to the drivers' parade yesterday in the early evening. The wind really did pick up here at the Lucas Guerrero circuit in the early hours of the evening, so that could come back out for this group of seniors. Led out there then by Freddie Lloyd and Zach Drummond. These 2 drivers then in their IAME cadet days are no strangers to each other. Of course, Lloyd used to be part of the Fusion camp as well. Now then, into the tram lines, lights are out and we are racing. The question mark is, can Drummond try and do something in this race to get up the order to maintain that dominant form? Well, for now, he's been hung out to dry slightly on the outside of turn number 1, as other drivers also follow that same fashion. We've got a number not coming through that timing screens properly. I don't think anybody is completely part of the circuit, but we have got some midfield runners tumbling down the order. Fred Lloyd has lost position. Him and Drummond now, I think, going to be fighting hard through this one, as Drummond goes slightly defensive now.
Yeah, Drummond up into P3. Gotta say, what a start from Mark Granada. That was absolutely fantastic. Freddie Lloyd made one little mistake. He just wandered into the middle of the circuit to cover off Drummond, and Granada pounced down the inside. Zach Green having a go there with Patrick Okadovchik. That's a forceful move from the Winter Cup champion of 2025 through, and here comes down the inside Vivian Grionet. Grionet, where has this pace come from the French driver? Well, he gave Freddie Lloyd a good run for his money earlier on today. It's a top 4 that have broken away. Lloyd has got back ahead of Drummond. That's important in terms of where these points go for the pole positions later on. So at the moment, Karanini's score is being beaten, but Drummond would still be within reach of Aaron Garcia racing in the next race. Lloyd's on the attack. Here he goes down the inside, takes 2nd place away from Mark Granada. That's a good overtake from this year's British champion, and Drummond knows he needs to make the progress as well. That's a bold move from the Scotsman up to P3.
Bold move then by Zach Drummond, but a move I would say that was helped by Fred Lloyd, who now goes for the race lead as well into the final corner, and that opens up for Drummond again. Lloyd back to that number 1 spot. Drummond challenging down the inside of turn number 1, side by side. Him and Guillet go, but Guillet manages to hold on to things there in P2. Retirements going out there, but Fred Lloyd really did help to open up that door just a moment ago for Zach Drummond to get into P3. That move on Granada. Granada just had to sacrifice some speed, just fell short on that previous lap. bit of real estate in between your drivers in 1, 2, 3 and 4 then. Still Fred Lloyd for premium out there in the front. Goyer comfortable there, P2. Drummond P3, Granada 4th. But the fighting, the overtakes for that top 4 have invited new names into the battle for the spots inside the top 10. Zach Green is coming along very nicely within this one, as is Buckley, Laveres and Barry Berg as well.
Yeah, Marius Barryberg knows this place very well. Was a pole sitter last year in the IAME Winter Cup down the inside there. That's a good move from Drummond. Didn't need to do it in terms of the context of these points, but it just gives him a little bit of breathing room now. It moves him up to 285. Zach Green's looking very quick in this stage of the race as well. That was down the inside of Granada and up into P4. 56.096 for Zach Green. He's making good progress. Barryberg, we've mentioned, up 7. Mackie up 8 as well, is now into the top 20. Should be racing through comfortably into the top 72. Martin Wallström as well is giving it a good go for the Talvar Racing team, up 10 places into 22nd. And we'll mention Leah Robinson as well. Leah Robinson for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team is up 3 places to 18th. Meanwhile, Drummond's attacking here. Drummond is pushing along. Now they're going to work together. No, they're not. Here goes Drummond down the inside, takes the race lead.
Zach Drummond then takes the race lead and takes that qualifying heat's point standing lead as well, ahead of Danny Caronini. It's now 285 to his name previously, 291. An extension now with that race lead that he's just snatched away from Freddie Lloyd. The driver then, the driver of Scotland, who doesn't typically race in Senior X30, showing absolutely what he is made of this weekend and showing that he's a name, I would say, to be feared as we go not only into tomorrow's super heats, but into finals as well, Andrew. He's a contender for me this weekend.
Absolutely. Zach Drummond is here to add a global title to his CV. He is a very well-tipped, very well-respected young racer out of Scotland who could be going on to quite big things in karting as a sport in the years to come. He's been knocking on the door in the international scene with Fusion Motorsports in the senior OK categories and a lot of races in 2025. But I tell you what, there's a driver out there on this circuit, Nicole, who does not like sitting in second. He ran a number 2 plate this year in the British Championships and he was determined to turn that 2 into a 1. He did turn it into a 1. He is never satisfied when he's not in a lead of a race, and his name is Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd is just waiting at the moment, though, because he's aware of Zach Green's presence behind him. Zach Green, another driver that Lloyd knows very well. Another little check over the shoulder just to see, okay, I can see you, Zach. They'll keep working together.
They will, but they're not going to care that they're amongst each other. They're amongst their countrymen. It's a Britain 1, 2 and 3. Now, Fred Lloyd, you said he would not be comfortable in P2. He would not settle for that, and he wasn't. He's just snatched away that race lead. He invites Zach Green onto the door of Zach Drummond as well. All 3 of these drivers clipping that curb, getting that run out and towards the second sector, that infield part of the track, which these drivers carry really, really high minimum speeds. They've really got to be settled on the kart and on the tyre to maintain their pace. Oh, it looked like Zach Green was going to try and have a bite out of Zach Drummond then, but thinks against it, slots back in and holds on to P3.
Driver's perspective question for you, Nicole. Does Drummond just let Zach Green go here? Because Zach Green looks really quick, really dangerous, but doesn't have a pole position for a super heat to lose. No, Drummond's going to do the bang opposite. He's going to go on the attack, cancel that one into the race lead. Lloyd's going to try and bite back here. Zach Green might be going for the big one round the outside. That's not going to work. But Drummond takes the race lead, gets himself back to the front of the field. This is a brilliant race.
Absolutely. You asked me the question, as now down the inside goes
Zach Green,
on Fred Lloyd. Fred Lloyd now down to P3, maybe in a moment's time down to P4, because Vivian Guinet there is right in this fight. This battle, this posture by Zach Drummond of backing these drivers up behind him is helping out others in the field. Buckley's catching up. Barry Berg once more is still looking like he could be pushing forward, although it's now getting pushed out because further drivers in the field get involved. Isaac Sayer kills two birds with one stone. Two for the price of one. Gets past, slots into a higher up, nicer position. Oh, over the road, cuts the corner. Fred Lloyd takes the race win, but there he goes. He backs off. He knows what he's done. If he doesn't want a penalty, he has to do exactly what he's just demonstrated. Come off the power, nice and gently. Let the three back through once more. Give the position away, but also do it in a way that you're not going to lose out to the drivers behind, and you're not going to lose too much pace, as we've just seen him demonstrate, because he didn't fall short to Vivian Guinet. The next corner, back on the road, clipped those curbs and got himself back into P3.
I say that was a brilliant move from Freddie Lloyd off the curb. It was high risk and down the inside, looking again, but not quite able to draw alongside Zach Green on that occasion. This is going to be another one of those classic Valencia grandstand finishes. We're on lap number 9 of 11. If you're just joining us, this is the penultimate heat of the qualifying stage for IWF25. Zach Drummond has the opportunity here to secure pole position and first place in the intermediate classification, but look at the queue behind him. Zach Green wants this win, Freddie Lloyd wants this win, Vivian Guinet also wants this win. Lloyd looking round the outside, is going to hold on to third. Ty Buckley's in play as well. Ty Buckley, who had a great finish last year at Swearer. Barry Berg still there. Sayer is there. You also on the scene. Joveris is having a good race. There's 9 drivers who could all win this race, Nicole.
Andrew, literally both of us are sat on the edges of our seats here. I don't even know where to look when it comes to this top 10. Zach Drummond once more into these corners, holding on to this race lead. Green has not challenged, is now down the inside. Guinet looking like he's holding on to P3 and snatches it away from Fred Lloyd, who's going to get muscled round the outside, invites Buckley to try and have a go, but Buckley slots it back down. Now then, defensive he goes into the final corner. Drummond holds on to it. Green still hunting down away. That last lap notification goes out to these drivers. Wider line for Zach Green. Is he going to get the slingshot move done into 3 and 4? No, he doesn't. Sits there steady. These two drivers then, Spanish real estate between the duo at the front, and then the space between them. Guinet, Lloyd, Buckley is now down the inside. Zach Green gives it a good go.
Drummond needs to be careful here. He doesn't need to win this race. Green needs the points. That, and he's let him go. That's a sensible play, I think, from Zach Drummond, because he doesn't need those extra 6 points to make the difference. He's already doing the business. But here comes Green. Oh, round the outside. Drummond, if he makes that work, that's outrageous. Oh, that is special. That is special from a special driver. Zach Drummond has taken the lead of this race. He's going to close out Friday in style and win his last heat. Drummond, pole tomorrow for Superheat A. What a finish.
What a performance and what a move by Drummond. Just proved to everybody watching this, every other driver in that senior X30 grid, exactly what he is made of. That round the outside slingshot commitment from Drummond has just put his name in the map for this senior X30 competition this weekend. Makes himself your leader of your qualifying heats. 291 points on the board to his name, ahead of Carinini and ahead of Freddie Lloyd, who we can't count out. Did finish strongly in that one in a P3.
And that can't be caught. 291 points is more than 50 points away from what Aaron Garcia currently has on his scorecard. 229 for Garcia at the moment. So Garcia could still get pole position for Superheat B, but he has to win the next and last X30 Senior race. But how about that? IWF 2025 at the Cartodromo International. Lucas Guerrero continues to deliver. That, for me, is the race of the week so far. Zach Drummond takes it from Zach Green. It's a British 1-2-3 with Freddie Lloyd there as well, who at the moment has got a front row start for one of the super heats tomorrow. Buckley and Guinet are a big part of that 4th and 5th. You in 6th. Joveras 7th. Barryberg 8th. Great drive from the Norwegian in the 286. Isaac Sayer P9 and Sam van der Heyden, who we didn't even really get to talk about in that race. It was a great run for the Hout Racing team from the Dutch driver, up 7 as well to P10. But there is your man on pole position tomorrow for Superheat A, and you can see the reaction, not just from Drummond as a driver, but the Fusion Motorsport mechanics as well. They are born racers, every single one of them in that team. They will have loved that, Nicole.
And I love that race as well. These are your highlights, many of them, so many good moments within that one. Fred Lloyd, Zach Drummond were the ones to beat in the early stages, but they did get muscled out. We had drivers like Grenay get really involved. Mark Granada as well. Slingshot moment round turn number 1. Drivers further back in the field did get caught out, did have a couple of pirouette moments on the exit of turn number 1, but everybody actually managed to file themselves away for the first couple of laps. The first couple of laps, we actually saw your driver who finished off with that race win, none other than Zach Drummond, get shuffled down the order, as did Fred Lloyd. They went side by side into turn number 11, and it was Drummond that outraced Freddie Lloyd momentarily. Anthony Jordan is down there with our winner of Zach Drummond, and he will tell us a whole lot more.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yes, indeed, Zach, what a story you've got to tell after that race, because so much happened. Tell us, I want to know, start to finish, describe that one for us.
Well, at the start, I just had a pretty clean start, to be fair. And then I felt I was faster than Freddie, so I went in, and then I don't think we really had the pace in that race, so he was kind of pushed me along. And then he went back in on us, and then I seen there was a big train of cars behind us, so I'm like, better be at the front. And then after that, I had a big train behind me, so I did the best I could to try and keep him behind me. And then Zach got past me in the last lap, but managed to go round outside, which is pretty ideal.
What made you go for that move around the outside? It's a risky thing to do, especially there. There's a lot of dust here in at the Valencia circuit. It was a risky one, but it paid off. How were you feeling at the moment?
Yeah, I don't actually know why I did it. Like, I had plenty of points from the rest of the weekend, but I got switched back on the corner before, and I was alongside, and I seen, I don't know, a barrel behind them. So I'm like, may as well try, and then worked out for us.
Well, Zach, it's pole position tomorrow for the Superheats in IWF25. It's a great start to tomorrow that you've got. We'll let you rest up and enjoy the day tomorrow.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Zach Drummond and the rest of the seniors. But guys, back over to you. Plenty more replays to watch, because what an exciting race that was.
You hit the nail on the head there, Anthony. As I say, race of the weekend, and we come back just in time to watch this move again. This was a pretty good one as well from Zach Green, who a good return to form for the JGR driver. And just watch this. Green defensive to the inside, runs a little bit deep, and then slinging it round the outside there, Drummond, right up to driver's left, that curb. I say the curb drops off there, Nicole, doesn't it? Right into the dirt. 1 inch further left there, and I don't think Drummond's even making the corner.
The track does fall away slightly for the drivers, but it also widens up as well. So just use that road to keep his foot on the power, go round the outside, hold it in, be brave, and just showed us what he is made of. That concludes then your result for that senior X30 qualifying heat. Now we go back to our juniors, this time for groups C versus F. And this, I would predict, is going to be equally as exciting.
Yeah, so we know for both the juniors and the seniors who's going to be starting on pole position for Superheat A. Daniel Mirren locked in for the juniors, and we've just seen there Zach Drummond for the seniors. But the question of who's going to be starting pole position for Superheat B, very much still up for grabs, and of course who's going to be also starting on the front row for those 2 Superheats tomorrow, and so on and so forth. So plenty to race for in this last X30 Junior heat at this stage of IWF 2025. Let's take you through the grid then of 31 drivers heading out on circuit for the last junior race of the day. On pole position, Alex Martinez. Good opportunity for Martinez here to move up in that top 8 standing from the previous round. Had that retirement earlier on in the day, which has kind of taken him out of the picture for the pole positions, but you never know where he could finish with a win here. He starts in pole position alongside David Minchuna. Jacob Bachelor and Gautier San Juan start on row 4. It's then Rock Pinheira and Edgar Rodriguez going from row number 3. Maxiul and Jack McLaughlin, they're on row number 4 for this one. Just ahead of Daniel Oliver and Theo Guiotto on row 5. Porsche Anna Shakalot starts on row 6 alongside Charlie Jonasson, Didier Kreeft and Egor Ivanchenko starts on row 7. Last of the first half of the grid, row 8, Ryan Meta and Neil Nakamoosh.
Second part of your field, row number 9 is Archie Owen alongside Skiluna. From 10, your top 20 looks like Albert Lombard with Jana Adjuman. And from row number 11, we have Arturo Aglion with Silas Ethelsson. 12, Bing Van Scheinel with Tony Cacciaferro of Andorra. And from row number 13, it's Hernan Rodriguez with Chad Le Mans. 14, Bautista Panetta and Christos Fadorukis. And from row number 15, your penultimate row of your field, we have Christian Logmatter with Leone Martinez. Rounding out your field then of 16 rows and 31 drivers in total, Pato Medina will be the final Junior X30 on your grid for the last junior race of today.
A bit of news from the pre-grid. Firstly, Egor Ivanchenko will not take the start of this race. We would assume in the box here that is due to the flip, due to the crash that we saw for Igor earlier. We do wish Igor a speedy recovery and hope to see him race again very, very soon. The other update from the pre-grid is a tyre one. Following drivers with half sets: Martinez, Minchuna, Bachelor and San Juan. So everybody on the first 2 rows. McLaughlin has half a set. Neckmooch has half set. All of these are left-hand side of the cart. Owen has one. Aguillon, Van Schreindel and Cacciaferro. Full sets for Kreeft, Yule, Pinera and Rodriguez. So apologies, I know I've done that a little bit forward to back of the grid and then back to forward. But those are the names of the drivers who have got some new rubber on their carts. Pato Medina as well from the back of the grid. Right, here we go then. Last heat for X30 Junior is racing down towards turn 1. It's a steady start from Martinez on that inside line. Minchuna might have a good chance here of holding on to P2 round the outside of Bachelor and does so. Good start then for Minchuna down towards turn number 3 and 4. Are they all going to make it through, or a few drivers have to take to the cut through there and across the grass? That's the rallycross option. Oh, problems for Pato Medina. If Pato Medina had no bad luck this week, he'd have no luck at all. Started off with that battery fire in time qualifying that set him on the back of the grid, and it hasn't really got any better since then. That'll be the end for Pato Medina. Max Yule's had a good start in that number 4 machine, up past the 54 of Edgar Rodriguez. There is the scene for Pato Medina. That'll be the end of things for the Mexican driver. But back in the front of the field here, Nicole, it's a lightning second half of this first lap for Alex Martinez.
Well, 2 drivers inside the top 4 really hunting down for some good results then. Martinez and Yule both have had DNFs as now Max Yule goes down the inside at turn number 1 to get himself into P3. So both Martinez and Yule, I would say, are drivers within this one who are going to try and deploy something extra out to there. They are both drivers who lost significant numbers of points because of technical, mechanical gremlins earlier on today and earlier on this weekend. Now then, early doors, the number 74 gets put under investigation for causing a collision, and that could be because of the commotion that happened just a moment ago at turn number 1. Jacob Bachelor once more remains inside of the top 5. Bachelor, despite losing 2 places within this one, Andrew, has looked really strong to me this weekend. A team change for him over the course of 2025, I think, has just really helped him progress through IAME racing.
I'd fully agree. It's been good to see Jacob as one of the drivers who's really improved across the course of this 2025 karting season. Bit of an update on what these positions at the moment are doing in terms of intermediate points. No changes in terms of our pole sitters, actually. So I think, Miron, we know, is safe on a perfect 300. Mulder, who got that 285 score confirmed, what, about 4 hours ago, at the start of the afternoon session, is going to be on pole position here for Superheat B as Yule looks down the inside. Nice move from the driver of the number 4, past David Minchuna. Purcell and Alaman at the moment would be the drivers on the front row second in each of the Superheats. So Purcell into Superheat A, Alaman into Superheat B. Endicott and Martinez would be starting third in their respective Superheats. So Martinez moving to the inside of row number 2 at the moment with this result. Richardson and Minchuna on row 4, but that could change if Max Yule could find a way through. At the moment, Martinez has a 6-point advantage over Aaron Richardson, who's not in this race. In goes Minchuna. Minchuna back down the inside, retakes second place, and here comes Rock Pinheira. Rock Pinheira, who needs some points on the board in this last round of heats, is having a good go, Nicole.
Max Yule then, over the past couple of laps, was 2.5 tenths faster than Martinez in consecutive laps, but it just shows, you know, he's lost positions here, even if you are incredibly quick. One small mistake, as we saw from him at the exit of number 1, can cost you 2, 3, maybe even 4 positions. Tony Cacciaferro becomes the newest driver to DNF out of this one. The driver of Andorra, then, who we would have seen out last year as a Mini, will go no further today in his qualifying heats. Not good stuff then from the driver of Victory Lane. Down the start-finish straight, they will go to complete yet another lap. And on home soil, we've got a Spaniard 1, 2, 3 with Martinez, Minchuna and Pinheira as well. Max Yule could break up that Spanish trio at the front, but for now, he's really having to think about Rodriguez there in P5. Rodriguez, over the course of the previous lap, was faster than Yule, so the Mick Barrett is going to need to deploy something. But are the two ahead of him actually going to hold each other up? Yes, they do. Goes down the inside, and is he going to make it a P3? No, he's not. He's going to make it a P2.
That was a great bit of driving from Max Yule for the Mick Barrett Racing team. Gets a couple of positions in all of that, but still needs to find something a little bit more to catch up to Alex Martinez, the leader of this race. And as we've been mentioning throughout the whole week, the host nation Spain have got the strongest X30 Junior squad that they've ever had as a national team. They have some very good shots at breaking this British run of success in this category. And Alex Martinez, I would say, is one of the strongest competitors who could do that. Obviously, they've got others in there as well. That was a nice move from Minchuna on the number 62 of Pinheira. Rodriguez is getting in there as well. Keep an eye on Daniel Oliver. Daniel Oliver's been getting on with things very nicely, very consistently. That was a good example of it, up past the number 62 of Pinheira and into 6th place.
Yeah, Daniel Oliver within this race then slightly under the radar, I would say, there in P7. But a little bit more time for him to go to try and get past the driver ahead, which is Jacob Batchelor. Let's watch a race replay then of the final corner. Ooh, some airtime taken for, I think that was one of the Falcons, and I think that's what caused Tony Cacciaferro's DNF a couple of laps ago. I could see a Victory Lane just being caught off on the exit of the corner and ended up there on the grass. Now then, aggression does not die down within this race, despite the day coming to a close. Everybody inside of the top 5 trying to still leave everything out there on the track. Down the inside, the Carlos Sainz branded OTK tries to go. That is Rodriguez still trying to put small mistakes of Minchuna under a microscope and trying to find out where he is faster to go for a move. He's not thinking about Minchuna right now. He's thinking about Jacob Batchelor. Big defence there into turn number 11.
I do like that livery, the CS55 livery that Edgar Rodriguez is piloting here today. One of the drivers from the United States. Very experienced driver over the Atlantic Ocean. We're on lap number 7 then. One more lap to go as down the inside. Oliver gets another position, this time on Jacob Batchelor for 5th place. On to the final lap of this one. Batchelor's going to try and respond back down the inside with a move of his own through turn 1. That's nicely done. And a driver that we've not talked too much about is coming into play in the number 97. Anna Shackle there, as here's a scrap between Rodriguez and Minchuna. Rodriguez having a really strong finish to this race, now up to P3, Nicole.
Final lap then for these drivers. Final lap for Rodriguez, and like you said, really trying to push ahead. Goes defensive, and now Max Yule has arrived on the doorstep of Martinez. Only half a lap left to go. He's not within lunging distance. He's going to have to try and get a really good run, get into the slipstream down the back straight. But I think knowing the way that Max Yule races, I think he's going to think against it. Goes onto that racing line, gives Martinez that race lead. Martinez then crosses the line, sees the checkered flag, and adds to his tally of heats, adds to his points. What a job well done by Alex Martinez to recover from earlier on and to end up on the points standing P6 overall.
And that'll convert into an inside of row 2 start for Superheat B tomorrow. And remember, folks, all of these points that we've been talking about for the last 48 hours, they carry over tomorrow into the Superheats, and there's then a greater distribution of points through those Superheats, 2 of them apiece in Mini, Junior and Senior. But Alex Martinez very much back in play. Had that problem earlier on 2 rounds ago, but has bounced back with 2 victories since then. Bautista Panetta was your biggest mover in that race, up 14 places to 13th. Between Panetta and your race winner, a good second place there for Max Yule, a gain of 5 spots. Darren Minchuna in 3rd. Edgar Rodriguez finishes that one in 4th place from Jacob Batchelor. Daniel Oliver, Rock Pinheiro, Archie Owen, Jack McLaughlin and Porsche Anashakal all in the top 10. I think for Archie Owen, he was a bit despondent earlier on in the day, Nicole, but I think those 2 good results towards the end of the day should have pulled Owen back into contention of at least being in the final on Saturday afternoon. Gautier San Juan, bit of a difficult race there for the Swiss driver, down 7 spots to 11th. Good races for Arturo Aguillon, the Mexican driver, up 9 spots to 12th, and as mentioned, Panetta up 14 to 13th. Ryan Metters had a decent week, I've thought, for premium karting, 14th in that one, just ahead of Neil Nechmouche. Theo Guiato in 16th ahead of Charlie Jonasson. 18th for Rodriguez van Schijndel after that little Falcon Airlines moment, finished in P19. Martinez completing, Leone Martinez finishing in the top 20. Into turn 1 then, this was the start of the race. Martinez, that was probably the most difficult part of the race for Alex Martinez. But Nicola was very impressed with David Minchuna. You don't often see a run round the outside from grid 2 result in P2 by turn number 3, but Minchuna achieved that.
Yeah, and I think Minchuna was probably helped with the fact that he's got that track knowledge.
Yeah.
He's probably rehearsed that multiple times in his IAME career before, so I think he just has that knowledge to know that you can do that slingshot round the outside of turn number 1. Max Yule then, this was the point in his race where he started to turn up that temperature dial, started to use the rubber that he had, and also good track knowledge as well. He's done many laps around here for Mick Barrett. This was the down the inside moment that we saw from the Mick Barrett driver of Yule, got himself into P2. And this was the moment then, that Falcon Airlines moment that you referred to it as, Andrew, which caught out other drivers like Tony Cacciaferro. Still though, it was quite busy through your second pack of karts. Yule did get muscled out, but actually, put his elbows out and said, no, it's my point in the track. This is my drive. And I think that's what helped him maintain, in the end, those 5 places gained and finished the race off for him in a strong P2. Minchuna continuously getting hustled hard. Rodriguez really lit things up and actually sort of arrived, not out of nowhere, but kind of, had gone under the radar previously.
There we go then. So Alex Martinez will start on the inside of row number 2 for tomorrow. That's all done for the juniors. Miron and Mulder have pole positions for the Superheats tomorrow. We'll take a short break here in the box before we go to our final race of the day.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes like myself, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
Hi, I'm Kai, I'm 14 years old, I'm a carter for Chaos Sport and I'm an MBA athlete.
What's the #1 thing you like about MBA?
The flexibility, because it allows me to train and kart when I need to. You can balance racing and your education.
I would recommend MBA because it's a very nice school for all people that do sports, and even if you don't need to do sports, if you want proper schooling without going anywhere, this is definitely the best school.
Welcome back to Valencia. Last race of the day as the sun starts to set behind the mountains here just outside Valencia. It's a wonderful evening here at the Cartodromo International Lucas Guerrero. It's our last race of the day. It's X30 Senior qualifying heat C versus F, and there is still one of those pole positions for the super heats tomorrow up for grabs. We'll take you through the grid then for this one. 34 drivers heading out for their formation laps. Toby Gale starts this one from pole position. The driver from Thailand has had a bit of a rocky run through these heats, but has got a good opportunity here to elevate himself up, as there's been drama on the first few laps. We'll come back to why in a moment. Roxanne Lantinga starts P2 on the grid, and then I think you would say that Angelo Melli or Kasper Haugman will start this one from row 2, but did a 360 out of turn 2 on the formation lap. An amazing save. Row 3, Hugo Marti and Ruben Moya. Aaron Garcia is your driver who could still be a pole sitter tomorrow. Has to win this race though from the inside of row number 4. Thomas Hansen joins him for company on that one. Alois Girardet and Morgan Moore go from row 5. Santiago Alves and Daniel Mota go from row 6. Otto Pukkanen and Oscar Goodshow on row 7. And then completing the first half of the field, Aaron Vader and Grimes Michaelbach will not take the start on row number 8.
For their final race of the day, going from row number 9, we have Adrian Martinez with Sam Branston. From 10, Gabe Stilp with Noah Mengel. And then going from row number 11, we are supposed to have Lewis Bird, but we've got reports that he is missing. He should be starting alongside Sean Hogan. From 12, Robin Happiran with Oliver Meek. And then from 13, it's Louis Martinez with Jonathan Landstrom. 14, Yves Riz with P2 Mamelstead. And then from 15, Rafael Rayuna with Luis Agua. 16, Andre De Bija with Martin Foley. And rounding out your field of 17 rows in total, 34 X30 Senior drivers, we have Christian Fuenent, and Emmanuel Liadakis.
Apologies, I think it was mistaken on identity on my part. I think it actually was Thomas Hansen who did the 360. I've asked, sadly, I don't think our cameras caught it. So you'll just have to trust me if you're not at the circuit. It was amazing.
Impressive.
It was impressive. It went from hero to zero to hero in the space of about, well, 2 revolutions of a go-kart. So anyway, right, last race of the day then. Toby Gale will start this one from pole position for the Monlau Motorsport team. Roxanne Lantinga drawing alongside there. We'll have that tricky start from the outside of row number 1. Dan Ashton just directing the drivers there to get into 2x2 formation, go through the cut-through. No more weaving. Let's get this race underway. Just instructing the back of the field to make haste and catch up to the back of the field. Are we going to be good for a start at the first time of asking here? 11 laps to finish the day in X30 Senior. Away we go then down towards turn number 1. Toby Gale will lead. Roxanne Lantinga will have to be patient. Oh, not a good start at all there. That was Santiago Alves in the 284 getting tipped round. Not the cleanest of starts from the seniors. They're hopping across the curb as usual. And, well, there was a big cut across the grass there for one driver. No dramas, though, for Toby Gale. Nicole, this is a nice early lead.
No, in the start then, it was P2 Mamelstead that also got hung out to dry at turn number 1 on the outside, and it just did not go well for the 273. Now then, at the front, these challenges are going to go on, I would say, throughout this entire race. Andrew, up into P2, the 225 goes. So Aaron Garcia already has absolutely stormed through the field that started ahead of him. These drivers down under the start-finish gantry to complete their first lap of racing, still on the back of Toby Gale, who is your race leader. Garcia P2 with 5 places gained, and then we have Hugo Marti in P3. Roxanne Lantinga, despite, deploying new tyres within this one, she's fallen down the order early on. Is it the question of maybe they're just not ready for her yet temperature-wise? We'll have to watch it unfold. But for the start of this one, Roxanne just falling short slightly.
Yeah, air temperature's still pretty good. 20 degrees Celsius. There's big move coming in there from the 313 of Alarise Chiradet. Good move by the French driver to gain another position. Should just note as well, we have no Lewis Bird in this race. I just want to say at the end of the season, Lewis Bird's had a really tough year. And I feel for him, and I hope this is not the last time that I see Lewis Bird in a paddock, because he's a fantastic driver.
Great character.
Great character in the paddock. This will more than likely be the end of his season. Lewis, if you're listening, I really want to see you on the grid in 2026, mate. So that is Lewis Bird out of this one. And I say with the results this weekend, might be out of the top 72. Again, I hope I'm wrong. Adrian Mustienes, though, up 8 places in this one, and is now your fastest driver on circuit. I just got distracted there because I can hear someone's exhaust silencer is not attached. We've gone old school for a moment with somebody out now there. The question is, who is it?
Yeah, feeling sorry for anybody that sat too close to the sidelines, because that is one of the loudest noises you can actually hear. It really does vibrate through.
There we go.
That is the 210.
Sean Hogan will be out of this one then, and that might be another driver whose IWF for 2025 is done and dusted there through the cut through. Was going to 282, 292. That was Thomas Hansen with that bright blue and yellow machine. No mechanical flag yet, and there won't need to be, because Sean's done the correct thing there. Wow, that's a sound and a half past our camera points, out of the race. And that's going to be some work for the Brenatech team. This is a big move, though, to the lead of the race. Aaron Garcia has taken the lead of this one. This is what Aaron Garcia needs. He's got a 6-point deficit at the moment to Danny Caronini. 3-point deficit to Danny Caronini, as one of the kids to win drivers is out of this race. It was the 246 off the road there.
Mustienes.
So Mustienes has gone from this one. Ruben Moyer's fallen down the order as well, so there's big drivers in this race having troubles, but no troubles for Aaron Garcia. Right now, he's going to be on pole position for a superheat tomorrow. The points now update. 279 for Garcia, It's a 3-point advantage now over Carinini, and this is how he did it, Nicole.
Down the inside, clean as you like. A power move there by Garcia. Just snatches it away from Toby Gale. Gale, though, after drama yesterday with the hub coming off and various poor results, I would expect him to still try and get past Garcia again. He's got a lot to lose throughout this race. He is quite far down in your points order, and not a driver pace-wise who should actually be that far down. Out of the final couple of corners, these drivers will go. The two on the screen, Gale and Garcia, getting these sequences absolutely correct, because the pace between those two drivers on the previous lap was that they are some of the quickest out there on this circuit. Despite, you know, being in a little bit of wind now out there, they're still pushing forward. Garcia then holds on to it nicely. Gale doesn't attempt to move through 2 and 3. Watching through this sequence, though, if Gale can get this point in the circuit right, the moves can open up. They can exist into turn number 11, which has been a continuous hotspot this weekend for these drivers. Moya, fastest driver on the track for the time being. Oh, that's devastating news. I think that's the 3-1-6 that is out. Melli there that started on the second row finds himself going no further and just devastated, and you can see he's distraught out there.
Yeah, because that's the top 10 gone. That's the top 10 that was on the cards for the PJM team, and Angelo Melli's hopes of being further up the order in this one could be gone after that retirement. And tell you what, Toby Gale is not letting Aaron Garcia get away with this. This is a good run from Toby Gale that's keeping the Thai driver in play right now. Aaron Garcia, how much of a risk does he take here? If you're just joining us, Garcia, to secure pole position for the second of the superheats tomorrow, has to win this race. Second place in terms of the intermediate points would not be enough. And again, I'll say it, second place is a bit of a tricky place to start around this circuit. 5-second penalty via a warning flag for Adrian Mastienes. That's not really going to affect things too much. Mastienes is already out of this race. This was the moment down into, Thomas Hansen. Sparks flying now. What a spectacular race the 292 is having.
Yeah, we had some sparks flick up then. Quite exciting for the last couple of laps of this race. Lantinga then finds herself back inside the top 3. Lantinga, I've had reports then from Agrid. She deployed 3 new tyres going into this race, which is a bit of a different setup. That's just the news that I've had. Now she's found her feet again once more within this race. It's only one position that she's lost overall, but looks comfortable there, a little bit further behind the Birrell of Toby Gale, but has, found a rhythm now within the second part of this heat.
A really interesting part of this day, Nicole, as we're into the second half of this one. It's just a couple of drivers suddenly lighting up the timesheets and reminding us that as we go into the finals tomorrow,
I'm here.
I'm here. And the latest one's Gabriel Still, up 15 places, has just gone purple through sector number 1. Knows what it's like to win an IWF final, of course, in previous editions. Just see him at the back of the shot there in P4 as Toby Gale has a little look into turn 1 and trying to find a way through past Aaron Garcia. But still, I think will be the very definition of a dark horse tomorrow, but sometimes a dark horse can take the cream.
I don't think it even necessarily dark horse is fair. Gabe Still comes from, a karting family.
Yeah.
The Croc team, well known in the paddock. He jumped over to single-seater racing for a short while, competed with High-Tech in British Formula 4, but has come back to karting because this is his home. This is where he loves to compete. A 2-time IWF champion in the junior class. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Gabe Still pulls off tomorrow. I think he's got a great chance, and also as well that excitement, that thought of I could get a 3rd championship belt to my tally now, as that was almost some moments there, Andrew.
Yeah, sorry for cutting across you there. That was good show, trying to get down the inside of Hugo Marti for 6th place at one of the most, you need a deft touch through that part of the circuit. Right, it's starting to spice up at the front of the order. We've got 2 laps of this one to go. Aaron Garcia is starting to defend. He's very good through this middle part of the circuit. All of these twists and turns. from turn 4 through 5, 6, 7, now through 8, 9, 10, all the way till you get to pretty much this point here, turn 11. It's one of the reasons why I really like this circuit. I like kart circuits that give the teams a bit of a headache. They probably don't like me for saying this, but you know, you've got that contrast of, you know, the speed that you need through sectors 1 and 3, but then you have to have a kart that handles through sector number 2. Now Toby Gale starting to put the pressure on. We're on to the last lap here. Aaron Garcia, if he wants to be on pole position tomorrow, has got to hold off one of this new generation of Thai driver. Garcia holds onto it for now. Down into turn 3. That's a good look at the moment. Over the curb, no problems there for Garcia. Gale's got to work really, really hard and be patient as well through this sequence of corners. Turn 11 will be an opportunity, but the best one of all will be out of turn 14 and down towards the final chicane. Good covering there by Garcia, just gets it calmly stopped on the brakes. Garcia has looked really good on the brakes today as there's things going on behind between Mota, Lantinga and Goodshow, but we're going to stay with this battle for the race lead because Garcia is counting the corners down now to try and hold on to this pole position. Gale desperately trying to get him off the racing line. He's going to have to throw it around the outside if he wants to win this race. Garcia's going to hold on here. This is a really gutsy drive from the IAME Euro Series champion. Aaron Garcia is on pole position tomorrow for Superheat B and has a very good chance of adding the IWF title to his Euro Series championship that he won earlier on this year on home soil. Garcia takes it and it's a 3-point advantage over Karanini.
Absolutely is. Garcia then did exactly what the mission said. Go out there, take that race win and take it with a 6th position gain overall. A name, though, we have to mention, we have to speak about. Andrew, Gabriel Stilp finishes that race in P3, 16 positions in total. We didn't see what unfolded behind Gale and Aaron Garcia there in the last couple of laps where Stilp managed to get into P3. Did see Roxanne Lantinga fall down slightly on the timing screens and she was momentarily in that position, but still pulls it off, finishes inside of the top 3. What a race from our drivers, led by Garcia. We then, of course, have Gale, Stilp, Mota and Godstro as your top 5. Alois Girardet finishes his day in P6 ahead of Hugo Marti. Roxanne Lantinga rounds out her qualifying heats with a P8. We then have Aaron Wieder and then Ruben Moya as well. After your top 10, it's Otto Pukkanen with Caspian Hagman, Thomas Hansen, Louis Aguiar and Santiago Alves as your top 15. Noah Mengel, Rafael Rajani, Andrea Dabija, Robin Haberlin and Jonathan Landstrom are your top 20. Then Yves Riz, Pitu Mamelstead, Oliver Meek, Emmanuel Leodakis, Louis Martinez, Sam Ranston and Martin Foley are your top 27. 27 drivers to finish that one. So many DNFs, so many drivers getting caught out. And this, Andrew, is how it happened.
Yeah, quite a few big retirements in that race that we'll review across the course of these highlights. This was the race start. Problems early on for a number of drivers down into turn 1. There weren't actually any retirements at that stage of the race. Rajani trying to find a way up the order. Gained 12 places in that race, did Rafael Rajani. We're going wheel to wheel with the likes of Andre Dabija. Will hope to be in the final again like he was last year. At the front of the order, Toby Gale had a good lead in the early stages of this one. Thomas Hansen trying to get involved as well. There would be problems for Sean Hogan. Disconnected exhaust silencer. He would be out of the race. Christian Fuente also would have been, was out of the race by this point. Down in 3rd place, good moves from the likes of Gabe Stilp coming back through. Roxanne Lantinga as well was up to 3rd place at that point. That was the key move that gave Garcia the race lead and pole position for tomorrow. Whilst we continue with these highlights, let's pass again the audio down to Anthony Jordan, who's in Parc Ferme.
Thank you very much, Andrew. What a final race that was to finally determine who's starting on pole position in the seniors. And Aaron Garcia, you had to fight to the bitter end for that one, but you've secured it. Pole position for Superheat B tomorrow in the seniors. Incredible achievement. Tell us how you're feeling knowing that going into tomorrow.
Well, we need to be happy. We are in pole for Super Heat B. We 5.5 for this, so yeah, really happy. We managed to take 3 wins today. We have the speed, so I think we can fight tomorrow.
Like you say, the journey's not done though. Tomorrow is a very busy day. The Superheats and of course the finals. Tell us what is going to be the plan tomorrow to get yourself ready?
Well, I think the Super Heat we need to do the same. We need to keep in the top 3, top 5 what we can. Be calm on the Super Heat because it's not the final. And yeah, we need to start there. Now we are at P2. I think starting P5, top 5 is good. So we will try to go in pole position. If not, it's okay, and fight for the final.
Yeah. IWF is not just a challenge for drivers, it's a challenge for the karts as well, and for the teams. How has it been in the MDC camp ahead of this one? Has the vibe been good in the team and everyone's been happy?
Yeah, I think everyone is happy on the team. We are doing a good job in all the categories, so we need to be happy. Yeah, it's a long race, 6 days, so yeah, we need to be calm till tomorrow, so let's go for it.
Indeed. So hot water bottle, pillow and a blanket now, yes, and good night's sleep?
Yeah, we'll try.
Sounds good. Right, well, have a good one, Aaron. Well done. Congratulations on there. Well, but like we said, racing is not done yet. We've got a full day tomorrow. Andrew, Nicole, you're in there in the commentary box. Tell us, what can we expect and what time does it start? Hopefully not 8:10.
Well, indeed, tomorrow, finals day for IAME Warrior Finals at Valencia. We are all done for Friday, 10 o'clock. Practically a lie-in for us here this week. X30 Master will kick us off with their single superheat at 10 o'clock. There'll be one then every 20 minutes going in this order. S125 second, then the 2 mini superheats from 10:40 and 11 o'clock. The juniors will follow at 11:20 and 11:40, and then the seniors as well, 12 o'clock, and then the last race before the break here at the circuit. Those heats will then whittle us down to the final 36 in all of these categories, if it's a grid above 36 drivers, of course. It all gets going at 2 o'clock local time here in Spain. The X30 Master final will be first, S125 following. Catch all of the order there on the website, including who will be in each of the races. Nicole, it's been a brilliant day. It's been a brilliant few days as we've gone through these qualifying heats and timed qualifying, but the fun has only just begun, because tomorrow we go racing. We're going to find out who are going to be the planet's best X30 and S125 drivers for 2025. Tomorrow, we crown champions.
We absolutely do. And tomorrow, I think, is going to be some unpredictable racing. Casting your mind back to 2024, our champions, you know, were drivers who really pushed through the field ahead of them. Expect similar stuff from our fields tomorrow as well. It's going to be spectacular. Don't miss a moment of it. 28 heats completed today by the teams out there, and so much excitement, I think, will be built overnight as we go into tomorrow as well. The anticipation is going to be sky high.
It is indeed. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us here today. For myself, Andrew Mather, Nicole Sutherland and Anthony Jordan down in the pits, and the whole RGMMC crew, thank you very much for being with us. We've got one day to go. We'll see you tomorrow for finals day.